Sri Bhaktyaloka Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura translated by Bhumipati Dasa 6 faults that destroy Bhakti-acharya: overeating or too much collecting. In his Sri Apadsamrita, Srila Bhaktivinoda has written the following verse: Atigara pradzas ca prajalponyamagraya jana sangas ca yam ca sadbur bhaktir vinasiyati. One's devotional service is spoiled when he becomes too entangled in the following 6 activities. 1. Atyadra, eating more than necessary or collecting more funds than required. 2. Pradsa, over-endeavoring for mundane things that are very difficult to obtain. 3. Prajalpa, talking unnecessarily about mundane subject matters. 4. Niyamgraya, practicing the scriptural rules and regulations only for the sake of following them and not for the sake of spiritual advancement, or rejecting the rules and regulations of the scriptures and working independently or whimsically. 5. Janasadiga, associating with worldly-minded persons who are not interested in Krishna consciousness. And 6. Loyam, being greedy for mundane achievements. It is most important to consider the deep meaning of this verse. For anyone who wants to engage in pure devotional service, it is especially necessary to follow the instructions of this verse. For one who neglects to follow these instructions, attaining devotion to Lord Hari is extremely rare. We are hereby elaborating the meaning of this verse for the benefit of those who have a strong desire to attain pure devotional service. In this verse 6 impediments to devotional service are mentioned: Atyahara, Pradsa, Prajalpa, Niyamagraya, Janasanga, and Laulya. We will separately discuss each of these 6 items. In this small chapter only the meaning of the word Atyahara is being discussed. Many people may think that the word Atyahara refers only to overeating, but this is not so. It is explained in the first verse of Apadsamrita: Vako vigam manasa krota vigam jiva vigam udarapastha vigam etan vegan yo visa hatadara sarvam epimam prativimsasis. Yet a sober person who can tolerate the urge to speak, the mind's demands, the actions of anger, and the urges of the tongue, belly, and genitals is qualified to make disciples all over the world. In this regard, the urge of the tongue is the desire to taste foodstuffs. The urge of the stomach is the desire to overeat. If we understand the word atyadra in the second verse as overeating, the fault of repetition occurs in this condensed collection of essential instructions. Therefore it is the duty of the learned readers to find other meanings for the word atyahara as used by the most grave Ripagasvami. Although bhojana, or eating, is the principal meaning of the word atral, the word bhojana also means to enjoy the objects of the 5 senses. Formed by the eyes, sound by the ears, smell by the nose, taste by the tongue, feeling of heat and cold, soft and hard by the touch. In this way, the 5 senses enjoy. This type of material enjoyment is compulsory for an embodied soul. Without enjoying the sense objects, a living entity cannot survive. As soon as the living entity gives up sense enjoyment, he leaves his body. Therefore, giving up sense enjoyment is only a figment of the imagination, it can never be applied in practice. Lord Sri Krishna instructed Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita 3.5-6, Nahi kasat ksanam api jachuti stadia karma krt karadhaya vasha karma sarva prakriti ergune karmendriyani saryamya_siyazi manasa smaran indriyarthan vimyatatma mithidkarsa usiyate. Everyone is forced to act helplessly according to the qualities he has acquired from the modes of material nature, therefore no one can refrain from doing something, not even for a moment. One who restrains the senses of action but whose mind dwells on sense objects certainly deludes himself and is called a pretender. Since maintaining one's life is not possible without action, one must work to maintain his life. If such activities are done in the mood of enjoyment, then one's qualification as a human is lost and he becomes like an animal. Therefore if one can transform all his bodily activities into activities favorable to the devotional service of the Lord, then that is Bhakti Yoga. Again, the Lord says in the Gita, 6.16-17, 5.8-9, Nidhyasana natas tu yogo sti nakakayantam anasnatanachata swapna silasaya jagrado naiva karjuna yukta harividrasaya yuktas estasya karmasa yuktas vapnavabodas ya yogo bhavati dukkahana kifasit karamita yuktoman yada tutbhavik pasai ofusranvansprasan fire nasn gakan svapan svashan pralapan visrajan gnan unmisan nimasan api indriyan indriyartha suvartanda iati darayan. There is no possibility of one's becoming a yogi, O Arjuna, if one eats too much, or eats too little, sleeps too much, or does not sleep enough. He who is temperate in his habits of eating, sleeping, working, and recreation can mitigate all material pains by practicing the yoga system. A person in the divine consciousness, although engaged in seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, eating, moving about, sleeping, and breathing, always knows within himself that he actually does nothing at all. Because while speaking, evacuating, receiving, or opening or closing his eyes, he always knows that only the material senses are engaged with their objects and that he is aloof from them. Although these instructions are effective for jnanis, still, their purport is favorable for devotional service. The concluding verse of Bhagavad Gita explains about saranagati, or full surrender. Keeping this in mind, one should renounce fruitive activities and philosophical speculation and accept sense objects as the Lord's mercy. This is known as pure devotional service. Therefore Srila Bhaktivinoda Swami has said in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu Q.255-256, Ansaktasiya Visayan Yathramuphayanjadana Bandha Krishna Sambanhe Yuktam Vairagyam Usiyate Prapansi Kataya Buddhya Hari Sambandhi Vastuna Mumuksubi Parat Yago Vairagyam Falgu Kathiate. When one is not attached to anything, but at the same time accepts everything in relation to Krishna, one is rightly situated above possessiveness. On the other hand, one who rejects everything without knowledge of its relationship to Krishna is not as complete in his renunciation. The purport of these two verses is repeated in $17 Upadhamrita by the instruction to reject atyahara. The purport is that if one accepts sense objects in the spirit of enjoyment, that is atyahara. But if sense objects are accepted as the Lord's mercy and only as far as required and favorable for devotional service, then it is not atyahara. If sense objects are honestly accepted as the Lord's mercy, then yukta vairagya is easily attained. Sriman Mahaprabhu's order is to accept sense objects without attachment and chant Krishna's name. Don't endeavor for palatable foodstuffs and fine clothes. Accept the sanctified Bhagavata Prasada that is easily obtainable. This is the devotee's lifestyle. Whatever is required, take only that. Taking more or less will not yield auspicious results. If the practitioner takes or accumulates more than necessary, his spiritual life will be lost due to his being controlled by material mellows. If he does not properly accumulate, then the body, which is his means of worship, will not be protected. The purport of the instruction to tolerate the urges of the tongue and belly mentioned in the first verse is this: the materialist easily becomes greedy to enjoy the finest tastes, and being afflicted by hunger, he becomes extremely agitated and enthusiastic to eat the available foodstuffs. This is a material urge. Whenever this type of urge will arise, it should be controlled by the cultivation of devotional service. The injunction to reject atyadra mentioned in the second verse is a constitutional rule for the practitioner. The injunction of the first verse is conditional, and the injunction of the second is constitutional. There is one more thing to be said. All these instructions have two different types of applications, for the householders and for the renunciates. Householders can collect in order to maintain their family members. They should earn their livelihood and save according to religious principles. With this savings they should serve the Lord, the devotees, guests, family members, and themselves. If a householder collects more than his requirement, then this is an impediment in his devotional service and in his achieving the Lord's mercy. So saving too much and earning too much are both atyahara, there is no doubt. A renunciate will not collect at all. If he is not satisfied by the alms he obtains every day, then he is guilty of atyahara. After getting nice foodstuffs, if he eats more than he needs, then he is guilty of atyahara. Therefore the householders and renunciates should consider these facts carefully, and after giving up atyahara, when they engage in devotional service they will attain Krishna's mercy. Prayasa over endeavoring: if prayasa is not given up, devotion will never arise. The word prayasa means endeavor, useless labor. Spiritual life is nothing other than pure devotion unto the Supreme Lord. Devotion cannot be defined by any symptoms other than full surrender and subordination unto the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord. Full surrender and subordination are the natural, eternal constitutional duties of the living entities. Therefore, only devotional service is the natural propensity or inherent occupation. In one's inherent occupation there is no need of prayasa. Still, in the living entity's conditioned state there is need for a small amount of prayasa in order to cultivate devotional service. Except this little prayasa, all other kinds of prayasa are unfavorable for devotional service. Prayasa is of two kinds, jnana prayasa and karma prayasa. In jnana prayasa the feeling of oneness, or kevaladvaita, arises. This is also known as asayuja, merging, or brahmanirvana, absorption in the Supreme. Jnana prayasa is hostile to spiritual life. This is explained in the Vedic literature, Mundaka Upanishad, 3.2.3, in the following words: Nayamadma pravakanina labhyo namedhase nabahuns retena yamavasa vernutena labhyastasi ezadima vivernutanam svam. The Supreme Lord is not obtained by expert explanations, by vast intelligence, or even by much hearing. He is obtained only by one whom he himself chooses. To such a person, he manifests his own form. Therefore devotion is the only way to attain the lotus feet of the Lord. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, 10.14.3, Brahma says to Lord Krishna, Jain prasamudapasyanamanda eva jivandi sanmukaridam bhavadiya vardam sthane sitasruti gatam tanu vanmanabaryi prayaso jita hitopayasitais trilokyam. Lord Brahma said, O my Lord Krishna, a devotee who abandons, Jefdhyana pradasa, the path of empiric philosophical speculation aimed at merging in the existence of the Supreme and engages himself in hearing your glories and activities from a bona fide sadhu, or saint, and who lives an honest life in the occupational engagement of his social life, can conquer your sympathy and mercy even though you are Jita, or unconquerable. In order to further clarify pradsa, Lord Brahma says, Srayasritam bhaktamudasayate vibhoklisyani ye kevalabhata labdhe isamisah kleshala eva sisaidnanyad yadhasti ilata seva gadanam. My dear Lord, devotional service unto you is the only auspicious path. LF1 gives it up simply for speculative knowledge or the understanding that these living beings are spirit souls and the material world is false. He undergoes a great deal of trouble. He only gains troublesome and inauspicious activities. His endeavors are like beating a husk that is already devoid of rice. One's labor becomes fruitless. The philosophy of monism does not originate in the absolute truth, it is only a demoniac provision. Glorification of the knowledge of one's relationship with the Lord is often heard. That knowledge is pure and spontaneous, there is no need of pradsa. The knowledge given in the Katasloki, the four main Bhagavatam verses, is akantaya debheta, inconceivably, simultaneously one and different. This knowledge is naturally dormant in the heart of the living entity. The Lord is like a spiritual sun, and the living entities are like molecular particles of the sun's rays. The living entity cannot remain in his constitutional form without being subordinate to the Lord, therefore servitorship of the Lord is his constitutional duty. Cultivation of this constitutional duty is the nature of the living entity. This is the spontaneous, devoid of prayasa, dharma, or duty, of the living entity. Although in the conditioned state this dharma is almost dormant and is awakened by sadhana, or spiritual practice, still the pradsa found in devotional practices is not like that found in the paths of karma and jnana. If one takes shelter of the holy name with some respect, then within a short time the obstacles due to ignorance are removed and one's constitutional happiness is reawakened. But if one gives a place to jnana pradsa, then he has to suffer more. And if jnana prayasa is renounced in the association of devotees, then that is a devotional endeavor. The Lord says in the Bhagavad Gita, 12.2-5, Mayi devasai mano yimam nitya yuktapsitsradaya parayopatazimi yukiatama mata tv aksara manurdasima vyaktam parapdasate sarvatra gamakantayam ca kittastham akalam truvam samniyamyandriya gramam sarvatra sama buddha ayate prapnuvanti mam eva sarvabita hite rataklesodikataras desima vyakta sakta satasima vyakta higetar dukam dehavet buravapyate. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Those who fix their minds on my personal form and are always engaged in worshipping me with great and transcendental faith are considered by me to be most perfect. But those who fully worship the unmanifested, that which lies beyond the perception of the senses, the all-pervading, inconceivable, unchanging, fixed, and immovable, the impersonal conception of the absolute truth, by controlling the various senses and being equally disposed to everyone, such persons, engaged in the welfare of all, at last achieve me. For those whose minds are attached to the unmanifested, impersonal feature of the Supreme, advancement is very troublesome. To make progress in the discipline is always difficult for those who are embodied in karma prayasa. There is also no benefit. In the first canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam it is said, Dharmasvanuzidapumsam visvaksena kathasuya notpadade yadi radam srama eva hi kevalam. The occupational activities a man performs according to his own position are only so much useless labor, or prayasa, if they do not provoke attraction for the message of the personality of Godhead. Therefore karma prayasa is contrary to devotional principles in the same way as jnana pradsa. The conclusion is that karma pradsa and jnana prayasa are very detrimental. But a devotee who desires to properly pass his life still accepts his duties according to varnasrama, as those duties are favorable to devotional service and counted as part of devotional service. All these activities are no longer called karma. In these activities, the svanitha devotees, or devotees addicted to their own line of devotion, bring karma and its results within the realm of devotional service. The parinasthita devotees, or devotees fully addicted to devotional service, perform pious activities that are not contrary to devotional principles only to attract people. The devotees who are nirapiksa, or neutral, accept activities favorable for devotional service without caring for popular approval. Jnana prayasa and its resultant pradsa for the liberation of merging with the Lord are extremely contrary to devotional principles. If Astanga Yoga pradsa aims at mystic powers and liberation, then it is also extremely contrary to devotional principles. The rules for devotional practice and the knowledge of the living entity's relationship of simultaneous oneness and difference are most natural and therefore devoid of pradesa. This type of activity and knowledge is only accepted as a means. If they are accepted as the goal, then they become the source of fault. One will explain this further under Niyamagraya. The hard labor for activities like visiting holy places is pradesa that is unfavorable for devotional service. If, however, one goes to the places of Krishna's pastimes with a greedy desire to awaken his ecstatic love for Krishna and to associate with the devotees, then this is certainly devotional service, not useless prayasa. Following the vows of devotional service is not useless pradesa, they are all accepted as part of the process of devotional service. The pradesa for serving the Vaisnavas is not pradesa, for greed to associate with one's own peers destroys faults in the form of desires to associate with worldly-minded people. The pradesa for temple worship is a spontaneous manifestation of the heart's emotions. The pradesa for activities like Sankirtana is only meant to open one's heart to chanting the Lord's holy names, it is therefore extremely natural. There is no need for pradesa in renunciation, because when devotion to Krishna arises in the heart, the living entity easily becomes disinterested in everything other than Krishna. The Srimad Bhagavatam, 1.2.7, says, Vasudev Bhagavati Bhakti Yoga Prayojita Janayadik Suvairagyam, Jchnam Ca Yadahaya Chukam. By rendering devotional service unto the personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, one immediately acquires causeless knowledge, or knowledge of eternally perfect servitorship of the Lord, and detachment, or detachment free from pradasa, from the world. So when one gives up jnana, karma, and vairagya pradesa and engages in devotional practices, then the obstacles of jnana, karma, yoga, and vairagya cannot pull one down. Therefore it is established in the Srimad Bhagavatam, 11.242, Bhakti Parasanubhavo Viraktar Eniatrakaisa Trika Eka Kala, devotion, direct experience of the Supreme Lord, and detachment from other things. These three occur simultaneously for one who has taken shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When a devotee humbly and without duplicity chants and remembers the holy names of Krishna, then real intelligence easily awakens in this way. I am spiritual particle, servant of Krishna, Krishna is my eternal Lord, surrender to Krishna's lotus feet is my eternal nature, this world is like a traveler's rest house, and to be attached to anything of this world will not give me eternal happiness. Like this, a practitioner soon attains all perfection. Jnana pradesa, karma pradesa, yoga pradesa, mukti pradesa, as well as over-endeavoring for material enjoyment, worldly achievements, and association with materialistic people are all hostile principles for one who has taken shelter of the holy name. By these different forms of pradesa, one's devotional service is ruined. The pradesa for attaining pratishtha, or fame, is the lowest of all kinds of pradesa. Although it is the lowest, it is unavoidable for many. And that also should be given up by the simple process of devotional service. Therefore Sanatana Goswami has stated in the Hari Bhakti Vilsa, the concluding verse, Sarvatij Pyahaya Sarvanartha Bhuvas Ca Kuryu Pratisthavas Thaya Yetnamas Parsain Varam. Even if one can give up all material desires, the desire for fame is very difficult to give up. This desire for fame, which is compared to stool, is the root cause of all anarthas. Therefore, one should carefully avoid touching this stool-like desire for fame. This instruction is extremely serious. The devotee should follow this exclusive duty with special care. A practicing devotee should pass his life in a natural occupation that is favorable to devotional service, and he should chant and remember the holy names with knowledge of his relationship with the Lord. This process of worship without pradesa again has two different kinds of applications, for householders and for renunciates. Making varnasrama favorable to devotional service, the householder should pass his life engaged in devotional service free from prayasa. They should earn and save only to easily maintain the family members. If they always remember that worshipping Hari is the only purpose of life, then they will never fall into illusion. In happiness and distress, in good fortune and bad, in waking and sleep, in every condition, worshipping Hari will quickly be perfected. And the renunciate should not save at all. He should maintain his body by daily begging alms and thus engage in devotional service. They should not stay in any enterprise. By entering into enterprise, he is at fault. The more he worships the Lord with humility and simplicity, the more he will understand Krishna, by his mercy. As stated by Lord Brahma in the Srimad Bhagavatam, 10.14.8, Tattanukam pam susamak samano buri jana evatmakritam vipakam hrd vajvapur burvadadan namaste jiveda yo mukti paid sadayabak. My dear Lord, one who constantly waits for your causeless mercy to be bestowed upon him and who goes on suffering the reactions of his past misdeeds, offering you respectful obeisances from the core of his heart. is surely eligible for liberation, for it has become his rightful claim. Nothing is achieved by jnana prayasa, but one can know Krishna only by his mercy. Therefore Srimad Bhagavatam, October 14, 2029, says, Athapite deva padambuja divaya prasada lesanagrahita eva hijanati tadvam bhagavan mahimno nakanya ekopisaram vasinvan. My Lord, if one is favored by even a slight trace of the mercy of your lotus feet, he can understand the greatness of your personality. But those who speculate to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead are unable to know you, even though they continue to study the Vedas for many years. If one takes shelter of the holy names with humility, then by the mercy of the Lord, without prayasa, all knowledge of the absolute truth that should be known awakens within the heart of the simple devotee. This knowledge is never attained by independent prayasa. Prajalpa, idle talking with one another, is called jalpana or prajalpa. Nowadays in this world godlessness is so prominent that conversing with others means godless talk. Therefore it is not profitable for a practicing devotee to engage in jalpana. There can, however, be many kinds of jalpana in the cultivation of devotional service. They are all auspicious for the devotees. Srila Bhaktivinoda Swami has written in his Karpanyapajika Stotara, Tathapiasman Kadasid Vomitas Anamajalpinya Vajavrindanistari Nama Basal Prostatum. Devotees recite the purport of this verse in the following words: Tath api edina jain, yadi nima akaran, nama basa karila jivan sarvadosa nivarana, duri nama sanyalpana, praised prasida dui jain. While chanting the holy name of the Lord, if a wretched person in his lifetime achieves namabasa, or a glimpse of offenseless chanting, then all his faults are destroyed and their lordships become pleased with him. Kirtana, offering prayers, and reciting the scriptures are all jalpana, but when these are performed with a favorable mood and devoid of material desire, then they are all cultivation of Krishna consciousness. Therefore the conclusion is this: all prajalpas that are unfavorable to Krishna's service are adverse to devotional service. The practitioner should carefully give up prajalpa. There is no fault in the activities of the Mahayanas. The Mahayanas have respectfully engaged in prajalpa favorable to devotional service, and this is our only duty. Sometimes puffed-up devotees advise that all types of prajalpa should be given up. But we are followers of Srila Bhaktivinoda Swami. Being followers of Bhaktivinoda Swami, we will always stick to the path shown by the sadhus who are following his instructions. In the Bhaktarasmrita Sindhu, as quoted from the Skanda Purana, it is said, Samragyasrayasam hachapantha santapa varjita anabaptis ramam tirve yena santa pratistire. One should strictly follow the easy path that the previous Mahayanas have accepted. That path bestows great auspiciousness and is devoid of all misery. Our Mahayana's path is that which was shown by Srila Vyasadeva, Sukadeva Goswami, Prahlada Maharaja, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and his associates. We are not to leave aside that path to follow the instructions of new puffed-up devotees. All the Mahayanas have respected that prajalpa which nourishes devotion to Hari. We will discuss this in the appropriate place. Godless prajalpas are impediments to devotional service. They are of many types. Useless talks, arguments, gossip, debates, fault-finding in others, speaking falsehoods, blaspheming devotees, and worldly talk are all called prajalpa. Useless talk is extremely detrimental. Practicing devotees should discuss topics of Lord Hari and the association of other devotees and remember Hari's name, form, qualities, and pastimes in a secluded place without uselessly wasting time. In the Bhagavad Gita, 10.8-9, it is said, Aham sarvasaya prabhavo madasarvam pravartate iti madvibahant mam buddhabhavasamanvita makshita madgata pranabhadayanda parasparam kathayanas ca mam nityamayasyanti ca ramandi ca. Damn the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. The wise who perfectly know this engage in my devotional service and worship me with all their hearts. The thoughts of my pure devotees dwell in me. Their lives are fully devoted to my service, and they derive great satisfaction and bliss from always enlightening one another and conversing about me. Also in the Gita, 9.14, it says, Satatam kirtayanto mam yatandas ca didavaratanamasiyantas ca mam bhaktiyanita yukta upasate. Always chanting my glories, endeavoring with great determination, bowing down before me, these great souls perpetually worship me with devotion. In this way the practicing devotee should cultivate unalloyed devotion. If they spend their days and nights uselessly talking with materialists, then the Lord's instruction, always chanting my glories, will not be followed. In newspapers there is so much useless talk. For the practicing devotee to read newspapers is a great loss. But if there are topics about pure devotees described in the newspaper, then that can be read. After finishing their meal, mundane people normally smoke and engage in useless talk with other godless people. It is certainly difficult for them to become followers of Srila Bhaktivinoda. Reading novels is the same. But if one gets a novel with a story like that of Parashyana in the Srimad Bhagavatam, then reading that is not an impediment, rather it is beneficial. Argument is a prajalpa that is adverse to devotional service. All the arguments of the followers of Nyaya and Vaisesika are simply godless quarrels. They do not yield any result other than wasting the mind's strength and increasing one's restlessness. In the Vedas, Kata Upanishad 1.2.9, it is said, Nisatarkana Matirapaniya, this intelligence cannot be attained by argument. The living entity's proper discretion is eternally established in his natural intelligence. That discretion naturally flows towards the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord. But by arguing about directions, places, mistakes, and illusions, the heart becomes tough. Then natural discretion no longer remains. By accepting the Vedic Dasamila instructions and arguing accordingly, one's mind does not become wicked. What is good, what is bad, when such deliberations are based on the Vedas, that is no longer prajalpa. That is why in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 25.153, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has given the instruction, Adava Bhagavata Karavakara, study Srimad Bhagavatam very scrutinizingly. Discussions to establish the knowledge of one's relationship with the Lord are not prajalpa. Those who conquer the assembly by useless arguments do not reach any conclusion, therefore it is certainly one's duty to give up such logicians' association. This is confirmed in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 12.183, by Sri Vasudeva Sarvabhauma, who said, Tarkikas Regalasange Bubu Kari Samukhe Sadakahi Krishnahari, in the association of the jackals known as logicians, simply continued to bark a resounding boo-boo. Now, from the same mouth I am chanting the holy names Krishna and Hari. Those who are accustomed to discuss spiritual matters should remember the words of the Varanasi sannyasi as found in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 25.43, Paramarthavakara Jela, Kari Matravada Kahan Mukti Paba, Kahan Krishnara Prasada. The atheists, headed by the Mayavadi philosophers, do not care for liberation or Krishna's mercy. They simply continue to put forward false arguments and counter-theories to atheistic philosophy, not considering or engaging in spiritual matters. Useless arguments arise from envy or pride, aversion or attachment to sense gratification, or foolishness or self-pride. Quarrelsome people also become intoxicated by useless arguments. While discussing topics of the Lord and his devotees, the practicing devotee should always be careful to avoid useless arguments. Talking without reason about other people is extremely adverse to devotional service. Many people talk about others to establish their own reputation. Being envious, some people are accustomed to discuss others' character. The minds of those who are busy in such topics can never be fixed on the lotus feet of Krishna. Talking about others should be rejected in all respects. But in the practice of devotional service there are many favorable topics that are faultless, even though they are about others. In order to completely renounce talking about others, one needs to live in the forest. The two different types of practicing devotees are the householders and the renunciates. Because the renunciates have no business whatsoever with sense enjoyment, they can give up talking about others in all respects. But because a householder is engaged in earning, saving, protecting, and maintaining the family, he cannot completely give up talking about others. It is best for him to live in a Krishna-conscious family. When all one's material activities are related with Krishna, then even his unavoidable talk about others becomes sinless and a part of devotional practice in relation to Krishna. He should not talk about others in a way that is detrimental to anyone. He should talk about others only whatever little is necessary in his Krishna-conscious family. He should not talk about others without reason. Moreover, when a guru enlightens his disciple on some topic, then unless he occasionally talks about others, his instruction may not be clear. When previous Madhyanas have talked about others in this way, there is merit in such talk, not fault. As Sukadeva Goswami said in Srimad Bhagavatam, 2.1.3-4, Nidraya Riyate Naktam Vaya Vayena Sieva Vayandeva Karthihaya Rajan Kutamba Baranina Vadi Hipatya Kalatradis Vatmasanasi Avasatsi APIism Pramato Nidhanam Pasayan API Napasyati. The lifetime of such an envious householder is passed at night either in sleeping or in sex indulgence, and in the daytime either in making money or maintaining family members. Persons devoid of Atma Tattva do not inquire into the problems of life, being too attached to the fallible soldiers like the body, children, and wife. Although sufficiently experienced, they still do not see their inevitable destruction. Although Sukadeva Goswami talks about the materialists in order to instruct his disciple, he is not considered a prajalpi. Therefore such activities should be considered beneficial. Again, in order to instruct his own disciples, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu spoke about pseudo-renunciates in the following words from the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Andhya 2.117, 120, 124, Prabhu Kahi, Vairagi Kara Prakriti Samphasana Daki Naparonam Itahara Vidanik Sudra Yuva Sabha Markata Vairagakarya Andriya Karan Bul Prakriti Sambhasya Prabhu Kahi, Mora Vasanaya Mora Mana Prakriti Sambast Vairagi Nakar Darsana. The Lord replied, I cannot tolerate seeing the face of a person who has accepted the renounced order of life but who still talks intimately with a woman. There are many persons with little in their possession who accept the renounced order of life like monkeys. They go here and there engaging in sense gratification and speaking intimately with women. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, My mind is not under my control. It does not like to see anyone in the renounced order who talks intimately with women. Unless one speaks in this way while instructing and while concluding a subject, there is no benefit for oneself or others. Therefore, when the previous Siddharyas have personally set example and taught others, how will we be benefited by acting contrary to their instruction? And if one discusses in this way the improper behavior current in a religious sect or amongst the general public, then such talk is not adverse to devotional service. Even if one sometimes talks about a particular person, there is no fault. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, April 14, 2029, Maitreya Muni, the foremost devotee, spoke about Vina Maharaja in this way, Itham Viprayayamati Papianut Patham Gata Anuniyamnastad Yaknam Nakakre Brastamangala. The great sage Maitreya continued, Thus the king, who became unintelligent due to his sinful life and deviation from the right path, became actually bereft of all good fortune. He could not accept the requests of the great sages, which the sages put before him with great respect, and therefore he was condemned. Sri Maitreya Rsi needed to speak about others in this way. He spoke to his audience to instruct them. This is not prajalpa. The practicing devotee normally discusses ancient history in the association of devotees. Occasionally they talk about non-devotees. Such talk is always auspicious and favorable to devotional service. But those who talk about others while influenced by devotional impediments like envy, hatred, pride, or distinction are offenders at the feet of Bhakti Devi. Debate arises only from a desire for conquest. It is extremely abominable. Fault-finding arises only from imposing one's own bad habits on others. This should be given up in all respects. Speaking falsehoods is another form of useless talk. Worldly talk is completely rejected by renounced devotees. Householders may accept some worldly talk that is favorable to devotional service. If topics like archaeology, zoology, astrology, and geography are devoid of God consciousness, they should be rejected. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, December 12, 1949-50, Sri Sukadeva Goswami has said, Mrst hiras tahayasatire sad katana kathiat yad bhagavan adhak sajatadiva satyam tadyuhiva mangalam tadiva punyam bhagavad gunadayam tadiva ramyam rusaram navam tadiva sasvan manaso mahotsavam tadiva sokar nalvasosanam nrinam yadatam asloka yasanujiyate. Words that do not describe the transcendental personality of Godhead but instead deal with temporary matters are simply false and useless. Only those words that manifest the transcendental qualities of the Supreme Lord are actually truthful, auspicious, and pious. Those words describing the glories of the ill-famous personality of Godhead are attractive, relishable, and ever fresh. Indeed, such words are a perpetual festival for the mind, and they dry out the ocean of misery. Speech in the form of blaspheming sadhus is the source of great inauspiciousness. If one wants to attain devotion to Lord Hari, then he should make a vow like this: in this life I will never blaspheme sadhus. Devotees are sadhus. By blaspheming them, all one's virtues are destroyed. By blaspheming the supremely pure Lord Mahadeva, Prajapati Daksa, the best of ascetics, met with severe inauspiciousness. As stated in Srimad Bhagavatam, October 4, 1946, Dhyasriyam yaso dharmam lokan sisa eva ca hanti srayamzi sarvani pumso mahadati krama. My dear king, when a man persecutes great souls, all his benedictions of longevity, beauty, fame, religion, blessings, and promotion to higher planets will be destroyed. The conclusion of this essay is this: whatever prajalpa is not favorable for devotional service should be carefully given up by Vaisnavas who are cultivating bhakti. Amongst these instructions, the instruction to tolerate the urge to speak mentioned in the first verse, Vaiko Vigam, is only a conditional urge. By giving up prajalpa, the urge to speak is permanently regulated. In order to pass one's life without sin, one should not speak anything more than whatever little is necessary. One need discuss only whatever is auspicious for oneself and others. If one wants to discuss topics of others, it will simply be useless speech. Therefore in the Srimad Bhagavatam, 11.28.2 Lord Krishna instructed Uddhava as follows, Parasvabhava karmani ya prasam shati nindati sigsubrasates varthadesati abhinivasata. Whoever indulges in praising or criticizing the qualities and behavior of others will quickly become deviated from his own best interest by his entanglement in illusory dualities. Niyamagraya, too much attachment to, or too much neglect of, rules and regulations. Niyamas, or rules, are of two kinds, vidas, or prescriptions, and nisadas, or prohibitions. Whatever is enjoined as one's duty is a prescription. Whatever is enjoined as restricted is a prohibition. Both kinds of rules are auspicious for the living entities. Conditioned souls are eligible to attain a very exalted position from a very low position. Between these two positions there are many other positions. Each position is a gradual step. Each gradual step is a distinct level of advancement. Each and every gradual step has different prescriptions and prohibitions. Whenever a living entity steps to one level and stays there, he is obliged to follow the prescriptions and prohibitions of that step. By following those enjoined prescriptions and prohibitions, one becomes eligible to attain the next step. If one is unable to attain the next step, he falls down to a lower step. This is called degradation. Attaining the higher step is called advancement. To properly follow the precepts of one's own level is called one's prescribed duties or steadiness in one's own position. Steadiness in one's own position is piety, and deviation from one's position is impiety. There is no other piety and impiety than this. Therefore Lord Krishna spoke the following instructions to Uddhava in the Srimad Bhagavatam, 11.21.2, 7, Svesvediktri unistas aguna parikartita vipriyayas dosa sayadabhare suniskaya desa koladi bhavanam vaschinad mama satama guna dosa vietaniyamartam. High karmanam. Steadiness in one's own position is declared to be actual piety, whereas deviation from one's position is considered impiety. In this way the two are definitely ascertained. O saintly Uddhava, in order to restrict materialistic activities, one have established that which is proper and improper among all material things, including time, space, and all physical objects. Prescriptions and prohibitions are further divided into two categories, conditional and constitutional. The living entity is pure spirit. The prescriptions and prohibitions in the living entity's constitutional position are constitutional rules. But when the living entity is separated from his transcendental position, he accepts the designations given by the illusory energy and is entangled in this world. These are false designations. These designations are of many varieties, but the constitutional situation is one without second. In the eternal state of the living entity, prema is the only prescription and envy is the only prohibition. This prescription and prohibition is subordinate to the living entity's eternal nature. The living entity imbued with prema and devoid of envy is the shelter of eternal rasa. Although rasa is of 5 varieties, still they are one undivided spiritual truth. The rules of that position are not to be discussed here. We must know only that this state is the eternal condition of the living entity. Although in the conditional state the rules are of different types, still all the steps are divided into 3 principal categories. According to the Vedas, Bhagavad Gita, and all the Smritis, 3 principal divisions are found: karma, jnana, and bhakti. In each division certain prescriptions and certain prohibitions are enjoined. In the karma division, the rules of varnasrama and the 10 supplementary samskaras as well as regulative prayers are prescribed. Sins and bad habits are prohibited. In the jnana division, sanitsa, renunciation, detachment, and discussing matter and spirit are prescribed. Fruitive activities, forbidden activities, and attachment to sense enjoyment are prohibited. In the bhakti division, indifference, performance of activities favorable to devotion, following the prescriptions and prohibitions of the jnana division, and cultivating devotional service with the help of those prescriptions and prohibitions are prescribed. All activities opposed to the Lord, jnana, renunciation, attachment to sense enjoyment, conclusions opposed to devotional service, and giving up action are prohibited. When the conditioned soul advances by giving up his illicit activities, or low-class character, then he attains the level of karmakanda. Such a person should remain in varnasrama dharma and aspire to attain the level of jnana. This is his duty. He should remain in varnasrama until he attains detachment from material activities by discussing the difference between matter and spirit and analyzing the nature of false ego, otherwise he becomes sinful. When that detachment is attained, then his higher qualification destroys his attachment to fruitive activities. But if that person still remains inclined to the rules of karmakanda, then he cannot make advancement. The duty of one who has attained the level of jnanakanda is to remain fixed in knowledge. Until he attains a taste for devotional service, he should remain under the rules of jnanakanda. As soon as the qualification for devotional service manifests, he should give up his attachment for jnana-kanda, otherwise he is guilty of niyamagraya and will not make advancement. As stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam, 11.20.9, Tadvat karmani kurvadananarvadyata yavatam ad kathi sravandau vashradha yalvan najayate. As long as one is not satiated by fruit of activity and has not awakened his taste for devotional service by sravanam kirtanam visno, one has to act according to the regulative principles of the Vedic injunctions. Shraddha, or faith, is the only qualification for bhakti. As stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam, November 20, 1931. Tasman mad bhakti yuktasya yogino vimatmana najflanam nasiyave ragyam prayasrayobhayadiha. Therefore, for a devotee engaged in my loving service, with mind fixed on me, the cultivation of knowledge and renunciation is generally not the means of achieving the highest perfection within this world. The temple of Krishna Prema is situated on the highest peak of Goloka Vrindavana. In order to reach that peak one has to cross the 14 planetary systems of Karmakanda, the Viraja Brahmaloka of the Jnana-kanda, and then rise above Vaikunta. By gradually giving up attachment to the stages of karma and jnana, one becomes eligible for bhakti. After crossing the various stages of bhakti, one reaches the temple door of prema. Shraddha is the only rule for people established on the level of bhakti. As anarthas, or unwanted habits, are destroyed by the power of devotional service performed under the shelter of sadhu and guru, that sraddha transforms into devotional service with nistha, or firm faith. As the anarthas are further destroyed, one progresses from the level of nistha to rusi, or taste, from rusi to sakshi, or attachment, and from sakshi to bhava, or emotion. When bhava, in the form of rati, or affection, is mixed with the appropriate ingredients, it becomes rasa. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, November 14, 2026, it is said, Yadi yadhatma parimarjyate salmat punya gatas ravanam hidane tatha tatha pasyati vasta siksmam kiksar yathivani yana sampruktam. When a diseased eye is treated with medicinal ointment, it gradually recovers its power to see. Similarly, as a conscious living entity cleanses himself of material contamination by hearing and chanting the pious narrations of my glories, he regains his ability to see me, the absolute truth, in my subtle spiritual form. Srila Bhaktivinoda Swami clarifies the sequence in his Bhakti Rasmrita Sindhu as follows: Adau Shraddhata sadhu sangha bhayana kriya tato nartha nivarti saya tato nistrusas tath saktis tato bhavas tata premabhutan katis takanamayam pramna pradurabhave bhavat krema. In the beginning one must have a preliminary desire for self-realization. This will bring one to the stage of trying to associate with persons who are spiritually elevated. In the next stage one becomes initiated by an elevated spiritual master, and under his instruction the neophyte devotee begins the process of devotional service. By execution of devotional service under the guidance of the spiritual master, one becomes free from all material attachment, attains steadiness in self-realization, and acquires a taste for hearing about the absolute personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. This taste leads one further forward to attachment for Krishna consciousness, which is matured in bhava, or the preliminary stage of transcendental love of God. Real love for God is called prema, the highest perfectional stage of life. In the process of sthana bhakti there are 4 stages: shraddha, nistha, rusi, and asakshi. After passing these 4 stages one comes to the level of bhava, which is the doorstep of prema. According to the degree of faith, each level has different rules. As one leaves behind one level and progresses to the next, he should honor the rules of the latter and leave aside those of the former. Those who do not give up the rules of the previous level are bound by those rules like chains that do not allow him to proceed to the next level. In the process of devotional service, whatever rules are prescribed for each level are all subordinate to one principal rule. The general rule is given in the Padma Purana as follows: Smartavya satatam bisnervismartavyo najatu sit sarve vidi nizadasirter evakankara. Remembering Krishna is the eternal duty. All other prescriptions mentioned in the sutras have arisen from this main prescription. Forgetting Krishna is never allowed. All other prohibitions mentioned in the sutras have arisen from this main prohibition. Keeping this main prescription in mind while advancing, the practitioner should give up his attachment for the prescriptions of the previous level and accept the prescriptions of the next level. Otherwise he will be guilty of niyamagraya and weaken reaching the next level. The practitioner of devotional service must always remember this point. In the conclusion of Hari Bhakti Vilasa a special instruction is given in this regard. Krityanyatani tu prayoganam dhaninam satam likatani natu tyakta parigraya mahatmanam. Whatever activities are written in Hari Bhakti Vilsa are mostly all meant for householders and rich devotees. There are no rules written for the renunciates. Also in the conclusion of the Hari Bhakti Vilsa it is stated, Avasiyam tani sarvani tesam tadarktvasiddhe pragapexiani bhaktir hi sadhakarika sadhana. Although the rules for renunciates are avoided in this book, still renunciates should follow those rules in order to perfect their position. The behavior exhibited by the renunciate sadhus is proper behavior in this connection. That alone is to be followed. The first symptom of one who has attained Shraddha is surrender to the feet of Lord Krishna. That surrender is of two types, for the householders and for the renunciates. $RT Hari Bhaktivilasa mentions only those rules that are meant for householders. That is why observances such as Shiva Katardasi are given therein. The surrendered renunciate should follow whichever observances are appropriate for renunciates. Both the householder and the renunciate become unalloyed surrender souls while advancing on the path of sadhana. Then their rules are only slightly different. At that stage they attain ultimate surrender due to advancement in sadhana. It is said in the Srimad Bhagavatam, November 18, 2028, the Hari Bhakti Vilasa, 20th Valdasa, and the Srimad Bhagavatam, November 20, 1936, Jnananistovaraktovam ad bhaktovanapaxakasalingans ramams tyaktvakardavadhigakaro. Learned transcendentalist dedicated to the cultivation of knowledge and thus detached from external objects, or my devotee who is detached even from desire for liberation, both neglect those duties based on external rituals or paraphernalia. Thus their conduct is beyond the range of rules and regulations. Iskcon titam gatanantu srt Krishna karanabhya yo bhaktisvata pravartata tadvinakim vrata db. When one becomes a pure devotee of the Lord, then devotion is spontaneously established in his heart. What then is the need to observe rituals that simply obstruct one's devotional service? Na mehi akanta bhaktanam guna dosodbhava gunastayam samasiddhanam buddha paramapayusam. Material piety and sin, which arise from the good and evil of this world, cannot exist with my unalloyed devotees, who, being free from material hankering, maintain steady spiritual consciousness in all circumstances. Indeed, such devotees have achieved me, the Supreme Lord, who am beyond anything that can be conceived by material intelligence. In the Hari Bhaktivedanta it is stated, Evam Kandinam Praya Kirtanam Smaranam Prabha Kurvatam Parama Pratyakriyamani and Narosayat Vyats Vivanidya Supravardani Svayam Hyatat Yadi E Kandinam Badi Maham Yam Likatam Hyatat. The devotees whose minds are fixed on chanting and remembering Krishna's glories and pure love have no taste for activities prescribed for lower stages. Although they are not attached or bound to follow the prescribed rules of the scriptures, they sometimes follow out of their own accord. This is nicely explained in the 8th verse of the Upadsamrita. These are the glories of the pure devotees, that is, their glories are not diminished by neglecting others' prescribed rules. The purport is that exalted devotees follow whatever rules of the lower stages they like. The jnanis follow the varnasrama dharma of the karmas by their own will, not by rule or obligation. Similarly the devotees, out of their sweet will, also follow the rules of the karmas and jidnis for some purpose. This means that although they are not obliged to follow the prescriptions and prohibitions, they do so on their own accord. The topmost pure devotees are also not considered overly attached to regulations when they follow the rules of karma, jnana, and ordinary sadhana bhakti. Independently they are engaged in the unalloyed devotional service of Lord Krishna. The practicing devotee who gives up niyamagraya but spontaneously follows the rules achieves auspicious results. The conclusion is that the practitioner attains a higher level as a result of following the rules prescribed according to his qualification. He should not maintain attachment for the rules of his previous level. Keeping this instruction always in mind, he should always engage in chanting and remembering Lord Krishna and thus continue advancing to higher levels. Jana Sangha association with worldly-minded persons. The word jana refers to both male and female human beings. Srila Bhaktivinoda Swami has written in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Sadho Sangha Svado Ver, a devotee should associate with devotees who are more advanced. Practicing devotees are generally superior to karmas and jnanis in all respects. In the Bhagavad Gita, 7.28, it is said, Yesam tv antagatam papam equals jananam punya karmanam tadvan vimohanar mukta bahant mamtradavaratah. Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life and whose sinful actions are completely eradicated are freed from the dualities of delusion, and they engage themselves in my service with determination. Therefore devotees are naturally pure. There is no possibility for them to commit sin. They are not less intelligent like the karmas and jnanis, because they have taken shelter at the lotus feet of the omniscient Supreme Lord. Faith in the devotional service of Lord Krishna is achieved as a result of many lifetimes of pious activities. So there is no doubt that the devotees' activities are pure. From faith, the desire to associate with devotees naturally arises. By associating with devotees, everything is achieved. The glories of sadhu sangha are mentioned in the Adi Purana as follows. Yemi Bhakta Jana Pardhanami Bhaktas Ca Jana Mad Bhaktanam Cae Bhaktas Dami Bhakta Tama Mada Oparda. Those who claim to be my devotees are actually not my devotees, but those who are the devotees of my devotees are actually my devotees. Regarding the need to associate with devotees, it is said, Darsana Sparsandalapasahavasadubhiksanat Bhaktivedanta Krishnasya Saksadapica Pukasam. Even an outcast becomes completely pure by seeing, touching, conversing with, or living with Krishna's devotee for even a moment. The Srimad Bhagavatam, July 5, 1932, states, Nasam Madhistavadhyura Kramangaram Sprizadyanarthapagamo Yadarthamahiyasam Padarajo Bhizak Niskafakananam Navernita Yavat. Unless they smear upon their bodies the dust of the lotus feet of a Vaisnava completely freed from material contamination, persons very much inclined toward materialistic life cannot be attached to the lotus feet of the Lord, who is glorified for his uncommon activities. Only by becoming Krishna conscious and taking shelter at the lotus feet of the Lord in this way can one be freed from material contamination. The scriptures often state that without associating with the Lord's devotees, Bhakti Devi does not manifest in one's heart. It is most necessary for stakas to associate with devotees. Therefore, in this context, the word Janasanga is understood to mean persons who are devoid of devotion. That is why Srila Rupa Prabhu has included the instruction to give up worldly association as one of the limbs of devotional service. In the Bhakti Rastamrita Sindhu, 2.43, it is stated, Sangatyaga Vijurina Bhagavad Vinyakarjane, one who desires to attain devotion to Krishna should carefully give up the association of worldly people. That means the devotees should not engage in the activities mentioned in the fourth verse of the Abhedsamrita with worldly people. Activities like talking with worldly people in the course of one's work are not considered association. But when the same activities are done with affection for someone, then one is considered to be associating with that person. Every practicing devotee should know the various kinds of worldly people. Therefore we are hereby most unwillingly enumerating these people. These worldly people are of 7 kinds, 1. Mayavadis and atheists, 2. Sense enjoyers, 3. Those who fond of the sense enjoyers, 4. Women, 5. Womanizers, 6. The hypocritically devout, and 7. The ill-behaved foolish outcasts. The Mayavadis do not accept the eternal name, form, qualities, and pastimes of the Supreme Lord. They consider the living entity as a product of Maya, therefore in their opinion the living entity has no eternal existence. They do not consider devotional service eternal, rather, they consider it a temporary method to cultivate knowledge. All the Mayavadi conclusions are opposed to the principles of devotional service. Therefore by associating with Mayavadis, one's devotion gradually disappears. Sri Svarupa Damodara gave the following instruction in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Andhya 2.94-95. Buddha Brasta Hilatamara Gopalara Sangha Mayavada Sunabara Pajila Range Vaisnava Hafia Yebasartraka Basya Suna Savya Savaka Bhavachati 4 Penaris Varaman. You have lost your intelligence in the association of Gopala, and therefore you are eager to hear the Mayavada philosophy. When a Vaisnava listens to the Sarira Kabasaya, the Mayavada commentary upon the Vedantastitras, he gives up the Krishna conscious attitude that the Lord is the master and the living entity is his servant. Instead, he considers himself the Supreme Lord. Those who do not accept the Supreme Lord, who is glorified by the Vedas, are called Nastikas, or atheists. Their minds have been polluted by false arguments, therefore one's devotion is lost in their association. Association with sense enjoyers is harmful. Those who are always busy associating with sense enjoyment are filled with blasphemy, envy, and violence. Quarrel, argument, and hankering for sense enjoyment is their life. The more they enjoy, the more their thirst for sense enjoyment increases. The sense enjoyers do not get time to speak or hear topics of Krishna. Whether they engage in pious activities or sinful activities, the sense enjoyers always remain far from knowledge of the self. Therefore in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Andhya 6.278, Srila Raghunatha Dasa Goswami has said, Visitra Anakdal Malina Hyamana Malina Manahili Na Krishnara Smarana. When one eats food offered by a materialistic man, one's mind becomes contaminated, and when the mind is contaminated, one is unable to think of Krishna properly. Those persons who externally engage in sensual activities and accept sense objects just to maintain body and soul together but internally engage in their constitutional position as servants of Krishna are not counted amongst the sense enjoyers, who are attached to the fruits of their activities. The sense enjoyers and persons fond of sense enjoyers are both worldly minded. Persons who are fond of sense enjoyers are themselves also sense enjoyers, because they always think of sense enjoyment within their hearts. There are some people who are not themselves sense enjoyers, but they take pleasure in associating with sense enjoyers. Their association should also be renounced, because they will soon become sense enjoyers and bad association themselves. There are two types of sense enjoyers, those who are extremely attached to sense enjoyment and devotees who are attached to sense enjoyment. Associating with those who are extremely attached should be totally rejected. The devotees who are attached to sense enjoyment are also of two types, those who have included the Lord as a part of their sense enjoyment and those who have kept the Lord in the center of their sense enjoyment. Association with the latter type is preferable to association with the former. Although those who engage in sense enjoyment according to religious codes are better than the sinful sense enjoyers, still the practicing devotee should not associate with them until they become devotees. Simply by wearing the dress of a renunciate one does not become a devotee free from sense gratification, because renunciates often collect and save objects of sense enjoyment. On the other hand, many persons resemble sense enjoyers but utilize everything in the worship of Lord Hari in the mood of detachment. Considering all this, the practicing devotee should give up the association of sense enjoyers and those fond of them and engage in devotional service in a secluded place or, if he is fortunate, in the association of genuine devotees. Do not associate with women. On the other hand, when a woman is engaged in sadhana bhakti, she should not associate with men. Associating with the opposite sex is very inauspicious for the advancing devotee. There are two types of men and women. When a man and woman are married according to religious principles, there is no sin in their touching and talking with each other, rather, this touching and talking is beneficial because of the scriptural sanction. There is, however, no provision for illusory activities other than the execution of reciprocal duties. If they are illusioned by each other and they engage in activities other than prescribed duties, then that is called stri sangha and parusa sadhiga, or association with the opposite sex. For those who are engaged in worshipping Krishna, such association yields inauspicious results. If either one is guilty of such association, then they become an obstacle for the other party. If the wife is helpful in the discharge of devotional service, then the fault of stri sangha does not arise. But if the wife is an impediment in the discharge of devotional service, then one should carefully give up her association. We should consider the behavior of the great Vaisnava Siddhiriya, Srimad Ramanujakarya too, in this connection. When there is no marital relationship and one converses with a woman with evil intentions, then this is stri sariga. That is sinful and detrimental to devotional service. Considering these points, the practicing devotee should very carefully give up the association of women and persons fond of women. As stated in Srimad Bhagavatam, March 31, 1935, Not tathasai bhavan moho bandhas kanya prasangata. Yazat sangad yadapumso _sati tat sargi sangata. The infatuation and bondage which accrue to a man from attachment to any other object is not as complete as that resulting from attachment to a woman or to the fellowship of men who are fond of women. For a householder devotee, touching and speaking to his wife in the above-mentioned manner is not detrimental to devotional service, but for a renunciate there cannot be any type of talking or touching a woman. Otherwise his practice of devotional service will be completely spoiled. Association with such a deviated person should be totally rejected. One should give up the association of dharmadvajis, the hypocritically devout, with special care. Those who accept the external signs of dharma but do not actually follow dharma are called dharmadvajis. There are two types of dharmadvajis, the hypocrites and the fools, or the cheaters and the cheated. Such hypocrisy in jnana-kanda and karma-kanda is also condemned. In devotional service this hypocrisy ruins everything. Better associate with sense enjoyers, for in this whole world there is no worse association than the dharmadvaji. The deceitful dharmadvajis accept the signs of dharma with a desire to cheat the world, and to fulfill their crooked desires they cheat the foolish by helping them in their rascaldom. Some of them become gurus and others become disciples, and by trickery they accumulate wealth, women, false prestige, and material assets. If one gives up the association of crooked hypocrites, then he can honestly engage in devotional service. Honest worship is the only way to attain Krishna's mercy. As stated in Srimad Bhagavatam, January 3, 1938, Saveda Dachapadavim Parasa Duranta Viryasya Rathangapena Yome Aid Santatayanu Urtya Bayeda Takpada Saroya Gandham. Only those who render unreserved, without hypocrisy vertical bar, uninterrupted, favorable service unto the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, who carries the wheel of the chariot in his hand, can know the Creator of the universe in his full glory, power, and transcendence. Again in Srimad Bhagavatam, February 7, 1942, Lord Brahma tells Narada, Yesam sa Bhagavan Dayadananda Sarvatman Sridapado Yadi Nirvyalite Dustadmati Charandi Ca Devamayam Nasam Mamaham Iti Disvasragalabaksi. But anyone who is specifically favored by the Supreme Lord, the personality of Godhead, due to unalloyed, without hypocrisy, surrender unto the service of the Lord, can overcome the insurmountable ocean of illusion and can understand the Lord. But those who are attached to this body, which is meant to be eaten at the end by dogs and jackals, cannot do so. Externally exhibiting the symptoms of a Vaisnava while internally remaining a Mayavadi is actually pseudo-Vaisnavism, or hypocrisy. In Lord Chaitanya Charitamrita, Anya 13.93, 109-110, there is a description of Ramadasa Visvasa, who was externally a great Vaisnava, devoted to Lord Ramakandra. Asta Prahara Ramanama Japina Ratri Dayan Sarvatayaji Kalila Jagannath Darsan Ramadasa Yadi Pradhama Prabhar Milala Mahaprahuad Hikater Karpana Karila and Ter Mumuksu Terho, Vidyagarvavan Sarvachitajnata Prabhu, Sarvaha Bhagavan Ramadasa had renounced everything and was going to see Lord Jagannath. While traveling, he chanted the holy name of Lord Rama 24 hours a day. When Ramadasa Visvasa met Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Lord did not show him any special mercy, although this was their first meeting. Within his heart, Ramadasa Visvasa was an impersonalist who desired to merge into the existence of the Lord, and he was very proud of his learning. Being the omniscient Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu can understand the heart of everyone, and thus he knew all these things. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura, in his great humility, has stated, Krodahaya Jain, Lanafire Nanasthane, Visaya Bufihaya Animate. Hayamayardasa, Karinana Abhalasha, Tamarasmarana Jeladaya Erdalaba, Aosa, Kapada Vaisnavavis, Brahmidabul Iagare. The 6 enemies, beginning with lust and anger, are taking me here and there to enjoy various forms of sense gratification. Being a servant of Maya, have unlimited desires and have therefore forgotten you. Hoping to gain wealth, I wander from house to house in the dress of a pseudo-Vaisnava. Unless one gives up the association of this type of Dharmadvaji, one cannot purely engage in devotional service. Most of the people in the world are of this type. Therefore, until one gets the opportunity to associate with a pure devotee, he should pass his life engaged in devotional service in a solitary place. The worship of Krishna is not enhanced by associating with ill-behaved, foolish outcasts. They are naturally attached to eating meat and drinking wine, and they are not situated in Varnasrama Dharma. Their character is always unregulated. By associating with ill-behaved persons, the mind becomes polluted. But if those persons become faithful in devotional service by associating with a Vaisnava and they gradually get a taste for worshipping Krishna with a pure heart, then their association is auspicious. Even if they commit abominable actions for some time due to their former nature, still they are sadhus. In Bhagavad Gita, 9.30-31, it is said, Api setsu durakara bhajat mamananya bhakstareva samantavya samyag vaya vashito hi saksi prambhavati dharmatma sasvats chantam nagakati kantiya pratijanihi nami bhakta pranasyati. Even if one commits the most abominable action, if he is engaged in devotional service he is to be considered saintly because he is properly situated in his determination. He quickly becomes righteous and attains lasting peace. O son of Kunti, declare it boldly that my devotee never perishes. The purport is this, if the outcasts attain faith in unalloyed devotional service by some good fortune, then it can be said that they have attained the genuine path. There is no doubt that in a short time they too will become pure and peaceful by following the footsteps of Haridasa Thakura. Behavior, due to one's nature, necessarily remains for some time. Even then, such association cannot be called bad. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, November 20, 2027-29, the symptoms of such persons are described as follows: Yadasrato mat kathas unirvina sarva karmasu veda dukhatmakan kaman parityaj pyanas veritato bayadam apritas radlurdradaniskaya jusamania c8 kaman duko darkam ca garhayan pratina bhakti yogina bhajato mad sakran munya kamaride inasiyandi sarve maihardisthide. Having awakened faith in the narrations of my glories, being disgusted with all material activities, knowing that all sense gratification leads to misery, but still being unable to renounce all sense enjoyment, my devotee remains happy and worships me with great faith and conviction. Even though he is sometimes engaged in sense enjoyment, my devotee knows that all sense gratification leads to a miserable result, and he sincerely repents such activities. When an intelligent person engages constantly in worshipping me through loving devotional service as described by me, his heart becomes firmly situated in me. Thus all material desires within the heart are destroyed. The conclusion is that the association of pious and sinful persons who are bereft of Krishna consciousness is undesirable. On the other hand, the association of persons who are sinful, yet devoted to the Lord, is desirable. The Bhakti Rasmrita Sindhu, January 2, 1951, quotes the following verse spoken by Maharshi Katyayana in the Katyayana Samhita, Varam Hudavaha Javalapatijarantar Vyavastishi Nasurai Chintavimya Kajana Samvasavasasam. It is better to accept the miseries of being uncaged within bars and surrounded by burning flames than to associate with those bereft of Krishna consciousness. Such association is a very great hardship. While practicing devotional service, one should carefully understand this subject and act accordingly. Lauli, ardent longing or greed. The meaning of the word lauli is restlessness, greed, and desire. Restlessness is of two kinds, restlessness of the mind and restlessness of the intelligence. The chitta, or mind, has the propensity for following the dictates of the senses. When the mind follows the dictates of the senses and becomes absorbed in a particular subject, attachment or aversion arise. Therefore restlessness of the mind is of two types, restlessness due to attachment and restlessness due to aversion. In Bhagavad Gita 2.67, it is said, Indriyanam hi karatam yen mano nuviyate tadasya harati prajnam vayurnavam ivambasi. As a boat on the water is swept away by a strong wind, even one of the roaming senses on which the mind focuses can carry away a man's intelligence. Again in the Bhagavad Gita 3.34, it is said, Indriyasi arte raga divisa vyavasti taute or navasha magakat tau hyasya parapantha. Now there are principles to regulate attachment and aversion pertaining to the senses and their objects. One should not come under the control of such attachment and aversion, because they are stumbling blocks on the path of self-realization. In order to regulate laulya, in the form of restlessness of the mind, one has to take shelter of Goddess Bhakti Devi. The instruction of Bhakti Devi is this: when the cause of the mind's restlessness is sense gratification and this restlessness is the main obstacle in the practice of devotional service, then all sensual activities should be dovetailed in the service of the Lord and the attachment to sense gratification should be transformed into attachment for the Lord. Then the mind becomes fixed in devotional service by taking shelter of that attachment. The eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, and the sense of touch are called knowledge, acquiring senses. The hands, the legs, the anus, and so on are the working senses. When the objects of all these senses are associated within a devotional mood, then the mind becomes fixed on the Lord. Taste, form, smell, touch, and sound, these are the objects of the senses. One has to arouse a mood of devotion in all these objects, and enjoy them, then devotional service is cultivated. Among the objects of the senses, aversion should be applied on any that are unfavorable for devotional service and attachment should be applied on any that are favorable for devotional service. But until the restlessness of the intelligence is vanquished, how will the restlessness of the mind be checked? When the restlessness of the intelligence is vanquished, the mind can regulate attachment and aversion for sense objects by the strength of the intelligence. The intelligence is that which discriminates between the mind's good and bad propensities. That intelligence is of two types, resolute and many-branched. There is one type of resolute intelligence, and there are unlimited types of many-branched intelligence. As stated in Bhagavad Gita 2.41, Vyavashayatmaka buddha ikakurunandana bahusakahaya antasya buddhayo vyavashtanam. Those who are on the spiritual path are resolute in purpose, and their aim is one. O beloved child of the Kurus, the intelligence of those who are irresolute is many-branched. Disturbances such as lust, desire to attain the heavenly planets, increasing activities that produce enjoyment and opulence, and rejection of the spiritual world all arise from the many-branched intelligence of irresolute persons. Therefore in the Bhagavad Gita 2.44, it is stated, Bhagasvarya prasaktanam taya particitasam vyavashayatmaka buddhasam downaviyate. In the minds of those who are too attached to sense enjoyment and material opulence, and who are bewildered by such things, the resolute determination for devotional service to the Supreme Lord does not take place. Those whose intelligence is fixed in samadhi are transcendentally situated and have steady minds. Their symptoms are given in the Bhagavad Gita 2.55-56, as follows: Prajahatiyatakaman sarvan pardamano gadanatmani avatmanatustasthita prajnas tadosipdux vanyadvinyamana suksuvagatasprahavita ragabhayakrodasthita. Dear Munir Usayate, the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O Partha, when a man gives up all varieties of desire for sense gratification, which arise from mental concoction, and when his mind, thus purified, finds satisfaction in the self alone, then he is said to be in pure transcendental consciousness. One who is not disturbed in mind even amidst the threefold miseries or elated when there is happiness, and who is free from attachment, fear, and anger, is called a sage of steady mind. These two verses from the Gita clarify the process of tolerating the urges of speech, mind, and anger as recommended in the first verse of $1 Upaidzamrita. Now it should be known that there are two types of intelligence. The propensity to discriminate between good and bad under the dictation of the mind is called mundane intelligence, and the intelligence to discriminate between good and bad under the dictation of the soul is called spiritual intelligence. That is why in the Bhagavad Gita, 3.42, it is said, Indriyani paranitar indriyabhyaparam manamanasis tu parabhutar yo buddhi paradas tu sa. The working senses are superior to dull matter, mind is higher than the senses, because the senses work under the dictation of the mind's propensities. Intelligence is still higher than the mind, for intelligence is the propensity of the soul and therefore the master of the mind, and he, the soul, is even higher than the intelligence. The intelligence also pervertedly accepts materialism only when under the control of the false ego. When under the control of the pure ego, in the form of identifying oneself as the servant of Krishna, the intelligence is always naturally pure. Therefore the Vedas establish that the knower of the body is intelligent. That spirit soul is higher than the intelligence, because intelligence is only the soul's propensity. When a living entity realizes himself as a pure spiritual particle, then his spiritual ego, in the form of identifying himself as the servant of Krishna, naturally arises. At that time the intelligence in its pure form rejects materialism and accepts spiritualism. At that time a living entity has no desire other than the service of Krishna, and he rejects material desires as insignificant. In this position the living entity is known as sthita prajna, transcendentally situated, or sthita, steady-minded. Being empowered by spiritual potency, the intelligence then becomes steady and controls the mind and heart by regulating them. Then the mind, under the direction of the intelligence, controls the senses by regulating them, and a favorable mood for devotional service manifests in the sense objects, indriyasyarth. This is called indriya nigraya, controlling the senses in devotional service. Whatever arrangements are there for controlling the senses in the paths of dry knowledge and renunciation does not properly control the senses. In Bhagavad Gita, 2.59, it is said, Vizaya vinivartat naradrasaya dihina rasa varjam rasopayasya paramtrist vinivartate. The embodied soul may be restricted from sense enjoyment, though the taste for sense objects remains. But, ceasing such engagements by experiencing a higher taste, he is fixed in consciousness. This is real sense control. One should spiritualize the senses and control them with the mind, and one should spiritualize the mind and control it with the intelligence. By this process, laulya, in the form of restlessness of the intelligence and mind, is vanquished. When the intelligence is restless, the mind cannot be fixed. The restless intelligence wanders, sometimes in karma, sometimes in yoga, sometimes in dry renunciation, and sometimes in dry knowledge. To fix the intelligence in bhakti by giving up restlessness, the Srimad Bhagavatam, November 20, 1932-34, prescribes, Yet karmabhir yat tapaskjriyana vairagyatas ca yet yogina dhammadharminas ravaratara api sarvam mad bhakti yogina mad bhakta labhate fijasas vargapavargam mad dhammakathansad yadi vichati nakansat sadhavodhira bhakti kantino mamavafisandi api mayadadam kaivalayamapunarbhavam. Everything that can be achieved by fruitive activities, penance, knowledge, detachment, mystic yoga, charity, religious duties, and all other means of perfecting life is easily achieved by my devotee through loving service unto me. If somehow or other my devotee desires promotion to heaven, liberation, or residence in my abode, he easily achieves such benedictions. Because my devotees possess saintly behavior and deep intelligence, they completely dedicate themselves to me and do not desire anything besides me. Indeed, even if I offer them liberation from birth and death, they do not accept it. The devotees naturally enjoy the pleasure of my service. Considering all this, the practicing devotee should give up laulya in the form of restlessness and attain fixed intelligence in devotional service. Another meaning of the word laulya is greed. If greed is directed to other objects, then how can it be applied in relation with Krishna? Greed should be carefully engaged in the service of Krishna. Greed for material enjoyment should be conquered by the above-mentioned method. That is why it is said that persons who are overcome by lust and greed cannot become as pure through the process of yoga, beginning with yama, as they can by serving Krishna. As stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam, January 6, 1936, Yamadibur Yoga Path A Kamalabhahata Mahamukunda Savayadyavattathatmata Nasamyati. It is true that by practicing restraint of the senses by the yoga system one can get relief from the disturbances of lust and greed, but this is not sufficient to give satisfaction to the soul, for this satisfaction is derived from devotional service to the personality of Godhead, because Sama Man Nisati Buddhe, absorbing the intelligence in me constitutes mental equilibrium. Bhag. November 19, 1936, by developing greed for Krishna's service, the Vaisnava's service, and chanting the holy names, There will be no greed for inferior things. One who becomes greedy by seeing the Vrajavasi's service to Krishna is very fortunate. By the mercy of that greed, he attains the qualification for Raga Bhakti. One's material greed is vanquished in proportion to the development of greed for Ragdamik service. If one has greed for nice foodstuffs, drinks, sleeping, smoking, and drinking wine, then one's devotion diminishes. Greed for wine, wealth, and women is most contrary to devotional principles. Those who have a desire for attaining pure devotional service should carefully give up such things. Whether for auspicious things or sinful things, greed for anything not related to Krishna is most despicable. Greed only in relation to Krishna is the cause of all auspiciousness. The greed attained by the Mahajanas for topics of Krishna is mentioned in the Srimad Bhagavatam, January 1, 2019, as follows: Vayam tu na vitrapyam atamas loka vikramyak kranvatam razajnyanams vidus vadu paid. We never tire of hearing the transcendental pastimes of the personality of Godhead, who is glorified by hymns and prayers. Those who have developed a taste for transcendental relationships with him relish hearing of his pastimes at every moment. Another name for greed in relation to Krishna is dura, or respect. We will discuss this in detail later. Another meaning of laulya is desire. Desires are of two types: desire for material enjoyment and desire for liberation. Unless one gives up these two types of desires, one cannot practice devotional service. Srila Bhaktivinoda Swami has written in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, January 2, 2015, Bhukshi Mukti Sprayavat Pasi Herdi Varte Tavad Bhakti Sukha Siyatra Katham Abhudeo Bhavat. The material desire to enjoy the material world and the desire to become liberated from material bondage are considered to be two witches, and they haunt one like ghosts. As long as these witches remain within the heart, how can one feel transcendental bliss? As long as these two witches remain in the heart, there is no possibility of enjoying the transcendental bliss of devotional service. There are two types of material enjoyments, worldly and heavenly. Wealth, women, children, opulences, kingdom, victory, good food, good sleep, associating with women for sense enjoyment, good birth, and other pleasures are all worldly enjoyments. Going to heaven and drinking nectar there, as well as sense gratification free of old age, are all heavenly enjoyments. When the heart is filled with the desire to enjoy, one cannot selflessly worship Krishna. Therefore, unless the desire for enjoyment is completely uprooted from the heart, one's progress in devotional service will be obstructed. In this regard, there is one thing to be said: if all these material enjoyments are favorable to devotional service, then householders can accept them without sin. In that case, all these enjoyments are not called enjoyments, but rather they are means of progress in a devotee's life. Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2.9-10 has stated, Dharma Sayahaya Pavargyasya Nardarathayopa Kalpatnarthasaya Dharma Ekanasya Kama Labhaya Hismrta Kamasya Anendriya Pritra Labho Jivata Yavata Jivasaya Tudvajinasanartoyasya Karma. All occupational engagements are certainly meant for ultimate liberation. They should never be performed for material gain. Furthermore, according to sages, one who is engaged in the ultimate occupational service should never use material gain to cultivate sense gratification. Life's desire should never be directed toward sense gratification. One should desire only a healthy life, or self-preservation, since a human being is meant for inquiry about the absolute truth. Nothing else should be the goal of one's works. Another name of dharma, or occupational service, is yukta vairagya. Desire for liberation must be rejected. There are 5 types of liberation, namely, slakya, living on the same planet; stristim, having the same opulence; samipya, to be a personal associate; strayapya, having the same bodily features; and sayujya, oneness. Sayujya, liberation in the form of merging with the Lord, is hated by the practitioner of devotional service. Although slakya, stristi, samipya, and stritipya are devoid of the desire for enjoyment, still they are undesirable. As soon as a living entity becomes free from material bondage by the strength of devotion, he immediately attains liberation. That liberation, however, is not the principal fruit of bhakti. The pure love for Krishna attained by liberated souls is the principal fruit of sadhana bhakti. In this regard, Sri Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya makes the following appropriate statement in Sri Kanya Karitamrita, Madhya 6.267-269. Salakyati Karyati Haya Savata Varada Bukhe Dasat Bhakta Karanjikara Suja Sunite Bhaktara Haya Granabaya Naraka Vathche, Tabu Suja Nalaya Brahm, Isvar Suja Dui Taprakara Brahma Suja Hidas Varas Fuja Dikara. If there is a chance to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead, a pure devotee sometimes accepts the slakya, strayapya, samipya, or sarsti forms of liberation, but never stuja. A pure devotee does not like even to hear about Stuja Mukti, which inspires him with fear and hatred. Indeed, the pure devotee would rather go to hell than merge into the effulgence of the Lord. There are two kinds of Asayujyamukshi, merging into the Brahma effulgence and merging into the personal body of the Lord. Merging into the Lord's body is even more abominable than merging into his effulgence. The purport is that the liberation of a devotee, in the form of freedom from bondage, is easily attained by the will of Krishna. That is why one should not pollute his endeavor for devotional service with desires. It is the essential duty of the practicing devotee to carefully give up materialistic laulya, sadhuvriti. Following in the footsteps of the previous acharyas, I have already written separate essays regarding azad, niskaya, dhairya, tat karma pravartana, and sanghatyaga. Now I am writing this essay on stuvriti. There are two kinds of sadhus, householders and renunciates. We'll separately describe the vritti, or occupation, of each. Although householders and renunciates have different occupations, there are some they have in common. These will be discussed separately. There are two meanings of the word occupation: propensity and lifestyle. Propensity means one's nature, or svabhava. Those natural propensities are the living entity's dharma. It is said in the Srimad Bhagavatam, July 11, 1931, Prayasvabhavavihito nranam dharmo yujvedadrigbi smrto rajan pritayasiya ca sarma krt. My dear king, Brahmanas well conversant in Vedic knowledge have given their verdict that in every age, yuga, the conduct of different sections of people according to their material modes of nature is auspicious both in this life and after death. By passing life in one's natural occupation, one can attain devotional service free from the modes of nature. Otherwise one will fall into irreligion and be unable to make gradual advancement. It is said in the Srimad Bhagavatam, July 11, 1932, Vrityasvabhivakritaya vardamanisva karma krthavasvabhavajam karmasanar nirgunatamiya. If one acts in his profession according to his position in the modes of nature and gradually gives up these activities, he attains the transcendental position. Nirgunata, or the transcendental position, means devotion to Krishna. As stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam, November 25, 1933, Tasmadam imam labhvijtnavitnyana samtavam guna sangam vinarachiyam bhajantavikexana. Therefore, having achieved this human form of life, which allows one to develop full knowledge, those who are intelligent should free themselves from all contamination of the modes of nature and engage exclusively in my loving service. It has been ascertained by the Lord's use of the two words nirgnam and madhupasriyams 3 that whatever is performed out of devotion is called nirguna, or transcendental. The Srimad Bhagavatam, November 25, 1934-35, states, Rajas tamash kabhijayat sativa samsavayamunik sadvam kabhijade yukto nirapiksayina santa. He should conquer the modes of passion and ignorance by engaging himself only with things in the mode of goodness. Then, being fixed in devotional service, the sage should also conquer the material mode of goodness by indifference toward the modes. Therefore people can become free from the modes of nature if they pass their lives dovetailing everything, stvika objects, activities, time, and place, with the devotional service of the Lord. Only human beings are eligible for propensities in the mode of goodness, and remaining in that state they gradually become free from the modes. The general propensities of human beings in the mode of goodness are described in the Srimad Bhagavatam, 7.11.8-12, as follows: Satya, speaking the truth without distortion or deviation; Daya, sympathy to everyone suffering; Tapa, austerities, such as observing fasts at least twice in a month on the day of Ekadashi; Sasa, cleanliness, bathing regularly at least twice a day, morning and evening, and remembering to chant the holy name of God; Titiksa, toleration, being unagitated by seasonal changes or inconvenient circumstances; Ekt, distinguishing between good and bad; Sama, control of the mind, not allowing the mind to act whimsically; Dhamma, control of the senses, not allowing the senses to act without control; Ahimsad, non-violence, not subjecting any living entity to the threefold miseries; Brahmacharya, continence or abstaining from misuse of one's semen, not indulging in sex with women other than one's own wife and not having sex with one's own wife when sex is forbidden, like during the period of menstruation; Tyaga, giving in charity at least 50% of one's income; Svadhyaya, treading of transcendental literatures like Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Ramayana and Mahabharata; Saralata, simplicity, freedom from mental duplicity; Santosha, being satisfied with that which is available without severe endeavor; Samadarsi Janaraseva, rendering service to saintly persons who make no distinctions between one living being and another and who see every living being as a spirit soul; Gramayasestahita Niverti, not taking part in so-called philanthropic activities; Viparyaya Hexa, distinguishing unnecessary activities, Vrthalapanivrti, Manam, being grave and silent, Atmavimarshana, research into the self, as to whether one is the body or the soul, Anadira Vibhaga, equal distribution of food and drink, Sakala Loke Bhagavat Sambandha Buddha, accepting all living entities as related to the Lord, as well as Shravana, hearing, Kirtana, chanting, Smarana, remembering, his words and activities, Seva, service, Ifaya, worship, Nadi, offering obeisances, Dasya, accepting the service, Sakyam, to consider as a friend, Atmanivadana, surrendering one's whole self. According to the differentiations of these 30 characteristics, the four Varnas, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaisya, and Sidra, and the four Dhramas, Brahmachari, Gaza, Vanaprastha, and Sannyasa, are born. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, November 18, 1942, it is said, Bhikar Dharma Samoharsa Topic Savanau Kasajirino Beta Rakes Ejid Vijasiasi Duriya Savanam. The main religious duties of a Sannyasi are equanimity and non-violence, whereas for the Vanaprastha austerity and philosophical understanding of the difference between the body and soul are prominent. The main duties of a householder are to give shelter to all living entities and perform sacrifice, and the Brahmachari is mainly engaged in serving the spiritual master. The life occupations of the four Varnas are stated as follows: study, teaching, worship, giving charity, and accepting charity. These 6 are the Brahmanas' occupations. Out of these they should maintain their life by teaching worship, and accepting worship. The Kshatriya's occupations are protecting the praja by punishing miscreants and maintaining the life by taxation. Farming, protecting cows, and business are the Vaisya's occupations. Only serving Brahmanas is the livelihood of the Sidras. The traditional occupation of those who are lower than Sidras are their means of livelihood. From all these conclusions of Srimad Bhagavatam it should be understood that performing devotional service to Sri Hari is the only purpose of life. There is no other purpose. Unless one makes the gross and subtle bodies favorable for devotional service, one cannot engage in such. There is a need for some arrangements in order to attain a favorable condition in those two bodies. First, in order to maintain the gross body there is a need to accumulate a house, household items, grains, and drinks. For the prosperity of the subtle body one needs proper knowledge and a proper occupation. In order to make the bodies completely favorable for devotional service, there is a need to situate them above the modes of nature. Due to the results of fruitive activities from time immemorial, whatever nature and desires a living entity develops is certainly a mixture of goodness, passion, and ignorance. By first enriching the mode of goodness, one should diminish and defeat passion and ignorance and make goodness prominent. When the mode of goodness is completely under the control of devotional service, then it becomes nirguna. By following this gradual process one's body, mind, and environment become fit for devotional service. There is a need for varnasrama dharma while a human remains in the stage of piety and impiety that are born of his nature. The main purpose of varnasrama dharma is this: by gradually following varnasrama dharma a human being will become eligible to perform devotional service. Steinman Mahaprabhu has quoted the following verses from Srimad Bhagavatam, 11.5.2-3, to Sanatana Goswami, Makabhira Padaptyapuruzazyas Rame Sahakathrojajhir Varnagunar Vipradaya Prathakya Isam Pursam Saksadima Prabhavamas Varam Na Bhajanti Avahanyanti Stand Brasta Padandiyadhya. From the mouth of Brahma, the Brahminical order has come into existence. Similarly, from his arms the Kshatriyas have come, from his waist the Vaisyas have come, and from his legs the Sidras have come. These four orders and their spiritual counterparts, Brahmacharya, Gaza, Vanaprastha, and Sannyasa, combine to make human society complete. If one simply maintains an official position in the four Varnas and asramas but does not worship the Supreme Lord Vishnu, he falls down from his puffed-up position into a hellish condition. Srila Ramananda Raya said that the process for achieving the supreme goal of life is given in the Vishnu Purana as follows: Varnas Ramakaravata Purasena Parapuman Visnur Grandyat Panthan Jnatat Tosakaranam. One can worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu, by proper discharge of the principles of Varna and Asrama. There is no alternative to pacifying the Lord by execution of the principles of the Varnasrama system. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, however, rejected this process as external and requested him to give a higher conclusion. The purport of Sri Chaitanya's statement is this: O Ramananda, Varnasrama Dharma is meant to regulate the gross and subtle bodies. If someone is satisfied only in that, without engaging in devotional service of Krishna, then what is his gain? Therefore, although the process of Varnasrama is the only means of purification for a conditioned soul, still it is external, as stated in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2.8. Dharmasvanuzita pumsam visvaksena kathasuyano padayati radam srama eva hi kevalam. The occupational activities a man performs according to his own position are only so much useless labor if they do not provoke attraction for the message of the personality of Godhead. From this one should not conclude that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has ordered us to discard Varnasrama Dharma. If that would have been the case, then he would not have instructed all living entities through his pastimes of completely following the orders of Geza and Sannyasa. As long as one has a material body, the system of Varnasrama Dharma must be followed, but it should remain under the full control and domination of bhakti. Varnasrama Dharma is like the foundation of one's supreme occupational duty. When one's supreme occupational duty is matured and one achieves his goal, then the process is gradually neglected. Again, it is also abandoned at the time of death. In the last half of the verse quoted by Srila Ramananda Raya, it says, Visnaradyat panthananyat tosakaranam. One should know that without following the process of Varnasrama Dharma, a materialist has no alternative to pass his life favorably for the service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu. This is the only way to achieve the life of a devotee. Human beings are divided according to their nature into the following divisions: Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaisya, Sidra, Sankara, and Antyaja. Even though the system of Varnasrama is not clearly present in some countries, still it exists in a seedling form. According to one's nature, he develops his occupation and, accordingly, his means of livelihood. By accepting the livelihood and occupation of others, one meets with misfortune. What to speak of misfortune, it especially obstructs one's devotional service. Birth is not the only criteria, the only criteria is one's nature. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, July 11, 1935, it is stated, Yasya yal laksanam pertam pumsa varnam hivyanjakam yad eniantrapi drasiatatat naiva vinurdaset. If one shows the symptoms of being a Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaisya, or Stidra, as described above, even if he has appeared in a different class, he should be accepted according to those symptoms of classification. In his commentary, Sridhara Swami has written, Samdavariva Brahmandi Vyavahadra Mukhaya, Najati Matradidyoha, Yasyeti. Yad yadi anyatra varnantar pidrasiatatat varnantaram tenaiva laksana nimita naiva varnina vinardaset, not to jati nimita artha. The Brahmana's main characteristics are qualities such as peacefulness, not birth. If these main characteristics are seen in persons other than those born as Brahmanas, then such persons should be considered Brahmanas. They should not be considered according to their caste by birth. This kind of eternal Varnasrama Dharma is always to be followed. It is often useful for devotional service. Members of the four Varnas and the lower castes should be eager to progress their sattvic nature. If an outcast becomes fortunate due to his pious deeds, then he should progress his cultivation of goodness while following the conduct of a Sidra. Everyone should give prominence to devotional service and progress the cultivation of goodness to the platform of nirguna, transcendence, by the mercy of the devotees. These are the stages of Santana Dharma. With devotion, the member of any Varna is considered the best of the Brahmanas. Without devotion, the life of a Brahmana fixed in goodness is useless. For example, let us consider the statement, some Mahatma has said, Srila Nautama Dasa Thakura from Prema Bhakti Kandrika, Majanariye Patha, Tateha Bhanurana, Travaprakaryavikaya, vertical bar will be attached to the path chalked out by the previous and later Mahajanas. The Risis and Mahatmas who have taught conduct before the appearance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are counted among the previous Mahayanas. The conduct seen in the Madhyanas after the appearance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the conduct of later Mahayanas. The conduct of the later Madhyanas is superior and should be adopted. The conduct of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his followers is meant to teach people, so that conduct should be followed in all respects. What is proper occupation? To know this, one should see the behavior of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's followers. As far as possible I will try to briefly compile them in this essay. First I will write about the behavior and occupation of the Gaza, as found in the character of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees. As a support for his devotional service, a householder should find a suitable wife. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi 15.26-27, the Lord says, Gazahai Lama, Ebikahi Gadarmagini Fin Gadarmanahaya Sabana. Since 1 a.m. remaining at home, it is my duty to act as a Gaza. Without a wife, there is no meaning to householder life. While living with one's wife and maintaining religious family life, Krishna's servants and maidservants are born in the form of sons and daughters. Nourishing them is called maintaining the family. The pious acquisition of wealth is required in these activities. In this regard Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has said in the Caitanya Bhagavata, Andhya 5.41, and Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 15.96, Prabhu Bail, Parivaranaka Tamaranarvak Mate Bhib Sabara? Gaza Hyena Inho, Kaye Safakaya Satakaya Ne Kali Kutumba Purananihaya. The Lord said, there are so many members in your family. How will you maintain everyone? Being a householder, one needs to save some money. Because he is not doing so, it is very difficult for him to maintain his family. One must be educated at a proper age. But he should not study atheistic literatures. In the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Adi 12.49 and Madhya 9.241-242, the Lord says, Paid keen loka? Krishna Bhakti Janabar Sayadi Nahila, Te Vidyaya Kikir? Visaya Madanda Sabha Kitwine Jain Vidyamade, Dana Made Vaisnavanasini Bhagavata Pajiyao Karo Buddha Nasa. Why do people study? Education is only for understanding devotional service of Lord Krishna. If you miss this point, then what is the use of your education? Everyone is blinded by pride and sense gratification. Being proud of their education and wealth, they fail to recognize a Vaisnava. If one studies Srimad Bhagavatam improperly, his intelligence is polluted. Serving guests is the principal duty of a Gaza. This is the Lord's instruction. In the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Adi 14.21, 26, it is stated, Gasthir Mahaprabhu Sikayina Dharma Atidhira Seva, Egrasthara Mila Karma Akidav Chitasuka Rayana Sakti Tahakarilia Baliadathite Bhakti. In this way the Lord satisfied all his guests and taught the world how to behave as a perfect householder. The foremost duty of a householder is to serve his guests. If a householder happily serves his guests without duplicity and according to his ability, he is considered hospitable. A Gaza should act with simplicity in his dealings with people. He should not allow any kind of cheating or duplicity in his heart. In the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Adi 14.142, the Lord says, Adavagretumi Krishna Bhaja Giva Kutinati Paraharya Kandahaya. Therefore go back to your home and worship Lord Krishna with full attention, giving up all duplicity. It is the principal duty of a Gaza to serve senior persons. In the Caitanya Caritamrita, Adi 15.21, the Lord says, Gazahaya Kariba Pitamatar Savana Ahadai Tustahabina Lakshmi Narayana. Later I shall become a householder and thus serve my parents, for this action will very much satisfy Lord Narayana and his wife, the goddess of fortune. A householder should take the principles of renunciation to heart, but he should not simply dress as a renunciate. As stated by the Lord in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 16.237-239, Sthirahanagarayo, Nahau Vachala Krame Piloka Bhava Sindhu Kila Markata Vairagya Nakaraloka Dakane Yatha Yoga Visaya Bhufiya and Saktahana and Ternistakara, Bahloka Vyavahara Sirat Krishna Tamaya Kariba Udara. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, be patient and return home. Don't be a crazy fellow. By and by you will be able to cross the ocean of material existence. You should not make yourself a show-bottle devotee and become a false renunciate. For the time being, enjoy the material world in a befitting way and do not become attached to it. Within your heart, you should keep yourself very faithful, but externally you may behave like an ordinary man. Thus Krishna will soon be very pleased and deliver you from the clutches of Maya. A householder is duty-bound to work for the benefit of everyone. In the Caitanya Caritamrita, Adi 9.41, 7.92, the Lord said, Birdabhi might hila manusya janma yar janma sartaka kari kara para upakaranka, go. Bhaktisange kara sankirtana Krishna nama upadesi tara sarvajana. One who has taken his birth as a human being in the land of India, Bharatavarsa, should make his life successful and work for the benefit of all other people. My dear child, continue dancing, chanting, and performing sankirtana in association with devotees. Furthermore, go out and preach the value of chanting Krishna Ma, for by this process you will be able to deliver all fallen souls. In this practice of devotional service, duplicitous association has been prohibited. Even in street sankirtana one should chant and dance in the association of pure devotees. One should not chant in the association of non-devotees. A householder should fully depend on the will of the Lord in all his activities. The Lord says in the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Madhya 28.55, Sunamata, Isvarara Adhina Samstras Vatantra Hida Sakti Nahika Kahara. Listen, dear mother, the whole world is under the control of the Lord. No one has the power to become independent. A householder should cautiously give up the association of non-devotees, women, and uxorious people. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.87, the Lord said, Asat Sangadyaga, Advatsneva Akara Strt Sangi, Ekasadhu, Krishna Bhaktara Vaisnava should always avoid the association of ordinary people. Common people are very much materially attached, especially to women. Vaisnavas should also avoid the company of those who are not devotees of Lord Krishna. By following his prescribed duties, a Vaisnava should accumulate wealth for his maintenance. He should not accumulate wealth by sinful means. Lord Nityananda Prabhu has stated in the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Andhya 5.685-688, Sunadaviya, Yaetka Pataka Kaili Tui Ariati Nayadkaras, Sabha Nimumodi Parahimst, Daka, Kuri, Sabha Anakara Chatagiya, Ihetumi na Kari Ha'ara Dharma Pategiya Tumi Laha Hari Namatab Tumi Anir Kariba Paratrana Dharma Pate Sabar Layout Tumi Giva. Now listen carefully, O Brahmana. Will take responsibility for all your previous misdeeds if you do not repeat them. No more aggression, violence, looting, or murder, give them up forever. Lead a religious life and chant the holy names of the Supreme Lord. Then later you can also save others. Go and meet other dacoits and murderers and bring them to the path of pure religious life. A householder should not hanker for another's wife or prostitutes. This is exhibited in the Lord's dealings with Krishnadasa in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 9.227-228. Gazanira sage Rahi Krishnadasa Brahmana Bhadathari Saha Tilhan Hila Darasana Stri Donadakana Tanaralabajan Malarya Sarala Viprayara Buddhanasa Kaila Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was accompanied by his servant, Krishnadasa. He was a Brahmana, but he met with the Bhadatharis there. With women the Bhadatharis allured the Brahmana Krishnadasa, who was simple and gentle. By virtue of their bad association, they polluted his intelligence. The Lord protected that Brahmana from the women's clutches by pulling him by the hair. The word Sarala Vipra mean a weak-hearted young Brahmana. He is a real householder who chants 100,000 names every day. Pure devotees should accept praise day in the houses of such gazas. In the Chaitanya Bhagavata, 9.121-2, the Lord said, Prabhu Baal, Jana, Lakesesvara Balik air? Pratidina Laksanama Yi Grayana Kersajanara Nama Ami Bali Lakesesvara Tatha Biksamara, Nayayanyagara. The Lord replied, do you know who is a Lakesesvara? He is someone who chants 1 laksa, or 100,000, holy names every day. Call such a person a Lakesesvara. I only take meals in that person's house, no one else. There is no difference between Smartas and Vaisnavas regarding following the codes of religion. The Lord has said in the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Andhya 9.388-9, At Homogenera Yudsidira, Yenidharmanadi Kari Vaisnavio Kerse Karma Isaba Sanket K Hamer, K Hater. Sometimes an exalted Vaisnava exhibits the same activities as a materialistic person. One can understand this by the mercy of Krishna, otherwise in this dilemma one may be liberated or destroyed. The purport is that the conviction in the heart of a Vaisnava is independent. If one is a Vaisnava, then he can understand the conviction in the heart of another Vaisnava who is engaged in the same activities as those of the Smartas. One who cannot understand this cannot respect Vaisnavas, and he thereby goes to hell. The Lord has explained the duties of householders in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 15.104, Prabhukahena, Krishna Seva, Vaisnava Savananarantara Kara Krishna Nama Sankirtana. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, without cessation continue chanting the holy name of Lord Krishna. Whenever possible, serve him and his devotees, the Vaisnavas. It is the duty of a Gaza to constantly chant the holy names of the Lord and serve the Vaisnavas and the Lord with the help of his relatives and by the wealth he has earned through his pious life. Regarding serving the Vaisnavas, one should know that there are 3 types of non-duplicitous devotees. Serving such Vaisnavas is called Vaisnava Seva. There is no need to gather many Vaisnavas by invitation. Whenever a Vaisnava comes for any purpose he should be properly served with care. By gathering many Vaisnavas, one may commit offenses. As stated in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 15.198, Bahuta Sanidsyadi Daiskathani Samanakari Tainari, Aparadapai. If all the Sanidsas come together, it would not be possible for me to pay them proper respects. Therefore I would be an offender. It is the duty of a Gaza Vaisnava to show mercy on the poor and fallen. As stated in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya 3.238, Dine Dayakare. I sadhus vabhavahaya. It is a characteristic of all saintly persons to be kind toward the poor and fallen. A Gaza Vaisnava should not desire to give up his body merely out of some sentiment or anger. As stated by the Lord in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya 4.57, Dihathaya Gadi Yada, Sabha, Tamo Dharma Tamo Rajo Dharma Krishna Anapaye Marma. Acts such as suicide are influenced by the mode of ignorance, and in ignorance and passion one cannot understand who Krishna is. There is no consideration of superior or inferior status due to social position in regard to worshipping Krishna. In worldly occupations there are different activities according to the different social divisions. which are due to superior and inferior grades of intelligence. There are no such distinctions in the process of devotional service. As confirmed by the Lord in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya 4.66-67, Nikajati na Krishna Bhajanayoga Sakula Viprana Bhajanara Yoga Ye Bhaje Se Bhada, a Bhakta, Hina, Kara Krishna Bhajanai Jati Kulati Vakara. A person born in a low family is not unfit for discharging devotional service to Lord Krishna, nor is one fit for devotional service simply because he is born in an aristocratic family of Brahmanas. Anyone who takes to devotional service is exalted, whereas a non-devotee is always condemned and abominable. Therefore in the discharge of devotional service to the Lord, there is no consideration of the status of one's family. Also in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya 5.84, it is said, Sannyasi Pandita Ganarakari Tagarvanasani Kastidardavara Karinadarmara Prakasa. To vanquish the false pride of so-called renunciates and learned scholars, he spreads real religious principles, even through a Sidra, or a low-born fourth-class man. A Gaza Vaisnava should feel satisfied with whatever food and clothing he gets without difficulty. As stated in the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Antya 4.293, Sabahita Bhagyavanta, Sri Saka, Vyafi Jana Puna Puna Yaha Prabhu Karina Grayana. The spinach and vegetables are the most fortunate of all, for the Lord accepts them again and again. A Gaza Vaisnava should perform devotional service with undeviated attention, knowing Krishna as the Lord of all. He should not disrespect the demigods worshipped by the Smarta Sampradaya. As stated in Sri Chaitanya Bhagavata, Antya 2.243, Nd Main Chaitanya Patha, Bolai Vaisnava Shiviramanya Karavyartha Tarasava. If one claims to be a Vaisnava, but he disrespects Lord Shiva and does not strictly follow the path exhibited by Lord Chaitanya, all his efforts are futile. It is the duty of a Gaza to work for the benefit of others even by giving up his own self-interest. In the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Antya 3.365, it is said, Apandrabala Hayati Jana Deke Sujanapana Chetito Pararake. Some people expect only benefits for themselves, but a gentleman cares for others while giving up his own interest. A Gaza Vaisnava should respect and worship Tulasi. As stated in Sri Caitanya Bhagavata, Antya 8.159-160, Sankyanama let yeast thane prabhavastat Rakina Tulasira Prabhupas Tulasira Dakina, Japina Sankyanama e Bhaktiyogira Tudvakabujhai Bana. Wherever the Lord sits to chant his rounds, he keeps Tulasi before him. He gazes at Tulasi while he chants his rounds. Who can understand the science of devotional service? A householder with devotion is glorious, while a householder without devotion is insignificant. Whatever social dealings a householder has to perform should be done while taking shelter of the holy name of Krishna. Regarding the character of the Mahajana Sri Kalidasa, the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya 16.6-7, states, Mahabhagavata Tenho Saralau Dara Krishna Ma Sankat Kalaya Vyavadra Katakit Tenho Yadi Pasaka Kilaya Hare Krishna Krishna Kari Pasaka Kalaya. Kalidasa was a very advanced devotee, yet he was simple and liberal. He would chant the holy name of Krishna while performing all his ordinary dealings. When he used to throw dice in jest, he would throw the dice while chanting Hare Krishna. Everyone is prohibited from corrupt earning or spending, and workers are prohibited from accepting bribes. As stated by the Lord in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya 9.90, 142-144, Rajarvartanakaya, Arakuri Kara Rajadandiya Hyase Sastraravikar Vyaya Nakariha Kitra Rajara Miladana Diyi Kichu Labha Hyase Danakarihan Anadarm Karm Vyaya Azad Vyaya Nakariha. Yait Dui Loka Yaya. One who serves the government but misappropriates the government's revenue is liable to be punished by the king. That is the verdict of all revealed scriptures. Do not spend any of the king's revenue. First you should pay the revenue due the king, and then you may spend the balance for religious and fruitive activities. Don't spend a farthing for sinful activities for which you will be the loser both in this life and the next. A Gaza should accept a spiritual master who is full of devotion and of pure character. As stated in Sri Chaitanya Bhagavata, Madhya 21.65, Guru Yada Bhakti Sanya, Tathasisa Agana. As the Guru is without devotion, so are the disciples. A householder should be particularly careful not to commit offences against the Vaisnavas. In the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Madhya 22.33, the Lord says, Ye Vaisnavas thane aparada rapuna sake samal segus, nadra. When someone offends a Vaisnava, he is not relieved until he is forgiven by that same Vaisnava. Serving devotees is a householder's main duty. As stated in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya 16.57, 60, Vaisnavarasesa Bhaksanara Etaka Mahima Kalades Poyala Prabhira Karpa Shima Bhaktapada Heliara Bhaktapada Jala Bhakta Bhukta Avasesa, Tina Mahabala. Taking the remnants of the Vaisnavas food is so valuable that it induced Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to offer Kalidasa his supreme mercy. The dust of the feet of a devotee, the water that has washed the feet of a devotee, and the remnants of food left by a devotee are three very powerful substances. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, November 20, 2027-8, Lord Krishna describes how a householder should act until his natural propensity for enjoying sense objects is overcome and he fully attains the characteristics of a pure devotee. Yadas Rado Mat Kathas Unirvina Sarvakarmasu Veda Dakhatmakan Kaman Prityaj Bhyanas Veritado Bayadam Apritas Radalurdradanis Kaya Jusamanas C8 and Kaman Duko Darkam Ca Garhayan. Having awakened faith in the narrations of my glories, being disgusted with all material activities, knowing that all sense gratification leads to misery, but still being unable to renounce all sense enjoyment, my devotee remains happy and worships me with great faith and conviction. Even though he is sometimes engaged in sense enjoyment, my devotee knows that all sense gratification leads to a miserable result, and he sincerely repents such activities. When a householder has faith, he should take initiation into the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. As stated in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.64, Sradhavan Janahaya Bhaktiadi Karyatama, Madhyama, Kanastha, Shraddha Anusarya. Faithful devotee is a truly eligible candidate for the loving service of the Lord. According to one's faith, one is classified as a topmost devotee, an intermediate devotee, or an inferior devotee. A Gazavaisnava must gradually acquire all the qualities mentioned in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.78-80, Kr Palu, Atriya Droha, Sachastrasama Nidosa, Vidanya, Murdu, Suchi, Akipakana Sarvopakaraka, Santa, Krishnayaka Sarana Kama, Antha, Sthira, Vivida Sadguna Mitabuk, Apramata, Manada, Amani Gambira, Karuna, Maitara, Kavi, Daksa. Mauni devotees are always merciful, humble, truthful, equal to all, faultless, magnanimous, mild, and clean. They are without material possessions, and they perform welfare work for everyone. They are peaceful, surrendered to Krishna, and desireless. They are indifferent to material acquisitions and fixed in devotional service. They completely control the 6 bad qualities, lust, anger, greed, and so forth. They eat only as much as required, and they are not inebriated. They are respectful, grave, compassionate, and without false prestige. They are friendly, poetic, expert, and silent. A Gazavaisnava should be eager to associate with advanced devotees. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.83, it is stated, Krishna Bhakti Janmamila Haya Sadhu Sangha. The root cause of devotional service to Lord Krishna is association with advanced devotees. Out of all the processes of devotional service, one should give earnest attention to the 5 limbs mentioned in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.128-129, as follows: Stu Sangha, Namakirtana, Bhagavata Shravana Madharavesa, Sri Mirtiras Radhaya Savada Sakala Sadhana Shrestha Apafika Unga Krishna Prema Janmaya Apafsara Alpasanga. One should associate with devotees, chant the holy name of the Lord, hear Srimad Bhagavatam, reside at Mathura, and worship the deity with faith and veneration. These 5 limbs of devotional service are the best of all. Even a slight performance of these 5 awakens love for Krishna. Gradually one should diminish the following of prescribed rules out of obligation and cultivate spontaneous attachment. When spontaneous attachment to the Lord is awakened, many prescriptions are automatically discarded and atonement becomes needless. The difference is described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.140, 142-143, as follows: Kamatayaji Krishna Bhaje Sastra Inamani Deva Rsi Pitradi Karakabu Narani Vidi Dharmachadi Bhaje Krishnara Karana Nijda Papa Kartarakabu Namani Fain Vihaya Yadi Papa Upazita Krishna Tatire Sudakar, Nakaraya Prayasita. If a person gives up all material desires and completely engages in the transcendental loving service of Krishna, as enjoined in revealed scriptures, he is never indebted to demigods, sages, or forefathers. Although the pure devotee does not follow all the regulative principles of Varnasrama, he worships the lotus feet of Krishna. Therefore he naturally has no tendency to commit sin. If, however, a devotee accidentally becomes involved in a sinful activity, Krishna purifies him. He does not have to undergo the regulative form of atonement. A Gazavaisnava should not endeavor for any knowledge or renunciation other than knowledge of one's relationship with the Lord in devotional service and renunciation born from devotional service. If one begins the worship of Krishna with special care and eagerness, then he achieves all auspiciousness. As stated in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.145, Jana Vairagyati, Bhakti Rakabuna Ungahims Jamaniyamadi Bul Krishna Bhakta Sangha. The path of speculative knowledge and renunciation is not very essential for devotional service. Indeed, good qualities such as non-violence and mind and sense control automatically accompany a devotee of Lord Krishna. The gradations of devotion to Lord Krishna are stated in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 23.10-13. One should cultivate them as follows: Sthu Sanghahita Haya Shravana Kirtana Sadhana Bhakti Haya Sarvanartha Nivartana Anartha Nivarti Hili Bhakti Nistahita Sravanati Rusi Upajaya Rusi Hita Bhakti Hide Sakshi Prakara Sakshi Hita Cheat Janme Kursna Priti Ankara Se Bhavagata Hili Dare Prima Nama Se Prima. Proyana Sarvananda Dhamma. When one is encouraged in devotional service by the association of devotees, one becomes free from all unwanted contamination by following the regulative principles and chanting and hearing. When one is freed from all unwanted contamination, he advances with firm faith. When firm faith in devotional service awakens, a taste for hearing and chanting also awakens. After taste is awakened, a deep attachment arises, and from that attachment the seed of love for Krishna grows in the heart. When that ecstatic emotional stage intensifies, it is called love of Godhead. Such love is life's ultimate goal and the reservoir of all pleasure. A Vaishnava should constantly chant the holy names while carefully giving up the 10 offenses. As stated in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya 4.70-71, Bhajanara Madhshrestanavavita Bhakti Krishna Prema, Krishna Dite Dare Mahasakti Tara Madhsarva Shrestanama Sankirtanana Aparadnamalaya Prima Dana. Among the ways of executing devotional service, the 9 prescribed methods are the best, for these processes have great potency to deliver Krishna and ecstatic love for him. Of the 9 processes of devotional service, the most important is to always chant the holy name of the Lord. If one does so, avoiding the 10 kinds of offenses, one very easily obtains the most valuable love of Godhead. A householder should accept pure devotional service that is not based simply on religious sentiments. In the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Madhya 23.41, the Lord states, Moranratyadakaita Harakan Sakti? Payapan Karal Kimodhaya Bhakti? What qualification does he have to watch my dancing? By drinking milk can one attain devotion for me? The mood of servitude is proper for a living entity, and the mood of being Lord is detrimental. As stated in the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Madhya 23.480, 482, Udara Bharanalagya Papi Sabalayaya Svarami, Mile Jared Galvakutrara Bhaksya Diha, Ihar Liabalaya Svara Visnumaya Mugdahaya. All sinful persons claim to be God in order to fill their bellies, although factually they are idiots. Accepting the material body, which is meant to be eaten by the dogs, they call themselves God under the influence by Lord Vishnu's external energy. A Vaishnava should model his character after that of Lord Chaitanya and his followers. A householder should follow the ways of life and obtain his means of livelihood as exhibited by Lord Chaitanya and his followers. If one desires Krishna in all his activities, then those activities are auspicious. By endeavoring to gratify one's senses and attain irrelevant fruits, one becomes a materialist. For a devotee, to remain a householder or to become a renunciate is the same thing. Srila Ramananda Raya, Sri Pundarika Vidyanidhi, Sri Srivasa Pandita, Sri Sivananda Sena, Sri Satyaraja Khan, and Sri Advaita Prabhu were all Gazas and have shown us the way of faultless living. The difference between a householder and a renunciate is due to their different means of livelihood. If the home is favorable for a devotee's devotional service, then he should not leave. It is his duty to remain a Gaza with detachment. But when the home becomes unfavorable for his service, he then becomes eligible to leave home. At that time the detachment he develops for his house through his devotional service is accepted. For this reason, Srivasa Pandita did not leave home. For this reason, Svarpa Damodara took sannyasa. All genuine devotees have remained either at home or in the forest due to this consideration. Whoever has left home due to this consideration is called a genuine renunciate. He is always careful not to commit offenses against the holy name. Now let us consider the occupation of a renunciate. In the Caitanya Charitamrita, Andhya 6.222-227, 236-237, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu spoke to the renunciate Raghunatha Dasa Goswami as follows: Balakaila, Vairajira Dharmakarila Raghunatha Dasa has done well, he has acted suitably for a person in the renounced order. Vairagi Kari Basada Nama Sankirtana Majya Kanakare 5 Ana Raksana. A person in the renounced order should always chant the holy name of the Lord. He should beg some alms to eat, and he should sustain his life in this way. Vairagihana yebakare parapaksatriyasiddhina, Krishna karina upekso vairagi, a person in the renounced order, should not depend on others. If he does so, he will be unsuccessful, and he will be neglected by Krishna. Vairagihana karjivara lalasa paramartayaya, drahaya razor of A.C. for renunciate is eager for his tongue to taste different foods, his spiritual life will be lost, and he will be subservient to the tastes of his tongue. Vairagyirakritya, Siddhi Nama Sankirtana Dollar aka Patra Pulamilu Dharparana. The duty of a person in the renounced order is to chant the Hare Krishna mantra always. He should satisfy his belly with whatever vegetables, leaves, fruits, and roots are available. Jivaraldlasyaitiu Dara Parayana Krishna Nipaya. One who is subservient to the tongue and who thus goes here and there, devoted to the genitals and the belly, cannot attain Krishna. Gramaya Katana Sanaib, Gramaya Vardanakai Balanakai Barabalanaparib. Do not talk like people in general or hear what they say. You should not eat very palatable food, nor should you dress very nicely. Amani Manadahan Krishna Namasadala Bavari Radha Krishna Savamanas Kariba. Do not expect honor, but offer all respect to others. Always chant the holy name of Lord Krishna, and within your mind render service to Radha and Krishna in Vrindavana. A sannyasi or a renunciate should not live in his village with his relatives. As stated in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 3.177, Sannyasira Dharmana, Sannyasa Karina Nija Janmasthane Rahi Kutumbalana. After accepting Sannyadasa, it is not the duty of a sannyasi to remain at his birthplace, encircled by relatives. A renunciate should not meet a king or woman. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 11.7, the Lord said, Virikta Sannyasi Amara Raja Darasana Stri Darasana Sama Visra Bhaksana. Since I am in the renounced order, it is as dangerous for me to meet a king as to meet a woman. To meet either would be just like drinking poison. A renunciate should remain faultless. As stated in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 12.51, 53, Shukla Vastra Masi Binduya Ishnala Kaya Sannyasira Alpa Chidra Sarvaloke Gaya Prabhukahi. Piraniya Ishtubhira Kalasa Sirabindupti Nakara Parase. As soon as the general public finds a little fault in the behavior of a sannyasi, they advertise it like wildfire. A black spot of ink cannot be hidden on a white cloth. It is always very prominent. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then said, there may be much milk in a big pot, but if it is contaminated by a drop of liquor, it is untouchable. The behavior of a renunciate is explained in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 17.229. Preme Garagar Manaratri Divasandabhiksadi Nirvana Karina Abhyas. His mind was absorbed in great ecstatic love day and night. He ate and bathed simply out of habit. The symptoms of a pseudo-renunciate are stated by the Lord in the Caitanya Charitamrita, Andhya 2.117-118, 120, 124, 5.35-36, Prabhu Kahi. Vairagi Kare Prakriti Samthasana Dakait Naparona Mita Hara Vidana Durvar Indriya Kare Visaya Grayana Duravi Prakriti Hare Munar API Monak Sudra Yiwa Sabha Markata Vairagya Karya Indriya Karana Bhul Prakriti Sambhasiya Prabhu Kahi, Moravasana Moramana Prakriti Sambhasi Vairagi Nakare Darsana Amitas Anidsi, A4 Penervarikta Kari Mani Darsana Rahudayar, Prakritir Namayadi Suni Tabahin Vikarapaya Moratanumana, Prakriti Darsains Tira Haya Kanjana? The Lord replied, I cannot tolerate seeing the face of a person who has accepted the renounced order of life but who still talks intimately with a woman. So strongly do the senses adhere to the objects of their enjoyment that indeed a wooden statue of a woman attracts the mind of even a great saintly person. There are many persons with little in their possession who accept the renounced order of life like monkeys. They go here and there engaging in sense gratification and speaking intimately with women. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, my mind is not under my control. It does not like to see anyone in the renounced order who talks intimately with women. I am a sannyasi, and I certainly consider myself renounced. But not to speak of seeing a woman, if one even hear the name of a woman, feel changes in my mind and body. Therefore who could remain unmoved by the sight of a woman? It is very difficult. Again, detachment in the heart of a householder is greatly appreciated. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Andhya 5.80, the Lord says, Gazahafi Ana Raya Sadvargara Vase Visa Yihana Sanyasira Upadis. Although Ramananda Raya was a householder, he was not under the control of the 6 kinds of bodily change. Although apparently a pounds and shillings man, he advised even persons in the renounced order. A renunciate should not eat foods or accept goods from materialistic people, nor should he invite other renunciates to eat foods or accept goods from such people. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Andhya 6.274-275, Srila Raghunatha Dasa Goswami concludes as follows: Visitra Drivulafia Kari Nimanarana Prasana Nayat Haya Ihaya Jana Prabhura Manamurachita Drivulet Nahaya Nirmala Animantrandeki, Pratishta Matrapola. I invite Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu by accepting goods from materialistic people. One know that the Lord's mind is not satisfied by this. My consciousness is impure because, accept all these goods from people who are interested only in pounds, shillings, and pence. Therefore by this kind of invitation I only get some material reputation. The Lord replied in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Andhya 6.278-279, Visitra Anakdal Malina Hai Mana Malina Mana Highly Na Krishnaras Marana Visitra Anahai Rajasana Mantrana Data, Bhakta, Dunara Malina Hai Mana. When one eats food offered by a materialistic man, one's mind becomes contaminated, and when the mind is contaminated, one is unable to think of Krishna properly. When one accepts an invitation from a person contaminated by the material mode of passion, the person who offers the food and the person who accepts it are both mentally contaminated. It is not proper for a renunciate to expect unasked for charity. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Andhya 6.284, 286, it says, Prabhu Kahi, Balakaila, Chatila Simha Devara Simha Devar Beekt Vrtt 4s Yara Karacharya Yata Labo Durabharananya Katanai. Suk Krishna Sankirtana Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, he has done very well by no longer standing at the Simha Devara gate. Such begging of alms resembles the behavior of a prostitute. If one goes to the booth where free food is distributed and fills his belly with whatever he obtains, there is no chance of further unwanted talk and one can very peacefully chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. A renunciate should not construct big temples or residences. By doing so, he becomes entangled in household activities. He should meditate on the service of worshipping Govardhana Sila. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Andhya 6.296-297, it is stated, Chakufi Rajalo Ara Talasimani Yari Sativi Kaseva A, Sudabhave Kari Dui Dik Dui Paramadhika Malamanjari Mata Astaman Jart Dib Shraddha Kari. For such worship, one needs a jug of water and a few flowers from a tulasi tree. This is worship in complete goodness when performed in complete purity. With faith and love, you should offer 8 soft tulasi flowers, each with 2 tulasi leaves, one on each side of each flower. Devotees accept the Sanidza order of life only in special situations. It is not always required. A Vaisnava born in a Brahmana's family can take such Sanidza when he leaves home, but he should not accept the limbs that are averse to his devotional service. Regarding the characteristics of Svarpadamodara Prabhu, it is stated in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 10.107-108, Nisant Krishna Bhaji Bhata Karanan made Karila Tenasanidza Graya and Sanayasa Karila Sikasitra Tyagaripa Yoga Padananila, Namahilas Vartipa. He was very enthusiastic to worship Sri Krishna without disturbance, therefore it was almost in madness that he accepted the Sanidza order. Upon accepting Sannyasa, Pura Satama-acharya followed the regulative principles by giving up his tuft of hair and sacred thread, but he did not accept the saffron-colored dress. Also, he did not accept a sannyasi title but remained as a Naistika Brahmachari. Someone may accept Sanidza in the form of minimizing his needs. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 20.78, 81, there is the following statement regarding the character of Sri Sanatana Goswami. Tavmis for Puritana Eka Duty Dila Turtho Dui Ba Urvasa Kapina Karila Santana Kahi, Me Madhukari Kariba, Brahmanaragari Kina Katra Beek Salaba? When Tapana Misra gave Sanatana Goswami a used dhoti, Santana immediately tore it in pieces to make 2 sets of outer cloth and underwear. Sanatana replied, I shall practice the process of Madhukari. Why should I accept full meals in the house of a Brahmana? The Lord's response is found in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 20.92, Tina Mudrara Bodhagaya, Madhukari Grasa Dharmahani Haya, Loka Karapadza. It is contradictory to practice Madhukari and at the same time wear a valuable blanket. One loses his spiritual strength by doing this, and one will also become an object for jokes. Regarding the association of a Vaisnava sannyasi, the character of Sri Madhavendra Puri is described in the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Antya 4.419-421, 423-424, 426, 428. Visnumaya Vaisloka Kushingna Jain Sakala Jagat Bhattamahatamo Gun. People were conditioned by the mode of ignorance and had lost all knowledge due to the influence of Visnumaya. Loka Deki Dukkha Bhave Sri Madhavapuri Henanai, Tillarda Sambasi or Kari. Srila Madhavendra Puri was deeply pained by the godlessness of the people, and he found no one to speak to. Sanid Sirasain Bakarina Samchana Sahig Pener Matra Bail Narayana. Sometimes he would speak to the Sanidsas, but to his dismay he found that they claimed to be Narayana. Jani, Yogi, Tapasvi, Sannyasi Kyadyara Karamuknai Dasya Mahima Prakara Vertical Barfianas, Yogis, Tapasvas, and famous sannyas never spoke about the glories of serving the Supreme Lord. Yada Adhaya Pakasaba Tarka Savakantara Saba Krishnara Vigraya Main. All the teachers and professors were only interested in logic and argument. They refused to accept the spiritual form of Lord Krishna. Lokamadhramikin Vaisnavadakite Kothda Vaisnavanamanasuni Jagates Rolamadhavantrapuri thought, why am I roaming amongst people searching for a Vaisnava? Wherever I go I don't even hear the word Vaisnava. E-text say, Vanabala Isa Bahita Vainkatana Vaisnavarasahit. Therefore he considered it better to stay in the forest where he did not have to speak with non-devotees. A Vaisnava sannyasi should give up the use of Mayavadi markings. Concerning the character of Sri Brahmananda Bharati, the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 10.154, says, Brahmananda Pariyakmrgakarmam Bharataha Deki Prabhu Dekapila Antara. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees approached him, they saw that he was covered with a deerskin. Seeing this, S11 Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became very unhappy. Regarding the pure Gazavaisnavas, the lady devotees, the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Anya 12.42, describes the procedure for seeing a sanidst. Turvavat Prabhu Kaila Sabara Malana Stri Sabadira Hida Kaila Prabhura Darasana. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu received them all, just as he had in previous years. The women, however, saw the Lord from a distance. A renunciate Vaisnava is prohibited from all kinds of enjoyment. As stated in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya 12.108, Prabhu Kahi, Sannyasira Naitila Adhikaratad Sugandhi Tela, Paramadikra. The Lord replied, a Sannidasi has no use for oil, especially perfumed oil such as this. Take it out immediately. A renunciate Vaisnava is forbidden from hearing the singing of a woman. As described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Anya 13.78, 80, 83-85, Ekadina Prabhu Yamasvaratodayite Sekale Devadasi Lajala Gaite Diarganasuni Prabhura Hila of Sastri, Parusa, K. Gaya, Najain Vasesa Stri Gaya Bali Govinda Prabhur Kaila Kol Stri Namasuni Prabhura Baya Hila Prabhu Kahi, Govinda, Ahire Kila Jivana Stri Parasa Hiligmara Hidamarana. One day when the Lord was going to the temple of Yamesvara, a female singer began to sing in the Jagannath temple. Hearing the song from a distance, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu immediately became ecstatic. He did not know whether it was a man or a woman singing. Just then Govinda caught the Lord in his arms and cried, "It is a woman singing." As soon as he heard the word woman, the Lord became externally conscious. "My dear Govinda," he said, "you have saved my life. If I had touched the body of a woman, would certainly have died." Concerning a renunciate's bedding, the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Anya 13.5-7, 10, 12, 14-15, 17-19, states as follows, Kalara Saralate, Sayana, Adiksinakaya, Sahitnare Jagadananda, Srajila Udpayastix Mavastrani Garika Dia Rangala Simultratula Dia Tahak Barelatuli Baliza Deki Prabhu Krodavista Hila Govindir Kahi Satili Ditra Kaila Prabhu Kahana, Data Eka Anahapadet Jagadnanda Kagmaya Vizaya Bhuthi Hait Sanidsi Manusagmara Bhimite Sayana Amari Kadatili Baliza Mastaka Mandanas Varya Pagasani Tabes Fragila Prakara Kadiltra Suska Patra Anila Paranake Siri Tahyati Siks Makaila Prabhura Bharvasa Duat Sasavabaril Amata Dui Kaila Odanarpade Nanji Kara Kaila Prabhu Anakayatane. The Lord was very thin, and he would lay down to rest on the dry bark of plantain trees. Jagadananda could not tolerate this, so he devised a remedy. He acquired some fine cloth and colored it with red oxide. Then he filled it with cotton from a simula tree. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw the quilt and pillow, he was immediately very angry. The Lord asked Govinda to put aside the quilt and pillow. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "You should bring a bedstead here for me to lie on. Jagadananda wants me to enjoy material happiness. I'm in the renounced order, and therefore I must lie on the floor. For me to use a bedstead, quilt, or pillow would be very shameful." Then Svarpadamadarga Swami devised another method. First he secured a large quantity of dry banana leaves. He then tore the leaves into very fine fibers with his nails and filled two of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's outer garments with the fibers. In this way, Svarpadamadara made some bedding and a pillow, and after much endeavor by the devotees, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted them. Regarding a renunciate's food, The Lord has said in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya 8.84-85, Prabhu kahi, sabe keen parayar kara rosa? Sahaja dharma kahi tenho, tanya ki badosa? Yadi hana jihalampatya, atayanta anyaya yatira dharma, pranaraki ihara matrakaya. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, "Why are all of you angry at Ramacandra Puri? He is expounding the natural principles of Sannyas's life. Why are you accusing him? For a sannyasi to indulge in satisfying the tongue is a great offense. The duty of a sannyasi is to eat only as much as needed to keep body and soul together." All the above-mentioned items are accepted as the proper occupations of renunciate Vaisnavas. Now the proper occupations for all Vaisnavas, householders and renunciates, will be explained. There is no duty in the age Kali other than chanting the holy names and mantras of Krishna. It is necessary for everyone to take initiation into the chanting of the holy name of Krishna. As stated in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi 7.73-74, 97 and 17.30, 75, Krishna mantra hita havasam saramakana Krishna nama hita pabe Krishna karana. Simply by chanting the holy name of Krishna one can obtain freedom from material existence. Indeed, simply by chanting the Hare Krishna mantra one will be able to see the lotus feet of the Lord. Nama Vinu Kali Kale Nidra Dharma Sarva Mantra Stranama, Adalarastra Marma. In this age of Kali there is no religious principle other than the chanting of the holy name, which is the essence of all Vedic hymns. This is the purport of all scriptures. Krishnan Myananda Sindhuts Vedana Brahmananda Tara Age Kato Daka Sama. Compared to the ocean of transcendental bliss that is tasted by chanting the Hare Krishna mantra, the pleasure derived from impersonal Brahman realization vertical bar Brahmananda, is like the shallow water in a canal. Sadhanama Yada Labhit Santosha Ida Karakare Bhakti Dharma Posa. One should strictly follow the principle of always chanting the holy name, and one should be satisfied with whatever he gets easily. Such devotional behavior solidly maintains one's devotional service. Jnana Karma Yoga Dharma Krishna Vesa Atuika, Prima Bhakti Rasa. By following the paths of speculative philosophical knowledge, fruit of activity, or mystic yoga to control the senses, one cannot satisfy Krishna, the Supreme Lord. Unalloyed devotional love for Krishna is the only cause for the Lord's satisfaction. The proper procedure and proper instruction for accepting a spiritual master is given in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 8.128, 221, 229, as follows: Kiba Vipra, Kiba Nyasi, Stidraki Nayaye Krishna Tutvaveta, Saguru Hyaraganuga Marjtanar Bhajaye Jana Se Jana Pivarayava Rajendranandana Siddhadi Sindhi Kartahani Savanasaki Bhave Pyarada Krishnara Karana. Whether one is a Brahmana, a sannyasi, or a Stidra, regardless of what he is, he can become a spiritual master if he knows the science of Krishna. If one worships the Lord on the path of spontaneous love and goes to Vrindavana, he receives the shelter of Rajendranandana, the son of Nanda Maharaja. After thinking of Radha and Krishna and their pastimes for a long time and after getting completely free from material contamination, one is transferred to the spiritual world. There the devotee attains an opportunity to serve Radha and Krishna as one of the gopas. One needs to always associate with devotees. One should associate with affectionate devotees who are more advanced, yet of the same temperament. As explained in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 8.251, Sreyo Madhikona Sreya Javara Hyasara? Krishna Bhakta Sangha and Sreya Nayara. Out of all auspicious and beneficial activities, which is best for the living entity? Ramananda Raya replied, the only auspicious activity is association with the devotees of Krishna. Although a Vaisnava comes from a bona fide sampradaya, his association should be considered according to the Lord's statements in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 9.276-277, Prabhu Kahi, Karmi, Yani, Dui Bhakti Hina Tamara Sampraday Deki Se Dui Chnasabe, Ekaguna Deki Tamara Sampraday Satya Vigraya Karyas Verkara. In this case Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, both the fruit of worker and the speculative philosopher are considered non-devotees. We see both elements present in your sampradaya. The only qualification that see in your sampradaya is that you accept the form of the Lord as truth. One should not remain in a place where incompatible mixtures of melas or contradictions in the conclusions of devotional service are presented. The Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 10.113, has the following statement: Bhaktisiddhanta Varuda, Dra Rasabhasa Sunite Nehaya Prabhurachitara Alasa. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was never pleased to hear books or verses opposed to the conclusive statements of devotional service. The Lord did not like hearing Rasabhasa, the overlapping of transcendental mellows. One should carefully gather the good qualities needed for devotional service. The nature of a devotee is described in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 7.72, as follows: Mahanubhavira chitaras vabhavai puspasamakamala, Kadina Vajramaya. This is the nature of the mind of an uncommon personality. Sometimes it is soft like a flower, but sometimes it is as hard as a thunderbolt. The welfare activities of a devotee are described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 8.39, as follows: Mahanas vabhave tarat pamaranija kriyanida bhuyana taragara. It is the general practice of all saintly people to deliver the fallen. Therefore they go to people's houses, although they have no personal business there. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 11.4, the Lord gives an example of how a devotee should pledge: Prabhu kahi, kaha tumi, nikechubaya yoga hili kariba, ayoga hili naya. The Lord gave the Bhattacharya assurance that he could speak without fear, but added that if his statement was suitable he would accept it, and if it were not, he would reject it. The benefits of dealing affectionately with the devotee are described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 11.26, as follows: Prabhu kahi, tumi Krishna bhakata pradhanatomake priti care. Say Bhagyavan. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then said, My dear Ramananda Raya, you are the foremost of all the devotees of Krishna, therefore whoever loves you is certainly a very fortunate person. Firm determination for one's attachment is described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 12.31, as follows: Kintu anuragi lokaras vabhava ekahaya istanapale nija prana se chadaya. Still, isn't it the nature of an attached man to give up his life if he does not attain his desired object? Teaching others by one's good example is described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 12.117, as follows: Tumi balakarayacha, sikaha aniyare mata balakarma seho yanakare. The Lord would say, you have done well. Please teach this to others so that they may act in the same way. The need for care and eagerness in the execution of devotional service is described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 24.171, as follows: Yatnagraya and bhakti najanmaya preme. Without sincere endeavor in devotional service, one cannot attain love of Godhead. The need for giving up the association of logicians is described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 12.183, as follows: Tarkika Srila Sange Bubu Kari Se Mukhabe Sadakahi Krishnahari. In the association of the jackals known as logicians, I simply continue to bark a resounding boo-boo. Now, from the same mouth I am chanting the holy names Krishna and Hari. An example of unhappiness by seeing the distress of others is given in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 15.162-163, as follows: Javera Deka Deki Mora Herde by Adair Sarva Javera Papa Prabhu Hamora Sire. Javera Papa Lana Mudikaron Naraka Boga Sakala Javera, Prabhu, Gakohabhava Roga. My Lord, my heart breaks to see the sufferings of all conditioned souls, therefore I request you to transfer the karma of their sinful lives upon my head. My dear Lord, let me suffer perpetually in a hellish condition, accepting all the sinful reactions of all living entities. Please finish their diseased material life. The need for a pure heart is described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 15.274, as follows: Sahahe Nirmala Brahmana Hridaya Krishnara Vasite Yogastanahaya. The heart of a Brahmana is by nature very clean, therefore it is a proper place for Krishna to sit. One must give up envy, or the distress arising from seeing others' prosperity. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 15.275, this is described as follows: Mazarya Kandala Kinihan Vasal Paramapavitra Apavitra Kali. Why have you allowed jealousy to sit here also? Because of this, you have become like a Kandala, the lowest of men, and you have also contaminated a most purified place, your heart. One must be a staunch follower of Lord Chaitanya. As described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 16.148, Prabhulagi Dharma Karma Chad Bhaktagana Bhakta Dharma Hana Prabhura Nahaya Sahana. All the devotees would abandon all kinds of duties for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's sake, yet the Lord did not like the devotees giving up their promised duties. The need to completely abandon faults is described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 20.91, as follows: Sakin Raghib Tamaris Esavizaya Boga? Roga Kandi Sadvaja Narakes Esa Roga. Why should Krishna allow you to maintain a last bit of material attachment? After vanquishing a disease, a good physician does not allow any of the disease to remain. The devotee's faith in the conclusions of devotional service is described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.62, as follows: Shraddha Sabd, Visvasakahi Sudradaniskaya Krishna Bhakti Kali Sarva Karma Kritahaya. By rendering transcendental loving service to Krishna, one automatically performs all subsidiary activities. This confident, firm faith, favorable to the discharge of devotional service, is called Shraddha. The need for total surrender is described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.102, as follows: Sarana Lanakar Krishna Atma Samarpana Krishna Terkar Tatkalt Masama. When a devotee thus fully surrenders unto Krishna's lotus feet, Krishna accepts him as one of his confidential associates. One must give up atheistic philosophies with repentance as described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 25.43, Paramarthavakara Jela, Kari Matravada Kahan Mukti Paba, Kahan Krishna Prasada. The atheists, headed by the Mayavadi philosophers, do not care for liberation or Krishna's mercy. They simply continue to put forward false arguments and counter-theories to atheistic philosophy, not considering or engaging in spiritual matters. A devotee should always be neutral. As described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Anya 3.23, Nirapiksanayal Dharmanayayaraksane. Without being neutral one cannot protect religious principles. The devotee should be afraid of insulting other Vaisnavas. As stated in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Anya 3.164, Mahantra Apamana Yidesa Gramhaya Ekajandridos Sabadesa Ujadaya. Wherever an advanced devotee is insulted, for one man's fault the entire town or place is afflicted. The devotee's duty is to practice forgiveness and show mercy. As stated in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Anya 3.213, 237, and the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Adi 13.182, Bhaktis Vabhava, Iadosak Samakar Dindayakar, Asadis Vabhava Haya Prabhubal, Viper Sabadana Parahari Bhajagiya Krishna, Sarvabhiyadyakarya. Characteristic of a pure devotee is that he excuses any offense by an ignorant rascal. It is a characteristic of all saintly persons to be kind toward the poor and fallen. The Lord said, O Brahmana, give up all pride and serve Krishna by showing mercy to all. The devotee's duty is to preach by setting a good example. As explained in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya 4.103, Akara, Praktra, Damarakara and Duikaryatumi, Sarva Guru, Tumi Jagatararya. You simultaneously perform both duties in relation to the holy name by your personal behavior and by your preaching. Therefore you are the spiritual master of the entire world, for you are the most advanced devotee in the world. The devotee's duty is to follow Vaisnava etiquette. As stated in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya 4.130, Tathapi Bhaktas Vabhava, Maryada Raksana Maryada Palana Hyasturabhjana. Still, it is the characteristic of a devotee to observe and protect Vaisnava etiquette. Maintenance of Vaisnava etiquette is the ornament of a devotee. One should consider a Vaisnava's body spiritual. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya 4.191, it is said, Prabhu Kahi, Vaisnavadiha Prakritaka Bunaye Prakritadiha Bhaktara Maya. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, the body of a devotee is never material. It is considered to be transcendental, full of spiritual bliss. There is a need for worshipping Krishna in a solitary place after completing one's activities of household life and sense gratification. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya 4.214-216, it is described, Ekavetsara Ripagasira Gauda Vilamba Hila Kudumburst Hediyurta Vibhagakari Dila Gauda Yurta Chila, Taha Anila Kutamba Brahmana Divala Bondi Dila Sabamana Kata Gasani Kari Nirvana Nisanta Hanasira Isle of Rendavana. Srila Bhaktivinoda was delayed in Bengal for a year because he was dividing his money among his relatives to situate them in their proper positions. He collected whatever money he had accumulated in Bengal and divided it among his relatives, the Brahmanas, and the temples. Thus after finishing all the tasks he had on his mind, he returned to Vrindavana fully satisfied. The devotee must give up the desire for fame. As stated in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya 5.78, Mahanubhavira Asahanjas Vabhavahayag Pandrigunanaya Kahaya. This is a natural characteristic of those advanced in devotional service. They do not personally speak of their own good qualities. A devotee should have no faith in worldly poetry. As described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya 5.107, Gramaya Kavira Kavadva Sunidhaya Dukkavadugda Atmiyavakya Sunidhaya Sukha. Hearing the poetry of a person who has no transcendental knowledge and who writes about the relationships between man and woman simply causes unhappiness, whereas hearing the words of a devotee fully absorbed in ecstatic love causes great happiness. It is an offense to disobey the order of the spiritual master. The result is described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya 8.99, Guru Apexakali, Ashpolahaya Kramas Varaparianda Aparadhikaya. If one's spiritual master rejects him, one becomes so fallen that he, like Ramakandra Puri, commits offenses even to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. A devotee should give up the desire for liberation and pride of learning. As described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Anya 13.109-110, Ramadasa Yadi Pradhama Prabharmilala Mahaprahuadhika Ter Karpana Karila and Ter Mumuksatenho, Vidyagarvavan. When Ramadasa Visvasa met Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Lord did not show him any special mercy, although this was their first meeting. Within his heart, Ramadasa Visvasa was an impersonalist who desired to merge into the existence of the Lord, and he was very proud of his learning. Humility is essential for a devotee. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Andhya 20.28, it is described, Primaris Vabhava, Yahan Primaris Ambundase Main, Krishna Moranai Primaganda. Wherever there is a relationship of love of Godhead, the natural symptoms are that the devotee does not think himself a devotee, but always thinks that he has not even a drop of love for Krishna. A devotee should give up the desire for conquest. As stated in the Caitanya Bhagavata, Adi 13.173, Digvijaya Kariba, Vidyara Karyana is Virbhajyo, Se Vidya Satya Kahi. Conquering the world by means of material education is not desirable. If one engages himself in devotional service, his education is perfected. A devotee should know the Lord is one without a second and understand his relationship with all living entities. In the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Adi 16.76-78, 80-81, it is said, Guna, Bapa, Sabarai Kais Varanama Matra Beta Kare Hindu Ayavain Paramarathka Kahikaran Prani Kasudanit Yavastu Akanda Vyaya Paripurnahan Vase Sabara Herdaya Se Prabhiranama Guna Sakala Jagate Palena Sakal Matra Nijastra Matias Vera, Se Puna Sabara Bavalaya Hamza Karili. I say, Dahana Hamza. Hi my dear sir, there is only one God for all living entities. The difference between the Muslim God and the Hindu God is in name only. According to all scriptures, Quran or Purana, God is one. He is the non-dual, eternal, transcendental absolute truth, infallible and perfectly complete, and in that capacity he resides in everyone's heart. The Supreme Lord's transcendental name and qualities are glorified throughout the world according to the respective scriptures. The Lord accepts everyone's individual mood of surrender. By committing violence to others, you commit violence to him. How a devotee should be always firmly fixed on the path of devotional services. Seen in the following verse from Chaitanya Bhagavata, Adi 16.94, Kanda Kanda Hidi Hi Ya Ya Yadi Pranata Bhugmi Vade Nachadi Harinama. Even if my body is cut into pieces and I lose my life, I will never give up chanting the Lord's holy name. How a devotee should deal with an enemy is described in the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Adi 16.113, Isaba 5 or Krishna. Kara Prasada Moradroanahu Sansabara Aparata. O Krishna, be merciful on these living entities. Forgive their offense of torturing me. A devotee must give up the symptoms of pride such as desire for fame and cheating. In the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Adi 16.228-229, it is said, Bhaktaloka Kari Loka Jainaka Amare Apanar Prakatai Dharma Karma Kari Sakala Dambhikara Kursana Priti Naya Kaitava highly say Krishna Bhakti Pai. He is presenting himself as an important person by imitating some religious sentiments. Actually, this arrogant and deceitful Brahmana has no love for Krishna. To achieve the devotional service of Lord Krishna, one has to be free from duplicity. A devotee must reject caste consciousness in his spiritual life. In the Caitanya Bhagavata, Adi 16.238-239, it is stated, Adhamakalate Yadi Visnu Bhakti Hayatathapi Sayasapaya, Sarvasastre Kaya Adhamakalate Janmi Sri Krishna Na Bhaje Kultaraki Kariba, Narakit Maya. If a devotee of the Lord is born in a low-class family, he is still worthy of worship. That is the injunction of the scriptures. And if someone is born in a high-class family but does not worship the lotus feet of Sri Krishna, then his high birth is useless and he falls to hell. The benefits of loud congregational chanting of the holy names is described in the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Adi 16.284-286, as follows, Japakarta Hida Uka Sankirtana Kari Sataguna Adhika Se Puranate Dari Guna Vipra. Manadiya Ihar Karana Japig Pener Sabe Karapasana Uka Kari Karo Govinda Sankirtana Jajantamira Sunifadai Payavimakana. The Puranas say that a person who chants the Lord's name loudly is 100 times more pious than the person who chants to himself. O Brahmana, listen carefully to the reason behind this. One who chants softly liberates only himself, but one who loudly chants the names of Govinda liberates himself along with all living entities who hear him. A devotee should not carry the burden of the scriptures like an ass, rather, he should understand their purport. The Chaitanya Bhagavata, Madhya 1.158, confirms this in the following words, Strarana Jain Marma, Adhyapana Karagard Dabhira Prayayanas Sira Bahimar. One who teaches the scriptures without knowing their purport is like an ass carrying the load of all the scriptures. How a devotee should give up enviousness is explained in the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Madhya 1.240, as follows: Bhaktihina karma kona pulanai payase karma bhaktihina, parahimsa yaya. Activities that are devoid of bhakti produce no result. Such activities result in violence to others. A devotee should give up siddhaparadhas, or offenses in serving the deity. As stated in the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Madhya 5.121, Savadvigrahira pradhyanadharaya ra visnusthane aparada sarvathatahara. One who has no respect for the deity form of the Lord is constantly committing offenses at the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu. If a person is internally situated as a Vaisnava even though externally he maintains attachment for sense gratification, then he is counted as a devotee. As described in the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Madhya 7.22, 38, Visaya prayatan raparikata sabhasanite na perke hatinyo ye Vaisnava siya rahilan avidvipki dardapi parama bhajira praya sarvalok deke pundarika vidyanadhe. Dressed like a materialistic. No one was able to recognize that he was a great Vaisnava. He came to Navadvipa and remained there incognito. Everyone saw him as a grossly materialistic person. A devotee should not maintain false pride due to material education and so on. In the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Madhya 9.234, it is explained, Ki Kariba Vidya, Dana, Ripa, Yasa, Kula Hotkarabadi Sabhapadanarmile. What is the use of education, wealth, beauty, fame, and high birth? They only increase one's pride to the point of his fall down. A devotee should remain fixed in the principles of Vaishnavism. He should not support various opinions for social reasons. As stated in the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Madhya 10.185, 188, 192, Ksain Dante Trinalaya, Ksain Jati Marokutta Jati Avedanada Kaibmore, Prabhu Bail, O Vete Yakana Yada Yaya Se Matakata Kahi Tatai Misiya Bhaktis Thanu Harahila Aparata Te Kuhara Hila Darasana Bada. Sometimes he takes straw in his mouth, and sometimes he beats me with a stick. Therefore he is not fit to see me. The Lord continued, wherever he goes, he mixes with those people and talks like them. He is an offender at the feet of bhakti, that is why he is forbidden to see me. The fault of taking sides against a Vaisnava is described in the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Madhya 13.160, as follows: Ye papasthaika Vaisnavara paksahaya na Vaisnavir ninda, say ya yaksaya. A sinful person who takes the side of one Vaisnava and condemns another is vanquished. A devotee should not commit sinful activities after accepting the holy name of the Lord. As stated in the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Madhya 13.225, Prabhu Bail, Toradra Nakaras Papa Jagai Madhai Bail, Aranare Bapa. The Lord said, do not commit further sins. Jagai and Madhai replied, never again, Lord. How a devotee should remain aloof from the rules and regulations is explained in the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Madhya 16.144, 147, Yadaviti, Nizada, Sakalai Bhakti Dasa Ahate Yahadraduka, Say Yayanasa Visayamadanda Sabha Emarmana Jain Sudadana Kula made Vaisnavane Sini. All the rules and regulations are servants of bhakti. One who has trouble accepting this is destroyed. One who is blinded by false pride can never understand this secret. Being proud of his children, wealth, and high birth, he fails to recognize a Vaisnava. A devotee should avoid conversing with an atheist. As stated in the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Madhya 17.19, Nagari Hilakiba Pasandi Sambasa Vakaran Na Prima Parakasa. Did I speak with an atheist in town? Is that why love of God is not manifesting today? Giving up relationships with non-devotees is most essential. Srila Advaita Prabhu gives the following statement in the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Madhya 19.175, Yadimora Putrohaya, Hayavakinkara Vaisnavaparadi Muni Nadakangakara. Even if he is my son or servant, will never see the face of a person who offends Vaisnavas. There is no comparison between bhakti and pious activities. As explained in the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Madhya 23.54, Prabhu Bail, Tapakari Nakaraya Bala Vishnu Bhakti Sarva Shrestha Janaha Kevala. The Lord said, don't think you have become powerful by performing austerities. Know for certain that devotion to Lord Vishnu is the highest goal. The hypocrites and cheaters sometimes advertise themselves as incarnations and thus increase their pride. A devotee should cautiously avoid their company. As stated in the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Adi 14.82-83, Madhyamadhyamadrakata Papiganagiya Lokanasta Karapaner Layao Darbharana Logi Papas. The Sakal Raghunath carried Paner Kahabale. Sometimes a group of evil persons would try to mislead people in general from the spiritual path with wrong advice. These sinners simply cheat people in order to fill their bellies by claiming to be Lord Rama. Devotees should constantly take shelter of the holy names while passing their lives without duplicity or sin. There is no greater religious principle than this. The Chaitanya Bhagavata, Adi 14.139-140, gives the following conclusion: Adavakali Yuga Namayaja Sarara Kona Dharma Kali Nihaya Para Ratridina Namalayat Dite Sweet Dadra Mahima Vede Nipare Dite. Therefore, in Kali Yuga chanting the holy name is the essential religious principle. No other religious practice can help one cross the material ocean of nescience. Even the Vedas are unable to sufficiently glorify one who chants the Lord's holy name day and night in all situations. Human beings should worship Krishna by considering the natural qualities and accepting the livelihoods of the previous and later Mahayanas. Pure devotional service is proportionately enhanced by following a proper occupation, otherwise it is never achieved. 6 qualities that enhance bhakti yoga enthusiasm in his Sri Upadsamrita. Srila Bhaktivinoda Swami has described Acharya, Prayasa, Prajalpa, Niyamagraya, Janasanga, and Laulya as detrimental to devotional service. We have already separately described these 6 items. Now, in the 3rd sloka he mentions the 6 items favorable for devotional service: Utsahan Niskayad Pariat Tat Tat Karma Pravardhanat Sangataya Gat Sadavarte Sadbur Bhakti Prasadyati. There are 6 principles favorable to the execution of pure devotional service. 1. Usaha, being enthusiastic. 2. Niskaya, endeavoring with confidence. 3. Dhairya, being patient. 4. Tat Tat Karma Pravartana, acting according to regulative principles, such as Sravanam Kirtanam Visnosmaranam, hearing, chanting and remembering Krishna. 5. Sarigatiyaga, abandoning the association of non-devotees. And 6. Sadhavrite, or sadhuvriti, following in the footsteps of the previous acharyas. These 6 principles undoubtedly assure the complete success of pure devotional service. Now we should discuss these 6 items separately. Therefore first I am speaking about the conclusions regarding yutsta. Without usaha, one becomes negligent in his worship. Negligence is born out of inactivity, apathy, or indifference. Laziness and inertia are called inactivity. When yutsta is generated, laziness and inertia cannot remain. The absence of desire to work is inertia. This inertia is opposite to the nature of spirit. If one allows this inertia to remain in his body or heart, then how can he perform devotional service? The state of apathy develops from carelessness. One should practice devotional service without deviation. This is instructed in the Bhagavad Gita, 6.23, in the following words: Tam vidaya dukkha samyoga viyogam yoga samdridam saniskayena yoktavyo yoga nirvana satesa. This indeed is actual freedom from all miseries arising from material contact. One should engage oneself in the practice of yoga with determination and faith and not be deviated from the path. In his commentary on this verse, Srila Baladevi Vidyabdhisana Mahasaya has said, Deet manya yogi atvamananam. Nirvedas tad rayatana satesa, one becomes indifferent to whatever work he feels unqualified for. Devotional service should be performed in this mentality. Regarding bhakti yoga, it is said in the Srimad Bhagavatam, 11.20.7-8, Nirvananam Dritna Yogo Nyasanad Miha Karmasa Tesvenirvana Siddhanam Karma Yogas tu Kamanam Yadrakada Mat Katha Yadas Radas tu Yapuman Nanirvano Nadi Sakto Bhakti Yoga Sayasidi Da. Among these 3 paths, Jnana Yoga, the path of philosophical speculation, is recommended for those who are disgusted with material life and are thus detached from ordinary, fruitive activities. Those who are not disgusted with material life, having many desires yet to fulfill, should seek perfection through the path of Karma Yoga. If somehow or other by good fortune one develops faith in hearing and chanting my glories, such a person, being neither very disgusted with nor attached to material life, should achieve perfection through the path of Bhakti Yoga. The purport is this: for those who have attained indifference for material activities but have not yet realized spiritual activities, what can remain in their hearts besides indifference? For them the undifferentiated Brahmajanana is the topmost achievement. For those who have not attained indifference for material activities due to lack of spiritual realization, there is no way to cleanse the heart other than Karma Yoga. Those who have realized spiritual activities and understood that material activities are insignificant attain indifference for all material activities. They accept some material activities as a support for their spiritual awakening, but they have no attachment for such activities. In proportion to the degree that they discuss spiritual topics in devotion, freedom from material association is awakened as an extraneous fruit. The symptoms of a devotee are given in Srimad Bhagavatam, November 20, 2027-8, as follows: Yadas Rado Mat Kathas Unirvina Sarvakarmasu Veda Dakhatmakam Kaman Paritij Byanis Varatata Byeta Mapritas Radlurdradaniskaya Jusamani Ca Kamandako Darkam Ca Garhayan. Having awakened faith in the narrations of my glories, being disgusted with all material activities, knowing that all sense gratification leads to misery, but still being unable to renounce all sense enjoyment, my devotee should remain happy and worship me with great faith and conviction. Even though he is sometimes engaged in sense enjoyment, my devotee knows that all sense gratification leads to a miserable result, and he sincerely repents such activities. Karma arises from lust, jnana arises from indifference, and bhakti arises from faith in the Supreme Lord. The person who has attained faith is naturally disgusted with material activities. He accepts without attachment only those activities that are favorable for increasing his faith in the Lord. Without the material body one cannot cultivate devotional service. So there is no benefit if one renounces the activities that are needed to maintain the physical body, thinking them to be the source of misery and lust. The fruits of those activities, which are the source of misery for others, are therefore enjoyed by the devotees, who condemn them as insignificant. They worship Krishna with devotion and firm faith while enjoying the fruits of their work as they fulfill the necessities of life. Those who enjoy the results of material activities with ardent affection are called attached. Those who neglect the results of karma, but accept only what is favorable to devotional service are called unattached. Although they are unattached to material activity, they work enthusiastically in devotional life. The process of advancement for the practitioner of devotional service is stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam, November 20, 2029 to 30:35, as follows: Praktina Bhakti Yogina Bhajato Masakran Munya Kamarayana Syanti Sarve Mai Hrdisthite, Vidyate Hrdaya Granthis Chadyante Sarvas Samsayaksyan Sidisya Karmani Matrist Kultmani Nirapiksyan Parampra Nisraya Yasam and Alpam Tasman Nirasisa Bhaktir Nirapixasyami Bhavat. When an intelligent person engages constantly in worshipping me through loving devotional service as described by me, his heart becomes firmly situated in me. Thus all material desires within the heart are destroyed. The knot in the heart is pierced, all misgivings are cut to pieces, and the chain of fruitive actions is terminated when I am seen as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It is said that complete detachment is the highest stage of freedom. Therefore, one who has no personal desire and does not pursue personal rewards can achieve loving devotional service unto me. The purport is this: it is useless trying independently to destroy ignorance and lust in the heart. But ignorance, lust, fruitive activities, all doubts, and material bondage are destroyed by the mercy of the Lord in the course of cultivating devotional service. The endeavor of karmas and jhanas does not yield such results. Therefore when one becomes neutral by giving up other desires and hopes, he attains pure devotional service to Krishna. We should not lose enthusiasm because we have no strength to destroy the reactions of karma. In the very beginning of devotional service the sadhaka must have faith with full enthusiasm. One pure Vaisnava A.N. Surya has written that the process of bhajana kriya, devotional practice, is of two types: nisita, fixed, and anusthita, flickering. With faith, one should learn devotional service under the merciful direction of a sadhu, and when he attains the stage of firm faith, he engages in nisita, fixed, devotional service. Until he attains this fixed devotional service, his service remains flickering. In this stage of devotional service there are 6 symptoms: yutstamai, false confidence; ganatrala, sporadic endeavor; vilyavikalpa, indecision; visaya sangara, struggle with the senses; niyamaksama, inability to uphold vows; and thararagarangini, enjoying the facilities offered by bhakti. In Sri Hari Bhaktivedanta carelessness is counted among the offences against the holy name. In that scripture the word pramada is described as inattentiveness. Sri Hari Namakantamani has further divided this inattentiveness in 3 ways: apathy, inactivity, and distraction. Until one gets free from these 3 types of inattentiveness, one cannot perform devotional service at all. Even if one gives up all other namaparadas, if he remains inattentive, he can never have attraction for the holy names. If one has enthusiasm in the beginning of devotional service, and that enthusiasm does not become cold, then one will never become apathetic, lazy, or distracted in chanting the holy names. Therefore enthusiasm is the only support for all types of devotional service. By enthusiastically performing devotional service one can very quickly give up anusthita service and attain nistha. Therefore Srila Bhaktivinoda has said, Adau Shraddhanata Sadhu Sango the Bhajana Kriya Tato Nartha Nivardisaya Tato Nistrusistata. By the awakening of faith, one becomes eligible for devotional service. When this eligibility is attained, one achieves the association of devotees. By the association of devotees, one is engaged in the execution of devotional service. In the beginning, there is no nistha, or firm faith, in that service because various types of anarthas keep crushing the heart. All anarthas are vanquished, however, by performing devotional service with enthusiasm. The more anarthas are vanquished, the more nistha is awakened. The word shraddha certainly means faith, but enthusiasm is the life of Shraddha. Faith without enthusiasm is meaningless. Many people think they have faith in God, but because they have no enthusiasm, their faith has no meaning. Therefore, due to lack of sadhu sangha, they do not perform devotional service. Niskaya confidence in his Upadsamrita, Srila Bhaktivinoda Swami has instructed the practitioners of devotional service to be confident. Until this confidence is achieved, one will remain doubtful. Doubtful persons never have auspiciousness. For how will those who are doubtful at heart have faith in unalloyed devotional service? The Bhagavad Gita, 4.40, says, Iskcon samsayatma vinasyaddindayam loko sti naparo na sukham samsyatmana, but ignorant and faithless persons who doubt the revealed scriptures do not attain God consciousness, they fall down. For the doubting soul there is happiness neither in this world nor in the next. One who has faith is certainly without doubts, because the word faith means firm conviction. As long as doubts are there, firm conviction cannot remain in the heart. Therefore faithful living entities are always doubtless. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has ordered all Vaisnavas to first understand three truths, Sambandha, Abhyaya, and Prayana. There are 10 principal subjects in these three truths. The first is that Vedic literatures are the only authority. In order to ascertain the truth, one must accept authority. There are 9 realities, which can be known only through Vedic authority. Different scriptures have defined different authorities. Some say pratyaksa, or direct understanding, some say anumana, or hypothetical understanding, and some say upamdana, or analogies, are authorities. And others include other subjects as authorities. All other authorities, however, are considered auxiliary authorities by the Vaisnava literatures propounded by Sriman Mahaprabhu. Therefore the self-perfect authority received through the disciplic succession is the only principal authority to be accepted. All the natures that exist in this world are divided into 2 categories, some are inconceivable and some are conceivable. The material natures are conceivable because they automatically awaken in the course of thinking. Spiritual nature is inconceivable because it is not perceivable by people's poor fund of knowledge. Inconceivable natures cannot be known without self-realization. Therefore there is no entrance into inconceivable subjects for authorities like pratyaksa, which are included in the category of argument. That is why Sit Bhakti Rasmrita Sindhu, as quoted from the Mahabharata, Udyoga Parva, says, Akantaya kali bhavanadams tarkana yojayat prakrishbhyaparam yaksiat at akantayasya laksanam. The state of akantaya cannot be ascertained by argument. It is that which is beyond the 24 elements of material nature. There is no entrance for pratyaksa and anumana in that state. In order to know the inconceivable nature, self-realization is the only means. Self-realization is almost impossible for ordinary people. Seeing people's terrible madness, the most merciful Supreme Lord manifested the Vedic literatures. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 20.122, 124, 125, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has said, Made Mugdaja Varanai Svata Krishna Jana Jai Vir Karpaya Kaila Krishna Veda Purana Veda Sastrakahi, Sambandha Abhyaya Prayana Krishna, Prapya Sambandha, Bhakti, Praptira Sadhana Abhyaya Nama Bhakti. Prima, Prayana Purusartha Siromana Prima Mahadana. The conditioned soul cannot revive his Krishna consciousness by his own effort. But out of causeless mercy, Lord Krishna compiled the Vedic literature and its supplements, the Purnas. The Vedic literatures give information about the living entity's eternal relationship with Krishna, which is called Sambandha. The living entity's understanding of this relationship and acting accordingly is called Abhyaya. Returning home, back to Godhead, is the ultimate goal of life and is called Prayana. Devotional service, or sense activity for the satisfaction of the Lord, is called Abhyaya because it can develop one's original love of Godhead, which is the goal of life. This goal is the living entity's topmost interest and greatest wealth. Thus one attains the platform of transcendental loving service unto the Lord. To know the inconceivable nature, the Vedic authority alone should be accepted. There is one other consideration in this regard. The Vedic knowledge received through the Guru Parampara is called Abhinaya. There are so many subjects in the Vedas, and there are various instructions for different qualifications. Among all qualifications, the qualification for devotional life is the topmost. By the strength of their devotional service, the previous Mahajanas have awakened to self-realization and thereby separately written instructions regarding the qualifications for devotional service as mentioned in the Vedas. Therefore the Vedic statements ascertained by the previous Mahajanas as relating to the qualifications for devotion are all called Amdaya, and it is necessary to learn them. It is impossible to enter into the inconceivable nature without receiving the full mercy of the spiritual master. The instruction of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in this regard is given in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 20.127-136, I hate Drastana, ya ishtar draragari sarvavyadsi dukkha deki puchetaher. The following example may be given. Once a learned astrologer came to the house of a poor man and, seeing his distressed condition, questioned him. Tumikin dubki, Tamara ek pitardana tomare nakahila, Aniadara Chatalajivana. The astrologer asked, why are you unhappy? Your father was very wealthy, but he did not disclose his wealth to you because he died elsewhere. Sarviner of the Kaikar Danara Uddisashveda Puranajiv Krishna Upadis. Just as the words of the astrologer Sarvahya gave news of the poor man's treasure, Vedic literatures advise one about Krishna consciousness when one is inquisitive to know why he is in a distressed material condition. Sarviner of the Kaimila Dana Anubandha Sarva Sastraya Upadis, Sri Krishna, Sambandha. By the words of the astrologer, the poor man's connection with the treasure was established. Similarly, Vedic literature advises us that our real connection is with Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Baparadana 8, Jnandana Nipayatabe Sarvahya Kahiter Praptira Upja. Although being assured of his father's treasure, the poor man cannot acquire this treasure by such knowledge alone. Therefore the astrologer had to inform him of the means whereby he could actually find the treasure. Ace Thanajtana, Yadi Daksine Kadibki Marula Barulidib, Dana Napive. The astrologer said, the treasure is in this place, but if you dig toward the southern side, the wasps and drones will rise, and you will not get your treasure. Pask Mrudab, Tahayaksa Ekahayase Wigna Kariba, Dane Hatanapadaya. If you dig on the western side, there is a ghost who will create such a disturbance that your hands will not even touch the treasure. Utter Kadale Krishna Ajagar Dananai Pabe, Kadait Gilbsaber. If you dig on the northern side, there is a big black snake that will devour you if you attempt to dig up the treasure. Turvadiktate Madi Alpakadite Danaraj Haripa Dibeka Tamara Hide. However, if you dig up a small quantity of dirt on the eastern side, your hands will immediately touch the pot of treasure. Aish Sastra Kahi, Karma, Chviana, Yogatayaji Bhakti Krishna Vasahaya, Bhakti Tanar Baji. Revealed scriptures conclude that one should give up fruitive activity, speculative knowledge, and the mystic yoga system and instead take to devotional service, by which Krishna can be fully satisfied. When a person who desires spiritual perfection hears the conclusions regarding the soul from the spiritual master, then his heart becomes pure and he proceeds towards the lotus feet of Krishna. Amnaya is the only authority regarding the goal of life. One should consider the other 9 realities through this authority, and this understanding manifests in the pure heart on the strength of Amnaya. This is called self-realization, and this is the basis of life's goal. Regarding the first reality, the Amnaya says the Supreme Brahman, Sri Hari, is the only worshipable Lord. His impersonal conception is called Brahman, which is nothing but his bodily effulgence. That Supreme Lord Hari in one of his expansions becomes the supersolar controller who creates, maintains, and destroys the universes. Lord Hari is none other than Krishna, the Supersoul is none other than Vishnu, and his bodily effulgence is none other than Brahman. By discussing the truth about the omnipotent Lord Hari, all one's doubts regarding the Supreme Lord are cleared. Until these doubts are cleared, one cultivates knowledge by discussing impersonal Brahman as opposite to material knowledge. Again, in order to understand the Supersoul, the expansion of the Lord, Astanga Yoga is conceived. Only when one is freed from all doubts does he attain unflinching devotion to Krishna. According to the knowledge of Amneya, the second reality is considered as follows: the Supreme Lord Hari is naturally full of inconceivable potencies. Through one of his potencies he is manifested as indistinct Brahman. This is his impersonal potency. Again, through his unlimited potencies, including Brahman Paramatma, he manifests his supremacy as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Although the impersonal and personal potencies are contained in him, the personal potencies are predominant. As stated in the Svetasvatara Upanishad, Parasasaktar Vividhavas Riviates Vabhavika Janana Balakri Yasiya. His potencies are multifarious, and thus his deeds are automatically performed as a natural sequence. The spiritual potencies known as Sandhini, Samvat, and Ladini, the Lord's potencies of eternal existence, cognizance, and bliss, are known by the pure devotees. About the third reality, the Atnaya says that the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna is full of spiritual rasas, or mellows. By the power of those rasas, both the spiritual and material worlds become maddened. That is the constitution of Lord Krishna. Therefore Lord Krishna has said, I am the source of Brahman. Due to the power of those supreme rasas there are unlimited varieties in both the spiritual and material worlds. The rasa in the spiritual world is pure, the rasa of this material world is a shadow. Yet by the Lord's inconceivable potency the unlimited rasas of the spiritual world have been manifested in the Vrindavana pastimes of this world. The pure spirit soul is eligible for spiritual rasa. To attain that supreme rasa is the living entity's dharma, or duty. A living entity attains that on the strength of his devotional service. Attaining the supreme Brahman is dry, or devoid of rasa. That is never to be strived for. There is no manifestation of rasa in the realization of Paramatma. Only devotional service to Krishna is full of rasa. While considering the fourth reality, the Jnana says that the living entities are minute particles of the spiritual sun, Krishna, and they are innumerable. As the spiritual world is manifested by Krishna's cit, or spiritual, potency, and as the material world is manifested by the inferior illusory energy, the living entities are similarly manifested by a portion of the spiritual energy. Krishna's spiritual form has all qualities in full, and those qualities are naturally present in the living entities in minute quantity. The independent nature of Krishna is found insignificantly in the living entities. For this reason the living entities claim to be independent. As a result, all living entities have developed different propensities. By one propensity, the living entity searches for his own happiness, and by another propensity he searches for Krishna's happiness. Thus living entities are divided into two groups, those searching for their own happiness and those searching for Krishna's happiness. Those who search for Krishna's happiness are called Nitya-mukta, and those who search for their own happiness are called Nitya-baddha. In this regard, all inconceivable natures are under the subordination of spiritual time. The time factor of the spiritual nature is a state of eternal present. But in the inferior illusory energy there are three states of existence: past, present, and future. So whatever considerations arise in this regard, if related with the spiritual time factor, then no doubts will remain, but if seen otherwise, then doubts will remain. Why did a pure spirit soul search for his own happiness? If one puts forward such a question, then doubts arising from the material time factor will manifest. If one can give up such doubts, then he can perform devotional service, otherwise there will only be a series of arguments. If arguments are related to the inconceivable nature, then anarthas arise. The teachings of Jnana regarding the fifth reality is this: the living entities who are searching for their own happiness accept Maya, who is situated nearby, and thus enjoy happiness and distress under the grip of material time. Karma is nothing but a blind wheel created by Maya. Those who have not contacted Maya have no connection with karma. The living entities who are searching for their own pleasure receive from the wheel of Maya gross and subtle bodies as a means to enjoy. This blind wheel is found in unlimited forms, but just as it was easy for a living entity to enter, it will be easy to leave at the time of liberation. The living entities who are under the blind wheel of Maya are called Nitya-baddha. In this regard, the word Nitya is applied in regard to material time. When by the touch of spiritual substance the spiritual time factor is awakened, then their conditioned nature is seen as temporary. By the mercy of sadhus, Mahayanas, and Krishna, and by the strength of many lifetimes of pious activities and devotional service, the conditioned soul achieves auspiciousness. As stated in Caitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.45, and the Srimad Bhagavatam, 10.51.53, Kona bhagi karo samsarak sayon mukhahayastu sangatab kursnavati apajaya bhave pavargo brahmato yada bhavaj janasutari asayuta sat samagama sat sanagamo yaita diva sat gitau paravaristi vaja rashi. By good fortune, one becomes eligible to cross the ocean of nesads, and when one's term of material existence decreases, one may get an opportunity to associate with pure devotees. By such association, one's attraction to Krishna is awakened. O my Lord! O infallible Supreme Person! When a person wandering throughout the universes becomes eligible for liberation from material existence, he gets an opportunity to associate with devotees. When he associates with devotees, his attraction for you is awakened. You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the highest goal of the Supreme Devotees and the Lord of the universe. By the association of sadhus, material distress is vanquished. By the mercy of Krishna, one attains firm faith. Then by the strength of his devotional service and Krishna's mercy, a living entity cuts the bondage of Maya and attains Krishna's service. By the mercy of Krishna, the Baddha-mukta jivas, those who achieve freedom from bondage, easily attain Salakya, the abode of Krishna, with those who have never entered into Maya because of searching for Krishna's happiness. The conclusion of Daimanaya regarding the sixth reality is this: Lord Krishna and all other things are connected by a relationship of akantaya dibheda, inconceivably simultaneously one and different. That is why the Vedas have many statements supporting oneness and many supporting difference. In the conclusions of those ignorant of the truth, only a portion of the Vedas are accepted. In the conclusions of the knowers of the truth, the purport of all the Vedas is accepted. Those who have a thirst for worshipping the Lord learn from the teachings of Daya that Lord Krishna is all-pervading and one without a second. Sri Krishna is the absolute truth. That absolute truth possesses all energies. Although the living entities in the material world are manifested by his energies, still he remains without a second. The ingredients are constitutionally not different from Krishna, but in the material creation, everything other than Krishna is a transformation of his energy and therefore eternally separate from him. This eternal oneness and difference is naturally inconceivable because it is beyond the range of the living entity's material intelligence. When the living entity's spiritual intelligence is awakened, pure knowledge of the inconceivable oneness and difference is aroused. Keeping firm faith in the statements of Dhammanaya, by the mercy of Krishna the devotees can clearly see the truth of the inconceivable oneness and difference. If we use material consideration to understand this, it becomes theoretical. When one achieves knowledge of these seven realities through self-realization by the strength of Amnaya, then it may be said that one has Sambandha Jnana, knowledge of one's relationship with the Lord. In reply to Srila Sanatana Goswami's questions, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has elaborately spoken on the science of one's relationship with the Lord. As given in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 20.102, Kme, Keen Maya Yaritapatraya Iha Nijani, Kemain Hitahaya, who am vertical bar. Why do the threefold miseries always give me trouble? If, do not know this, how can, be benefited? Those persons who want the greatest benefit, in the form of achieving devotion to Krishna, should all ask these questions to their spiritual master. By hearing the proper answers to these questions from the mouth of one's guru, all one's doubts will be cleared and firm faith will awaken. Do not give up deliberation as useless. As stated in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi 2.117, Siddhanta Cheat Nakara Alasa Ihahida Kursnalage Sudradamanasa. A sincere student should not neglect the discussion of such conclusions, considering them controversial, for such discussions strengthen the mind. Thus one's mind becomes attached to Sri Krishna. Now see, among 10 realities, the first 8 are related with the authority and one's relationship with the Lord. One will receive all information from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's answer to Sanatana Goswami. Regarding authority, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's statement is given in Caitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 20.124, Veda Sastra Kahi, Sambandha Abhyaya Prayana. The Vedic literatures give information about Sambandha, the conditioned soul's relationship with Krishna, Abhyaya, the regulated activities of the conditioned soul for reviving that relationship, and Prayana, the ultimate goal of life. Regarding the second basic truth, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has said in Caitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 20.152, 155, 157, Krishna Asvaryapavakarasuna, Sanatana Advaya Jananatadva, Vrye Brajendranandana Svayam Bhagavan Krishna, Govinda Paranama Sarvesvarya Purnayanargaloka, Nitya Dhammajana, Yoga, Bhakti, Tina Sadhana Raves Brahma, Atma, Bhagavan, Triveda Prakasa Sanatana. Please hear about the eternal form of Lord Krishna. He is the absolute truth, devoid of duality, but present in Vrindavana as the son of Nanda Maharaja. The original Supreme Personality of Godhead is Krishna. His original name is Govinda. He is full of all opulences, and his eternal abode is known as Goloka Vrindavana. There are 3 kinds of spiritual processes for understanding the absolute truth: the processes of speculative knowledge, mystic yoga, and bhakti yoga. According to these 3 processes, the absolute truth is manifested as Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. Regarding Krishna's energies, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has stated in the Caitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 20.111, Krishna Svabhavi Katina Sakti Parinyati Cic Chakshi, Yiva Sakti, Dramaya Sakti. Lord Krishna naturally has 3 energetic transformations, and these are known as the spiritual potency, the living entity potency, and the illusory potency. Krishna is full of rasa. As explained by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in Caitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 20.153, Sarvamati, Sarvamsi, Kisor Sekarasiddhanandadiha, Sarvasriya, Sarvasvara. Krishna is the original source of everything and the sum total of everything. He appears as the supreme youth, and his whole body is composed of spiritual bliss. He is the shelter of everything and master of everyone. The instruction of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu regarding the constitutional position of the living entity is given in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 20.108-109, Javarasvartipa, Haya Krishnaranityadasa Dasastur Yamzakarana, Ya Ishagni Javalakaya. The living entity's constitutional position is to be an eternal servant of Krishna. He is like a molecular particle of sunshine or fire. Regarding conditioned living entities, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gives the following description in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.10, 20.117, Savibhinam Shayuva, Dui Taprakara Eka, Nitya Mukta, Eka, Nitya Samsara Krishna Buli Sayuvan Adi Baharmaka Adavamaya Dardaya Samsaradaka. The living entities vertical Bharjivas, are divided into two categories. Some are eternally liberated, and others are eternally conditioned. Forgetting Krishna, the living entity has been attracted by the external feature from time immemorial. Therefore the illusory energy, Maya, gives him all kinds of misery in his material existence. Concerning the liberated living entities, the Lord says in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.11, Nitya Mukta, Nitya Krishna Karanan Mukha Krishna Parisiddhanama, Bhuija Seva Sukha. Those who are eternally liberated are always awake to Krishna consciousness, and they render transcendental loving service at the feet of Lord Krishna. They are to be considered eternal associates of Krishna, and they are eternally enjoying the transcendental bliss of serving Krishna. Regarding simultaneous oneness and difference, the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 20.108, says, Krishna Ratatastha Sakti Dabheda Prakasa. The living entity is the marginal energy of Krishna and a manifestation simultaneously one and different from the Lord. When the living entity's relationship with the Lord is revived by the association of Amnaya, then Abhyaya is understood. Devotional service to Sri Krishna is that Abhyaya. The purport is that whatever the scriptures specify as one's prime duty is called Abhyaya. In this regard Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says in the Caitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.17-18, Krishna Bhakti Hyabhyaya Pradana Bhakti Makanarik Saka Karma Yoga Janana A Sabha Sadhana Radhitaka Bala Krishna Bhakti Fantaha Nare Pala. Devotional service to Krishna is the chief function of the living entity. There are different methods for the liberation of the conditioned soul, karma, jnana, yoga, and bhakti, but all are dependent on bhakti. But for devotional service, all other methods for spiritual self-realization are weak and insignificant. Unless one comes to the devotional service of Lord Krishna, jnana and yoga cannot give the desired results. Sadhana bhakti is called Abhyaya. That sadhana bhakti is divided into two, Vayi and Raganuga. Vayi sadhana bhakti is of many varieties. In some places 64 limbs are given, and in some places 9 limbs are given. The preaching of ninefold devotional service is given in the Srimad Bhagavatam, July 5, 2023, Sravanam Kirtanam Visno Smaranam Tasavanam Arkanam Vandanam Dasiyam Sakhayant Manivadanam. Prahlada Maharaja said, hearing and chanting about the transcendental holy name, form, qualities, paraphernalia, and pastimes of Lord Vishnu, remembering them, serving the lotus feet of the Lord, offering the Lord respectful worship with 16 types of paraphernalia, offering prayers to the Lord, becoming his servant, considering the Lord one's best friend, and surrendering everything unto him, in other words, serving him with the body, mind, and words. These 9 processes are accepted as pure devotional service. When a conditioned living entity engages in service at the lotus feet of Krishna with his mind, body, and words, that is called bhakti. The differences in bhakti from karma and jnana are very subtle. The limbs of bhakti and karma often appear similar. When those limbs are connected with separate desires, they turn into limbs of karma. When those limbs are connected with dry thoughts of Braham, they turn into limbs of jnana. In some limbs, neither karma or jnana are involved. The fruits of action that lead one to the service of Krishna alone are called limbs of bhakti. The fruits of action that lead to one's own enjoyment are called karma. The activities that lead to merging with the Lord are called impersonal jnana. Therefore Srila Bhaktivinoda has given the symptoms of bhakti in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, 1.1.9, as follows: Anyabhilasita stinyam jnakarmati anavritam anukalayena krishnanustlanam bhaktiratama. One should render transcendental loving service to the Supreme Lord Krishna favorably and without desire for material profit or gain through fruitive activities or philosophical speculation. That is called pure devotional service. To perform the limbs of devotional service according to the dictation of Vidi, or prescribed rules, is called Vayi Sadhana Bhakti. The service performed out of spontaneous attachment to Krishna is called Raga Bhakti. The devotion of the Vrajavasis is called Ragadmika, and imitation of their devotional service is called Raganuga Bhakti. Vayi Bhakti starts from Shraddha and proceeds up to Rati, when it becomes one with Raganuga Bhakti. Raganuga Bhakti is always forceful. This is the 9th principle. According to the statements of Admindaya, the 10th principle is that Prema is the Prayana, or supreme goal. The stages from sadhana bhakti up to the attainment of Prema are described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 23.9-13, by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as follows: Kona bhagi kona 5 or shraddhayati hayatab sayi vastu sangayi karaya. If, by good fortune, a living entity develops faith in Krishna, He begins to associate with devotees. Stu Sangha Hita Haya Shravana Kirtana Sthana Bhakti Haya Sarvanartha Nivartana. When one is encouraged in devotional service by the association of devotees, one becomes free from all unwanted contamination by following the regulative principles and chanting and hearing. Anartha Nivarti Highly Bhakti Nistahaya Nistahaya Sravandi Rusi Upajaya. When one is free from all unwanted contamination, he advances with firm faith. When firm faith in devotional service awakens, a taste for hearing and chanting also awakens. Rusi Hida Bhakti Hyad Sakshi Prakura Sakshi Hida Chief Janmay Kursna Priti Ankara. After taste is awakened, a deep attachment arises, and from that attachment the seed of love for Krishna grows in the heart. Se Bhavagata Highly Dare Prema Nama Se Prema, Proyata Sarvananda Dhamma. When that ecstatic emotional stage intensifies, it is called love of Godhead. Such love is life's ultimate goal and the reservoir of all pleasure. Those who have doubts in these 10 principal teachings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are not qualified for devotional service. When doubts arise, one's devotional service becomes corrupted, desires are polluted, unwanted results are achieved, and thus everything is ruined. Therefore those who have a desire for pure devotional service should perform devotional service with firm confidence. Dhairya patience for the practitioner of devotional service, dhairya patience, is extremely necessary. Those who possess the quality of dhairya are called dhira, sober. Due to lack of this quality, men become restless. Those who are impatient cannot do any work. By the quality of dhairya, a practitioner controls first himself and then the whole world. In the first verse of Sri Upadhyamrita the symptoms of dhairya are explained. Vako Vigam Manasa Krota Vigam Jita Vigam Udarapastha Vigam Etan Vegan Yo Visa Hatadura Sarvamapamam Pradhavim Sasisyat. A sober person who can tolerate the urge to speak, the mind's demands, the actions of anger, and the urges of the tongue, belly, and genitals is qualified to make disciples all over the world. There are 6 types of urges, namely, the urges of speech, mind, anger, belly, tongue, and genitals. With a desire to speak more, a person becomes talkative. If speech is not regulated, then enmity arises from talking about others. To speak uselessly is the business of a fool, but out of a desire to unnecessarily engage in speech the materialists always waste time and face so many distresses. Pious people observe maunavrata, or silence, in order to get rid of this disturbance. That is why the rishis have made provisions for observing various vows like maunavrata. The practitioners of devotional service should not speak unnecessarily. If you do have to speak unnecessarily, better to keep quiet. Besides topics regarding Krishna, all other topics are unnecessary. But to speak about the subjects favorable to devotional service is not unnecessary. Therefore devotees should speak only on topics about Lord Hari or those favorable to such topics. All other topics will be counted in the category of the urge to speak. One who is able to control the urge to speak is a sober person. It is the duty of a sober person to tolerate the urge of the mind. Until one is habituated to control the urge of the mind, how can one perform devotional service with attention? A materialist sits in the chariot of the mind and never gets relief from its various urges, except during sleep. Even during sleep many thoughts such as good and bad dreams come. In order to regulate the urges of the mind, rishis have propounded Ashtanga Yoga and Raja Yoga. But the Lord's prescription is that one should regulate the mind from the inferior tastes by giving it a higher taste. Those who are on the path of devotional service can easily regulate the mind. The mind cannot remain without urges. If urged towards spiritual subjects, the mind is properly engaged and it will not hanker for insignificant subjects. Many people think that without Ashtanga Yoga there is no alternative to regulate the mind. But Patanjali Muni has accepted that just as Ashtanga Yoga regulates the mind, Bhakti Yoga can also. Meditation on the Supreme Lord as propounded by Patanjali is not pure devotional service, rather it is Sakad Ma Bhakti, or motivated. If devotional service is performed for the purpose of regulating the mind, then it is certainly not devoid of material desires. Favorable cultivation of devotional service in relationship to Krishna is the real meaning of pure bhakti. Therefore whenever pure devotional service is performed, joyfulness of the mind automatically arises from amongst extraneous fruits. Srimad Bhagavatam, July 1, 1932, states, Tasmate Kanapi Upayena Manakursna Nivasayat. Somehow or other, one must consider the form of Krishna very seriously. If one follows this instruction, then the mind will be engaged at the lotus feet of Krishna and it will not easily wander into other subjects. For the practitioner, the urge of the mind is regulated by pure cultivation of favorable devotional service in relationship to Krishna. By carefully meditating on this subject, one can know the inherent differences between yoga and bhakti. To restrain the urge of anger is compulsory for those who are thirsty for devotional service. Anger arises when a man's lust is unfulfilled. When one is angry, the result gradually leads one to ruination. It is said in $11 Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 19.149, Krishna Bhakta, Niskama, Adavasanta, because a devotee of Lord Krishna is desireless, he is peaceful. No insignificant lust can remain in the heart of one who relishes pure devotional service. Therefore there is no possibility of anger arising in his mind. Those whose devotional service is motivated cannot conquer anger. It is not possible to conquer anger by intelligence alone. In a very short time, attachment for sense enjoyment overcomes the function of the intelligence and gives anger a place in its kingdom. It is seen in the song of the Avanti Brahmana from the Srimad Bhagavatam, November 23, 1933-35, 37, 40, that he was able to quickly control anger. Tam vipravayasam bhiksam avadhidam asai janadar shiva paryabhavan bhadrabhavi parabhidavi okindadava. Seeing him as an old, dirty beggar, rowdy persons would dishonor him with many insults. Kesak trivanam jagraharik patram kamandalam pitham kaika ksacitram ca kantham certainly kekana pradaya ca punastani darsatni adajramuna. Some of these persons would take away his sanid strad, and some the water pot which he was using as a begging bowl. Some took his deerskin seat, some his chanting beads, and some would steal his torn, ragged clothing. Displaying these things before him, they would pretend to offer them back but would then hide them again. Anam ca bhikshya sampanam bhufajanasya sarit tape mitrianti ca papasthasti avanti asya ca murdani. When he was sitting on the bank of a river about to partake of the food that he had collected by his begging, such sinful rascals would come and pass urine on it, and they would dare to spit on his head. Ksipanti ekvajananta asa dharmadvajasathak sinavita imam vratimagar hits vajanojjita. They would criticize and insult him, saying, "This man is just a hypocrite on to cheat. He makes a business of religion simply because he lost all his wealth and his family threw him out." Evam sabatakam dukam divikam diam ca bhaktavyam gt monodistam, praptam abudyata. The Brahmana understood that all his suffering, from other living beings, from the higher forces of nature, and from his own body, was unavoidable, being allotted him by providence. That Avanti mendicant then spoke the following verse in the Srimad Bhagavatam, November 23, 1957, Edam sidsthaya paratmanist hamajasayadam pirvatamir madbyaham terasayami duranda param tamami kandatri nisavayaiva. D shall cross over the insurmountable ocean of nescience by being firmly fixed in the service of the lotus feet of Krishna. This was approved by the previous Acharyas, who were fixed in firm devotion to the Lord, Paramatma, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This Paratmanista, being firmly fixed in the service of the lotus feet of Krishna, is sometimes followed by householders like Janaka and sometimes by sannyasis like Sanaka and Sanatana. In both circumstances the Paratmanista is the same. Without this Paratmanista one cannot cross the insurmountable ocean of nescience. Service to Lord Mukunda is the only shelter, one will be delivered by accepting that. We can clearly see from this song of the Avanti Brahmana that it is impossible to cross the material ocean by the process of yoga. By unflinching devotion to Krishna, everything is achieved. One who can control the urges of speech, mind, and anger by devotional service is called dhira. It is everyone's duty to subdue the urge of the tongue. Materialistic persons are always busy trying to enjoy the 6 kinds of tastes by chewing, sucking, and so on. Today, we'll enjoy spiced rice with non-veg. Today, we'll endeavor for khichdi. Today, we'll enjoy the finest drinks. Hankering like this, the materialist always wanders. The more the tongue eats, the more its hankering increases. For those who wander for the pleasure of the tongue, attaining Krishna is very difficult. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has said in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Andhya 6.225-227, Vairagihana Karjivara Lalasa Paramartayaya, Drahaya Razor Evasavara Jirakarthya, Sadanama Sankirtana Sakapatra Pulamilu Darbharana Jivaraldlace Iti Sisno Dara Parayana Krishna Nipaya. If a renunciate is eager for his tongue to taste different foods, his spiritual life will be lost, and he will be subservient to the tastes of his tongue. The duty of a person in the renounced order is to chant the Hare Krishna mantra always. He should satisfy his belly with whatever vegetables, leaves, fruits, and roots are available. One who is subservient to the tongue and who thus goes here and there, devoted to the genitals and the belly, cannot attain Krishna. One should fill his belly with whatever is easily available. By offering Krishna foods in the mode of goodness and honoring them as prasta, the tongue is satisfied and service to Krishna is cultivated. If palatable prasada is easily available, then the tongue's greed will gradually be controlled rather than increased. The urge of the belly is a disturbance. The requirement of the stomach is to eat for the maintenance of the life and mitigation of hunger. Those who are thirsty for devotional service should maintain their life by moderate eating. Those who endeavor to overeat are called gluttons. One of the qualities of devotees is mitabhuk, eating what is necessary. By eating less, the body remains healthy and does not disturb one's devotional service. Those who have no strength to tolerate the urge of the stomach are always greedy to eat. Those who are firmly convinced that nothing can be eaten besides Krishna Prasada are especially able to tolerate the urge of the belly. Restrictions like fasting on prescribed days are also models of instruction for controlling the urge of the stomach. The urge of the genital is formidable for persons who are averse to the Lord. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, November 5, 2011, it is said, Loke vaya vayamisa madhuseva nitya hijanyarnahi tatrakoda, and, in this material world the conditioned soul is always inclined to sex, meat-eating, and intoxication. Therefore religious scriptures never actually encourage such activities. The purport of this statement from the Srimad Bhagavatam is confidential. Those who possess a material body made of flesh and blood are always inclined to associate with women. To minimize this inclination, the marriage ceremony is recommended. Those who wish to get free from the codes of marriage are almost like animals. But those who have crossed beyond the rules of this natural inclination by the association of devotees and the strength of their service and have thus attained attraction for spiritual subject matters, for them associating with the opposite sex is very insignificant. Persons who are filled with attachment for material enjoyment can never tolerate the urge of the genital. Many of them engage in illicit activities. Regarding this propensity, those who thirst for devotional service are divided into two groups. Those whose attraction has been purified by the strength of sadhu sangha give up the association of women altogether and continually engage in devotional service. Persons in this group are known as renounced Vaisnavas. Those whose propensity for associating with women has not been destroyed accept the codes of marriage and remain as householders while engaging in devotional service. Associating with women as prescribed in the scriptures means to control the urge of the genitals. When one properly tolerates the above-mentioned 6 urges, that is favorable for his devotional service. And when those urges are strong, that is unfavorable for one's devotional service. To subdue these 6 urges is called dhairya. As long as one has a material body these propensities cannot be totally uprooted, but by properly engaging them in their appropriate subjects they no longer remain faulty. Therefore Sri Nautama Dasa Thakura has written in his Prema Bhakti Candrika as follows, Kama, Krodha, Labha, Moha, Mada, Mazarya, Dambasahus Thanes Thane Niyukta Kariba Ananda Kari Hridaya, Ripa Kari Prajaya, and Edis Govinda Bhajiba. Kama Krishna Karma Pain, Krodha Bhakta Divas Jain, Labhastu Sange Hari Kata Moha Istalaba Vine, Mata Krishna Guna Gain, Niyukta Kariba Yada Tatha. He will engage lust, anger, greed, illusion, madness, envy, and pride in appropriate ways, and by defeating these enemies, will feel happiness in my heart as, peacefully worship Govinda. Will engage lust by offering it in Krishna's service. Anger, will direct towards those who are envious of the devotees. Will be greedy to hear the topics of Hari and the association of devotees. I will feel illusioned without achieving my worshipable Lord. I will be maddened while singing the glories of Krishna. In this way I will engage these enemies in their proper places. The confidential meaning of this song is that the duty of an intelligent person is to direct these urges away from their respective subjects and make them favorable to devotional service. That can only be done with patience. There is another meaning applicable to the word dhairya. Those who engage in sadhana desire to attain the results. Karmas hope to attain heavenly happiness by fruitive activities, jitnis hope to attain liberation by speculative knowledge, and devotees hope to please Krishna by their devotion. Being impatient due to prolonged sthana, some people fall from the path to the ultimate goal, therefore a practicing devotee who desires to achieve his goal attains that result only when he becomes patient. Krishna must be merciful to me either today or after 100 years or in some other birth. I will take shelter of his lotus feet with determination and never leave. This type of dhairya, patience, is most desirable for the practitioners of devotional service. Tat karma pravartana various activities favorable for devotional service. Srila Bhaktivinoda Goswami has enjoined the system of tat karma pravartanat, acting according to the regulative principles, for those aspiring to perform devotional service. In the Upadsamrita, activities by which pure devotional service is cultivated are called tat karma, prescribed duties. Sri Krishna tells Uddhava in the Srimad Bhagavatam, November 19, 2020-24, Sradamrita Kathayam Misasvan Medanukirtanam Parinastha Hayam Studi Bistavanam Mamadara Parakaryayam Sarvang Arabhivandanam Mad Bhakta Pi Job Yadika Sarva Bhitsuman Madi Madarthas Vatiga Sesta Ca Vakast Mad Gunaranam Mayarpanam Ca Manasa Sarva Kama Vivarjanam Mad Arthratha Parat Yago Bhagasaya Ca Sukasaya Ca Astam Datam Hutam Japtam Mad Dardam Yadvratam Tapa Evam Dharmaramana Sayanamudra Viditma Nivadinam Maya Satajaya Bhakti Konio Rathos Avasis 8 Firm faith in the blissful narrations of my pastimes, constant chanting of my glories, unwavering attachment to ceremonial worship of me, praising me through beautiful hymns, great respect for my devotional service, offering obeisances with the entire body, performing first-class worship of my devotees, consciousness of me in all living entities, offering of ordinary, bodily activities in my devotional service, offering words to describe my qualities, offering the mind to me, rejection of all material desires, giving up wealth for my devotional service, renouncing material sense gratification and happiness, and performing all desirable activities such as charity, sacrifice, chanting, vows, and austerities with the purpose of achieving me. These constitute actual religious principles, by which those human beings who have actually surrendered themselves to me automatically develop love for me. What other purpose or goal could remain for my devotee? Based on these instructions of the Lord, Srila Bhaktivinoda Swami has divided these activities into 64 items in his Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. Srila Krishna Dasa Kaviraj Goswami has written about those activities in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.115-129, as follows: Guru Padasriya, Dikst, Guru Rasavana Sad Dharma Siksa, Praka, Sadhu Marganyagamana. On the path of regulative devotional service, one must observe the following items. 1. One must accept a bona fide spiritual master. 2. Accept initiation from him. 3. Serve him. 4. Receive instructions from the spiritual master and make inquiries in order to learn devotional service. 5. Follow in the footsteps of the previous acharyas and follow the directions given by the spiritual master. Krishna Pratibhogatyaga, Krishna Tirthvasa Yalva Nirvana Pratigraya, Akadasi Upavasa. The next steps are as follows. 6. One should be prepared to give up everything for Krishna's satisfaction, and one should also accept everything for Krishna's satisfaction. 7. One must live in a place where Krishna is present, a city like Vrindavana or Mathura or a Krishna temple. 8. One should acquire a livelihood that is just sufficient to keep body and soul together. 9. One must fast on Ekadashi day. Datriyas Vathagovai Pravisnavatai Janas of Gnamaparadati Darvisaryana. One should worship cherry trees, banyan trees, cows, brahmanas, and devotees of Lord Vishnu. One should avoid offences against devotional service and the holy name. Avasnavasangatiyaga, Bahu Sisa and Akariba Bahu Grantha Kalabhidza Vyakayan of Arjiba. The 12th item is to give up the company of non-devotees. 13. One should not accept an unlimited number of disciples. 14. One should not partially study many scriptures just to be able to give references and expand explanations. Hani Labsama, Sokadir Avasanehaiba Anya Deva, Anyastastra Ninde Nakariba. 15. The devotee should treat loss and gain equally. 16. The devotee should not be overwhelmed by lamentation. 17. The devotee should not worship demigods, nor should he disrespect them. Similarly, the devotee should not study or criticize other scriptures. Visnu Vaisnavaninda, Gramaya Vardhanasuniba Pranim Dharmanovakayudvagana Deba. 15. The devotee should not hear Lord Vishnu or his devotees blasphemed. 19. The devotee should avoid reading or hearing newspapers or mundane books that contain stories of love affairs between men and women or subjects palatable to the senses. 20. Neither by mind nor word should the devotee cause anxiety to any living entity, regardless how insignificant he may be. Shravana, Kirtana, Smarana, Pijana, Vandana Parakarya, Dasya, Sakya, Atmanivadana. After one is established in devotional service, the positive actions are: 1. Hearing, 2. Chanting, 3. Remembering, 4. Worshipping, 5. Praying, 6. Serving, 7. Accepting servitorship, 8. Becoming a friend, and 9. Surrendering fully. Agranracha, Gita, Vyaptai, Dandava Nadyabhaitatana, Anuvrajya, Tirthagrigati. One should also: 10. Dance before the deity, 11. Sing before the deity, 12. Open one's mind to the deity, 13. Offer obeisances to the deity, 14. Stand up before the deity and the spiritual master just to show them respect, 15. Follow the deity or the spiritual master, and 16. Visit different places of pilgrimage or go see the deity in the temple. Parikrama, Stavapatha, Japa, Sankirtana Deepamali Ganda Mahaprasthabhoyana 1 should. 17. Circumambulate the temple. 18. Recite various prayers. 19. Chant softly. 20. Chant congregationally. 21. Smell the incense and flower garlands offered to the deity, and 22. Eat the remnants of food offered to the deity. Aratrika Mahazavis Ramurti Darsana Nija Priyadana, Dhyana, Tadya Savana 1 should. 23. Attend Arati and festivals. 24. See the deity. 25. Present what is very dear to oneself to the deity. 26. Meditate, and 27. Serve those related to the Lord. Tadya, Tulasi, Vaisnava, Mathard, Bhagavati A career Savahaya Krishna Abhimata Tadya means the Tulasi leaves, the devotees of Krishna, the birthplace of Krishna, Madhura, and the Vedic literature Srimad Bhagavatam. Krishna is very eager to see his devotees serve Tulasi, Vaisnavas, Madhura, and Bhagavatam. Krishnarthe Akila Sesta, Datkara Pevalokana Janmadinati Mahazavalana Bhaktagana 31. One should perform all endeavors for Krishna. 32. One should look forward to his mercy. 33. One should partake of various ceremonies with devotees. Ceremonies like Lord Krishna's birthday or Ramakandra's birthday. Sarvatha Saranapati, Kartakati Vrata Katasastyangai Parama Mahatva 34. One should surrender to Krishna in all respects. G5. One should observe particular vows like Kartika Vrata. These are some of the 64 important items of devotional service. Stusanga, Namakirtana, Bhagavata Shravana Madhuravesa, Sri Mirtiras Radhaya Savana. One should associate with devotees, chant the holy name of the Lord, hear Srimad Bhagavatam, reside at Madhura, and worship the deity with faith and veneration. Sakalastana Shrestha A Patitka Unga Krishna Prema Janmaya A Pansara Alpasanga. These 5 limbs of devotional service are the best of all. Even a slight performance of these 5 awakens love for Krishna. Aspiring devotees should first take shelter of the lotus feet of a bona fide guru. Without taking shelter of a guru, one cannot achieve anything auspicious. There are 2 types of people, one has developed intelligence and one has undeveloped intelligence. Those whose intelligence is undeveloped are absorbed in the so-called happiness of this world. If by chance they get the association of a Madhyana, then they also become intelligent. Then they consider, how unfortunate I am. I'm always engaged in sense gratification. I'm passing my days hankering for material enjoyment. This initial association with a great soul is also called association with the Guru by hearing. By good fortune, at this time faith is awakened. When faith is awakened, one endeavors for devotional service. Then it is essential for one to take shelter of the lotus feet of a Guru. In this way by good fortune persons with undeveloped intelligence become intelligent and take shelter of the lotus feet of a Guru. What type of Guru one should take shelter of is explained in the Sastras. One who has conquered the 6 enemies beginning with lust, one who is pure, one who performs devotional service on the path of raga, one who is brahminical, one who knows the clear path of the Vedas, one who sadhus can respect as guru, one who is able to control the senses, one who is merciful to all living entities, one who is cultured, one who is without duplicity, and one who is truthful. This type of householder is fit to be a guru. All these qualities are considered in 2 ways. The principal quality of a guru is attachment to Krishna and detachment for what is not related with Krishna. All other qualities are secondary. That is why Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has said in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 8.127, Kiva Vipra, Kiva Nyasi, Stidraki Nyaye Krishna Tattvaveta, say Guru Haya. Whether one is a Brahmana, a sannyasi, or a Sidra, regardless of what he is, he can become a spiritual master if he knows the science of Krishna. If one possess this principal symptom of a guru, then he is eligible to be guru even though he lacks 1 or 2 secondary symptoms. Being a Brahmana and being a householder are counted as secondary symptoms. It is good if a person possesses these 2 secondary symptoms along with the principal qualification. But those who are defective in the principal symptom are unqualified to be guru even though they possess the other 2. As stated in $11 Padma Purana, Madha Bhagavata Sresto Brahmano Viguru Raninam Sarvasam Evlokanam Pijo Yadahari Mahakula Prastido Pi Sarvayachi Sudaiksita Sahasra Sakadyayi Ca Naguru Siddha Visnava. Among all human beings the Brahmana who is a Mahabhagavata, or great devotee, is topmost and qualified as guru. He is as worshipable as Lord Hari. A non-Vaisnava is never fit to be guru even if he has taken birth in a great family, performed all sacrifices, and studied many branches of the Vedas. After finding a qualified guru, a faithful disciple should serve him with firm conviction and without duplicity. One should accept initiation and Krishna mantra after pleasing the guru. Those who are averse to taking initiation and only make a drama of Sudakirtana while advertising themselves as Vaisnavas certainly cheat themselves. It is not the duty of materialistic persons to renounce the process of initiation because a few great souls like Jadabharata did not take initiation. Initiation is a constitutional injunction for every birth of the living entity. If initiation is not seen in the life of a perfected soul, it should not be taken as an example. General rules are not changed because something happens to a particular person in a special situation. Sri Dhruva Maharaja went to Dhruvaloka in his material body, seeing that, should one waste time hoping for the same? The general rule is a living entity gives up his material body and goes to Vaikuntha in his spiritual body. General rules should be accepted by people in general. Whenever and whatever is desired by the Lord, who is full of inconceivable potencies, that only happens. Therefore we should never transgress the general rules. After pleasing the Guru by serving him without duplicity, one should receive from him instructions on the absolute truth and initiation into chanting the holy name of the Lord. After receiving initiation and instructions from a bona fide Guru, a fortunate disciple should follow the path of the previous sadhus. Those who are proud neglect the previous Mahajanas and create new paths. As a result, they soon proceed on their inauspicious path and ruin themselves. It is said in the Skanda Purana, Samragyasrayasam Hechapantha Santapa Varjita Anavaptis Ramam Pirve _Yena Santa Pratazire. One should strictly follow the easy path which the previous Mahajanas have accepted. That path bestows great auspiciousness and is devoid of all misery. By discussing the path of the previous sadhus, one gets determination, courage, and satisfaction. When we discuss the path of devotional service exhibited by Sri Ripa, Sri Sanatana, Sri Raghunatha, and Sri Haridasa Thakura, then we feel such happiness that it cannot be described. When the miscreant Mohammedans tortured Haridasa Thakura, he said, Kanda Kanda Hidi Hi Ya Ya Yadi Pranata Buddhi Mi Vade Nachadi Harinama Isa Bhajivir Krishna. Kara praised Amora Droanahu Isabara Aparata. Even if my body is cut into pieces and, lose my life, I will never give up chanting the Lord's holy name. O Krishna, please be merciful upon these poor souls, kindly excuse them for their offense of torturing me. Maintaining this type of determination and being compassionate to all living entities while always chanting the holy name of Krishna is the path of devotional service exhibited by the previous Mahayanas. A path cannot be manufactured. Whatever path is there should be accepted by sadhus. Those who are proud and want fame try vigorously to discover new paths. Those who have good fortune from past lives give up pride and respect the established path. Those who are unfortunate promenade on a new path and thus cheat the world. Regarding such persons, the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, January 2, 1946-47, quotes the Brahma-yamala as follows: Sruti Samarti Puranati Patikaratra Vidhim Vina Akantiki Harer Bhaktar Utpatai Eva Kalpate Bhaktar Iconic Avayam Avikarat Pratyata Vasta Taste Tathad Naiva Yada Sastriatexate. Devotional service of the Lord that ignores the authorized Vedic literatures like the Upanishads, Puranas, and Narada Karatra is simply an unnecessary disturbance in society. Such activities are born out of speculation and therefore they only superficially resemble unalloyed devotion because they are disrespectful to the Vedic injunctions. Disrespecting Vedic injunctions falls in the category of atheism. Whenever there is disrespect for the scriptures, which are the Lord's instructions, that cannot be devotional service. The purport is that although the path of devotion is of two kinds, Vayi and Raganuga, the previous Mahajanas have clearly prescribed them according to one's qualification. These paths are explained in the scriptures such as the Sruti, Samarti, and Pankaratara. Rejecting these paths, the new paths discovered by Lord Buddha and Dattatreya ultimately create disturbance. Due to improper consideration, these new paths are advertised as unalloyed devotional service to Krishna, although they are not actually so. The proper path is exhibited in the Vedic literatures. Nowadays, many new paths are discovered, and they ultimately disappear along with their propounder. Inquiring about Siddharma, eternal religious principles, is one of the disciples' devotional duties. Therefore Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, January 2, 1947, quotes the following statement from the Srinaradya Purana: Sad dharmas yavabodhaya yesam nirbandhini madhya kurdiva sarvartha siddhiti esamabhipsita. Those who are anxious to awaken their spiritual consciousness, who have unflinching intelligence, and who are not deviated, certainly attain the desired goal of life. As fortunate persons wish to follow the characteristics of the sadhu's devotional service, they similarly desire to know their duty. Unfortunate proud persons act just the opposite. As they search paths different from those of the sadhus, they disrespect the sadhus' determined conclusions while respecting their own. They do not care to preach the teachings of Mahaprabhu to the people of this world, rather they preach doctrines contradictory to those of Mahaprabhu. They do not know how much misfortune they are creating by this. Those who are simple endeavor to properly learn the teachings of the Lord from Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. The Lord's teachings are our only life. Siddharma lies in this alone. The bona fide disciple especially tries to understand Siddharma. If he cannot understand on his own, then he prays at the feet of his Sikhs a guru and learns from him. Those who have this kind of determination to know Siddharma quickly achieve their desired goal. The Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, 1.1.9, says, Anyam hila sita stinyamjna karmati anavardamanukalayena krishnanustlanam bhaktaratama. One should render transcendental loving service to the Supreme Lord Krishna favorably and without desire for material profit or gain through fruitive activities or philosophical speculation. That is called pure devotional service. As long as this pure devotional symptom, in the form of understanding Siddharma, has not clearly manifest in the heart of an inquisitive person, his heart remains covered with darkness and he cannot know it as pure devotional service. If one depends on his own speculation, then unalloyed devotional service will not manifest in his heart. We meet many so-called panditas who think they have understood the constitution of bhakti by their knowledge and intelligence. Some of them have concluded that devotional service mixed with chintana is pure bhakti, and some of them have concluded that devotional service mixed with karma is pure bhakti. They are so proud that if they hear the teachings of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, they say, everyone can make their own conclusion. What is the need for taking the conclusion of Chaitanya Charitamrita? These people never come in touch with Siddharma because they have no desire to know it. The result of performing their own concocted new process of devotional service is they can never relish pure devotion. It is the duty of a Siddhaka to give up personal enjoyment for the sake of Krishna. Sense gratification is called enjoyment. Dovetailing one's lust for sense gratification in the service of Krishna is renunciation of enjoyment. When one converts his world of enjoyment into what is favorable for devotional service, thus giving up the spirit of enjoying those objects and accepting everything as Krishna presta, then this is called renunciation of enjoyment. To reside in a holy place related with Krishna is also a limb of sadhana. If one resides in Sri Dwarka, Sri Mathura, on the bank of the Ganges, or at pastime sites of the Lord, then one naturally remembers Krishna. What greater gain can there be than this? At every stage of life one should accept only as much wealth as needed for the practice of devotional service. By desiring more than needed, bhakti will disappear. If wealth is not accepted according to one's need, however, then the practice of devotional service will be hampered. One should carefully respect Sri Harivzara, Ekadashi. By observing Ekadashi all the supporting principles of devotional service are practiced. The practice of devotional service becomes continuous by giving up all enjoyment and practicing devotional service once every fortnight. For one who worships and meditates on the earth, banyan trees, tulasi, cows, brahmanas, and Vaisnavas, all his sinful reactions are diminished. By these activities one can please Krishna, because these objects are auspicious for the world. These 10 limbs of devotional service are the preliminary activities for worshipping the Lord. For those who neglect these 10 limbs, attaining devotional service in Krishna is very difficult. Therefore those who are aspiring for devotional service should first take shelter of Sri Guru, take initiation and instruction from him, and serve him. They should also follow the behavior of the sadhus and learn the conclusions taught by the sadhus. In order to make one's life Krishna conscious, one should reside in a sacred place related to Krishna and give up the enjoyment of sense gratification for the service of Krishna. In one's ordinary dealings one should only accept the wealth that is necessary to favorably maintain Krishna's business. To practice devotional service one should observe fast days like Ekadashi and Janmashtami. One should respect banyan trees in order to maintain the glories of this world, which is one of the Lord's opulences. These 10 rules must be followed. And the following 10 rules must be rejected, otherwise the practice of devotional service cannot be steady. One should not associate with persons who are averse to the Lord's service. One will have to meet such people in his ordinary dealings, but one should deal with them only until the work is finished. After the work is finished one should not deal with them. Those who have not had loving devotion to Krishna awakened in their heart are always proud of remaining under the shelter of jnana and karma. Therefore they are called Bhagavad Bahirmukha, averse to Krishna. Those who worship many gods, those who are Mayavadis and thirsty for impersonal jhana, and those atheists who defy Vedic literatures are all Bhagavad Bahirmukha, averse to Krishna. One whose faith in pure devotional service has not developed should not be accepted as a disciple, otherwise the disciplic chain of devotional service will be polluted. One should give up the endeavor for starting new big projects, because it diminishes one's devotion to Krishna. One should not read or explain various types of books, except those which lead to the advancement of devotional service. One should discuss those scriptures wherein devotional service is instructed and explained, such as the Vedas, Smritis, Puranas, Pithagoratara, and the writings of the Mahajanas. From books with other opinions, only useless arguments are learned. The endeavor for food and clothing must always remain, either in household life or in renounced life. Therefore there is a need of generosity in such dealings. According to the Padma Purana, Alabhva vinastva bhakshyakadana sadanavi klavamatirabhi viharami vidyas merit. The mind of one who has taken shelter of the holy name is undisturbed even if food and clothes are not easily obtained or if they are obtained but then lost. Leaving behind all material attachments, he takes complete shelter of Govinda. The purport is that whether a staka stays at home or in the forest, he will have to endeavor for food and clothing. A householder should find out his food and clothing through agriculture or business, protecting the citizens, or by serving others. A renunciate should accomplish this by begging alms. In those activities a devotee should not be agitated if food and clothing are not obtained or if they are obtained and then lost. He should peacefully remember Krishna. Householders lament if they lose their wife, children, etc. But a practitioner of devotional service should not maintain this lamentation very long. They should quickly give up their lamentation and engage in the cultivation of Krishna consciousness. A renunciate should not lament if he does not possess a quilt, a water pot, or other alms, or if these things are stolen by man or animal. A practicing Vaisnava should give up all urges like lamentation and anger, otherwise there will be obstacles in his constant remembrance of Krishna. It is explained in the Padma Purana, Sokamarsadabur bhavaracrantam yasyamanasam katham tasyamukandasayasvarti sambhavanda bhavat. Within the heart of one who is full of anger or pride, or lamentation on the state of his wife or sons, there is no possibility of Krishna being manifest. Those who endeavor for devotional service should only worship Krishna. They should not worship various demigods. But they should not also disrespect the demigods or the scriptures. When coming before a demigod, one should offer respect, knowing them to be Krishna's servant. In the Padma Purana it is said, Haririva Sadarajya Sarvadavesvarvaratara Brahma Rudrayanavahanaya Kadakana. Krishna, or Hari, is the master of all demigods, and therefore he is always worshipable. But this does not mean that one should not offer respect to the demigods headed by Brahma and Shiva. The purport is that the Supreme Lord is one, and others, Brahma and Shiva, are his qualitative incarnations, Gandhavaras. Particular demigods are worshipped by people according to their qualifications. But Lord Vishnu is the only worshipable Lord for people who are in the mode of goodness. After worshipping various demigods for many lifetimes, one's life becomes auspicious when he comes to the point of accepting Vishnu as the only Supreme Lord. Lord Sri Krishna is the topmost manifestation of Vishnu Tattva. When a living entity transcends the three modes by worshipping in the mode of goodness, he attains the service of Lord Krishna. One should be merciful and not cause anxiety to any living entity. The heart should always be filled with compassion for others. Exhibiting mercy to all living entities is one of the limbs of devotional service. A person aspiring for devotional service should carefully practice this characteristic. It is most essential for an aspiring devotee to give up the 10 offenses in chanting, and the offenses in the matter of serving the Lord. For ordinary devotees there is some consideration of offenses in serving the deity of the Lord. It is not possible to give up all the offenses in serving the Lord, but one must give up some of the offenses before entering the temple room. The 10 offenses in chanting have been discussed in many places. The practitioner should carefully give up those offenses. For those who are negligent in this regard, endeavoring for devotional service becomes useless. It is written in the Padma Purana, Sarvaparata Krdapi Muside Hari Samsraya Harapi Paradanya Kurya Divi Padapam Sananamazraya Kadasat Sayatarati Evasanamadanamno Hai Sarvashurdohaya Paradhat Padatayadha. The purport is that if one takes shelter of Lord Hari, then all his offenses are vanquished. All offenses committed in the service of the Lord are destroyed by taking shelter of the holy names. The holy name alone delivers the Vaisnavas. But those who have taken shelter of the holy names must give up the 10 offenses in chanting. Otherwise they will surely fall down even though they have taken shelter of the holy names. A practitioner should not allow blasphemy of Krishna or the Vaisnavas to enter his ears. Wherever such blasphemy is taking place, he should leave. Those with weak hearts who tarry out of social etiquette to hear blasphemy of Krishna or the Vaisnavas are gradually distracted from devotional service. By careful practice of the above-mentioned 20 limbs one's bhava, devotional sentiment, is awakened. The mercy of Krishna is the root cause of awakening bhava. Without sthusadiga, one cannot achieve the mercy of Krishna. The principal forms of sadhu sangha are taking shelter of the lotus feet of the spiritual master, taking initiation from him, and serving him. Among the other limbs of devotional service mentioned after these, accepting the symbols of a Vaisnava up to meditation come under the category of arcana. One should practice all these limbs of bhakti to the best of one's capacity after receiving them from the spiritual master. Servitude, friendship, and complete surrender are the activities for awakening bhava. In reality, these activities themselves become bhava. Only in the stage of sadhana are they counted as sadhana bhakti. Whatever one's most cherished items are in this world and whatever is very dear should be offered to Krishna. This statement has several meanings. The purport is that one should not enjoy anything just because it is very dear to oneself, but one should offer it to Krishna and enjoy it as his prasada. Whatever ordinary and spiritual endeavors are there, when done for the sake of Krishna, they become auspicious. It is said in the Narada Pafkaratra and quoted in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Lakiki Vediki Avapi Yakriye Kriyatim Hari Savana Kalivasa Kriya Bhakta Mikata. One should perform only those activities, either worldly or prescribed by Vedic rules and regulations, which are favorable for the cultivation of Krishna consciousness. Marriage and other purificatory ceremonies of the Smritis are Vediki, or prescribed Vedic regulations, and social and bodily activities performed to maintain one's status quo are Lakiki, or worldly. Marriage is for the establishment of Krishna's family. Producing children is for increasing Krishna's servants, offering oblations to the forefathers is for the satisfaction of Krishna's servants, feasting is for the gratification of Krishna's living entities. All these activities should be dovetailed in the favorable service of Krishna. Then one will not fall into the grip of unfavorable fruitive activities. The body, house, and everything else belongs to Krishna. Thinking in this way one should protect the body, the house, and the community. This is called Krishna's family. The whole life of a practitioner should be decorated with full surrender. 6 types of surrender are explained in many places in the devotional scriptures. The life of a living entity is useless without surrender. The living entity should always worship Krishna with full surrender. Items that are related to Krishna are called taddiya. Serving to last is the primary form of taddiya seva. It is said in the Skanda Purana, Drishta sprishta tatha data kirtita manitas rudaropata sevadanityam pujita talasi subhanavana tulasim devmi bayanti dine yuga koti sahasranu tavasandi haragri talasi is auspicious in all respects. Simply by seeing, simply by touching, simply by remembering, simply by praying to, simply by bowing before, simply by hearing about, simply by sowing, simply by offering water to, or simply by worshipping Tulasi there is always auspiciousness. Anyone who comes in touch with the Tulasi tree in the above-mentioned 9 ways lives eternally in the Vaikunta world. Literatures that substantiate devotion to Krishna are counted among taddiya. Srimad Bhagavatam is the topmost amongst them. In the same way, Sri Caitanya Charitamrita commands similar respect. Those who regularly read and hear these devotional scriptures are glorious. Holy places associated with Lord Krishna, such as Mathura, are appropriate residences for a practitioner. Among such places, residence in Mathura is the topmost. Residing in Sridhama Navadvipa is as good. It is written in Sri Brahmanda Purana, Srutasmrtakirtita ca vafasita prexita gatas prastas rita sevata ca matharadhistadi. Anyone who hears about, remembers, glorifies, desires to achieve, sees from a distance, comes near, touches, accepts as one's shelter, and serves Mathura achieves fulfillment of all desires. The devotees of Krishna are also counted among taddiya. It is written in the Adi Purana, Ye me bhakta jana pardhanami bhaktas ca jana mad bhaktanam ca ye bhaktas tami bhakta tamamada. Lord Krishna said to Arjuna, those who are my direct devotees are actually not my devotees, but those who are the devotees of my devotees are factually my devotees. In regard to serving devotees, Srila Bhaktivinoda has quoted the following verse from the Adi Purana in his Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. Yavanti Bhagavad Bhaktar Agni Kathitanaha Parayastavanti Tad Bhakta _Bhaktar API Bhattavida. The purport is that almost all the above-mentioned limbs of serving Krishna are accepted in the service of his devotees. The reason for the use of the word almost is that the devotees should be worshipped by offering them Krishna prasta. All other limbs such as offering obeisances remain the same. The practitioner should hold festivals according to his capacity. Organizing festivals in the association of devotees is a prominent activity. However, one should be careful not to associate with non-devotees in the course of holding such festivals. There is a need of organizing festivals on the occasion of the Lord's appearance day. One should maintain love and devotion while serving the deity. Being attached to the impersonal aspect of the Lord, foolish people without proper consideration disrespect the deity. But if they associate with devotees and properly consider, then they will see the need for serving the deity. One should relish devotional scriptures like Srimad Bhagavatam with advanced devotees. If one relishes devotional scriptures with rationalists, people fond of argument, and dry speculators, then one's heart becomes dry and the awakening of transcendental mellows does not take place. It is necessary to associate with devotees. Jhanis and karmas are not counted amongst devotees due to their illicit desires. A practitioner of devotional service should associate with more advanced persons who are affectionate and on the same path. Otherwise his heart will not take shelter of pure devotional service. In the Hari Bhakti Sudhadaya, 8.51, it is written, Yasya yat sadagesh persamanivat sayat satad gunas vakalar dyaitato demons fatathani eva samsrat. As the qualities of a nearby object are reflected in a crystal, one similarly takes on the qualities of a person with whom he associates. Therefore, in order to increase one's devotional sentiment in his own line, a wise person should take shelter of those who have the same temperament. One should be particularly careful in this regard. Association with Sahajiyas and Bullas yields unfavorable results. But if one associates with pure Vaisnavas who are followers of Srila Bhaktivinoda Goswami, then pure love for Krishna is awakened. Among all limbs of devotional service, association with devotees is one of the main limbs. Among all the above-mentioned limbs of devotional service, the following 5 principal items are the best of all: worshipping the deity, relishing the purport of Srimad Bhagavatam with advanced devotees, associating with more advanced devotees who are affectionate and in the same line, congregational chanting of the holy names, and residing in Mathura. If we further summarize, then chanting the holy names and serving the Vaisnavas are the topmost. It is written in the Padma Purana, Yena Janma Sahasrani Vasudevo Nisavita Tanmukari Namani Sadatisanti Burda, descendant of Burda. One who has worshipped the deity of the Lord for thousands of lifetimes can always chant the holy name of Hari. Also from the Padma Purana and quoted in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, 1.2.108-109, Namakantamani Krishnas Chaitanya Rasavigraya Turnasato Nityam Uktobanatvan Namana Mino Ada Ari Krishna Namadi Namtav Grayam Indriya Savan Mukhi Jihadaus Vyam Eva Sfaradiata. The holy name of Krishna is transcendentally blissful. It bestows all spiritual benedictions, for it is Krishna himself, the reservoir of all pleasure. Krishna's name is complete, and it is the form of all transcendental mellows. It is not a material name under any condition, and it is no less powerful than Krishna himself. Since Krishna's name is not contaminated by the material qualities, there is no question of its being involved with Maya. Krishna's name is always liberated and spiritual, it is never conditioned by the laws of material nature. This is because the name of Krishna and Krishna himself are identical. Therefore material senses cannot appreciate Krishna's holy name, form, qualities, and pastimes. When a conditioned soul is awakened to Krishna consciousness and renders service by using his tongue to chant the Lord's holy name and taste the remnants of the Lord's food, the tongue is purified, and one gradually comes to understand who Krishna really is. This is the independent mercy of the Absolute Truth. Srimad Mandala, the holy names of the Lord, devotional scriptures like Srimad Bhagavatam, pure devotees, and deities, these 5 items are transcendental. By associating with them, a devotee quickly attains bhava, transcendental emotions, and Krishna. In the process of sadhana bhakti, these types of Vaiya bhakti are explained. Again, raganubsthana bhakti is very powerful in the process of sadhana. When one practices devotional service by following the footsteps of the residents of Vrindavana, that is called raganuga bhakti. Persons who are endeavoring for devotional service should follow the activities of the Vrajavasis with their body, mind, and speech. According to his qualification, a practitioner should engage in whatever activities are mentioned in either the process of Vaiya sadhana bhakti or raganubsthana bhakti. Someone may attain the highest result by practicing one of the limbs, and someone may attain the highest result by practicing several limbs. The unalloyed devotion of those who have exclusively taken shelter of the service of the holy names and the Vaisnavas does not find taste in other limbs. Therefore the practitioner should work in devotion with full surrender, enthusiasm, firm confidence, and patience. Saligati Yaga giving up the association of non-devotees in his Sri Upadsamrita, Srila Rupa Goswami has said that one's devotion is enhanced by Utsc, Niskade, Dhairya, Tat Karma Pravartana, Sangatiyaga, and Sadvriti, the devotee's lifestyle or propensities. Out of these items, Usad, Niskaya, Dhairya, and Tat Karma Pravartana have already been separately discussed in the previous essays. Now, we'll try to discuss the meaning of the word Satigatiyaga. There are 2 types of Sangha, association and attachment. Association is of 2 types, with non-devotees and with women. Similarly, Attachment is also of two types, attachment for prejudices and attachment for assets. Those Mahatmas who wish to attain perfection in devotional service should carefully give up satiga in the form of association and attachment. Otherwise this Sangha will gradually and surely ruin everything. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, 2.62-63, Sangat Sanyayat Kama Kamat Krodo Bhajayat Krodad Bhavati Samaha Samahat Samarti Vibramasmurti Brahmshad Buddhans Buddhanasat Pranasyati. From attachment lust develops, and from lust anger arises. From anger, complete delusion arises, and from delusion bewilderment of memory. When memory is bewildered, intelligence is lost, and when intelligence is lost one falls down again into the material pool. A practitioner should always remember this instruction of the Lord. If a practitioner engages in prohibited association, then gradually his attachment increases. The more this attachment increases, the more his firm faith in the Supreme Goal diminishes. The purport is that the living entity is spiritual, being conditioned by Maya and falsely proud due to ignorance. The living entity has forgotten his constitutional position. In his pure state the living entity does not associate with Maya, rather he remains fully spiritual. In the spiritual world all the association of the living entity is spiritual, therefore the eternal sangha of the living entities in that state is desirable. The sangha in the conditioned state of a living entity is polluted. That sangha, being polluted with nescience in the form of association with non-devotees and women and attachment for family and assets, is unfavorable for one's advancement. Spiritual sariga of the living entities is compatible, and mundane satiga is incompatible. To get free from this incompatible sangha is the living entity's liberation. Now we will be considering incompatible sangha. First we will consider the association of non-devotees. Who is a non-devotee? Those who are not subordinate to the Lord are called non-devotees. The jignis are never subordinate to the Lord. They think that they can become one with the Lord on the strength of their knowledge. They think, jnana is the topmost object, the Lord cannot keep one who attains jnana under his control, the Lord became supreme by the strength of this jnana, and I too will become supreme. Therefore all the endeavors of the jignis are to become independent of the Lord. The Lord's power does not act on one who achieves liberation in the form of merging with the Lord, which is attained by jnana. This is the attempt of the jnanis. The jnanis and mundane scholars do not depend on the mercy of the Lord. They try to achieve everything on the strength of their knowledge and reasoning, they do not care for the Lord's mercy. Therefore jnanis are non-devotees. Although some jnanis accept devotional service as their process of sadhana, at the time of perfection they discard it. In all their activities there are no symptoms of eternal serving mood or subordination to the Lord. Such are the symptoms of the Yani Sampradaya, or philosophical speculators. They only get a glimpse of real knowledge. That real knowledge is only a different aspect of pure devotional service. Only pure devotees, by the mercy of the Lord, can attain that. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu instructs Srila Sanatana Goswami in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.29, as follows: Jani Jivan Mukta Dasapina Kari Main Vastuta Buddha Sudana Krishna Bhakti Vine. There are many philosophical speculators, Janas, belonging to the Mayavada school who consider themselves liberated and call themselves Narayana. However, their intelligence is not purified unless they engage in Krishna's devotional service. Therefore those who are attached to philosophical speculation are counted amongst the non-devotees. There is a fruit called mukti, and that is the supreme goal of their sadhana. It is not the purpose of their life to attain the Lord's mercy through his service. People who have faith in fruit of rituals are not devotees. Therefore they are also non-devotees. If anyone performs karma in order to achieve the mercy of Krishna, then that karma is called bhakti. That karma which yields mundane results or mundane knowledge is adverse to the Lord. Karmas do not exclusively search for the mercy of Krishna. Although they respect Krishna, their main purpose is to attain some kind of happiness. Karma is nothing but selfish activities, therefore karmas are also called non-devotees. Yogis sometimes search for liberation, the fruit of jnana, and sometimes they search for vaidhiti, or opulence, the fruit of karma. Hence, they too are called non-devotees. Due to lack of full surrender, worshippers of the demigods are also called non-devotees. Those who are attached to discussing dry logic are also adverse to the Lord. And what to speak of those who conclude that the Lord is only a figment of the imagination? Those who are attached to sense gratification and thus have no opportunity to remember the Lord are also counted among the non-devotees. If one associates with these non-devotees, then in a very short time one's intelligence is polluted and one's heart is overcome by their propensities. If anyone desires to attain pure devotional service, then he should carefully give up the association of non-devotees. Second is association of women. Association with women is detrimental. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.87, Sri Chaitanya instructs Srila Sanatana Goswami as follows: A Satsanga Dyaga, A Vaisnava Kara Stri Sanagi, Ekasadhu, Krishna Bhaktara. A Vaisnava should always avoid the association of ordinary people. Common people are very much materially attached, especially to women. Vaisnavas should also avoid the company of those who are not devotees of Lord Krishna. There are two types of Vaisnavas, the householders and the renunciates. Renunciates are forbidden from speaking with any woman. By the instruction to give up the association with women, they have been forbidden from conversing with women. As stated by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Andhya 2.120, Sutra 5 Asabha Markata Vairaga Kariya Indriya Karana Bhul Prakriti Sambhasya. There are many persons with little in their possession who accept the renounced order of life like monkeys. They go here and there engaging in sense gratification and speaking intimately with women. Regarding Vaisnavas, the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Anya 12.42, says, Travavat Prabhu Kaila Sabara Milana Stri Sabaditra Hida Kaila Prabhura Darasana. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu received them all, just as he had in previous years. The women, however, saw the Lord from a distance. This is the prescription in regard to householder Vaisnavas. Householders should not associate with others' wives or prostitutes. They should not indulge in any association other than with their own wives according to religious scriptures. One should give up the uxorious mentality of being excessively fond of one's wife. The instructions of the scriptures regarding the smartas are given in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi 15.27, as follows: Nagram Gramidia Hergini Gramusiyate Teahai Sahita Sarvan Purasarthan Samas Nut. Merely a house is not a home, for it is a wife who gives a home its meaning. If one lives at home with his wife, together they can fulfill all the interests of human life. There are four kinds of human interests for people in general: religiosity, economic development, sense gratification, and liberation. The prescriptions of the scriptures regarding Varna and Dharma are called religion. Whatever is prohibited in the scriptures is called irreligion. With the help of his wife, a householder should follow whatever is prescribed and give up whatever is prohibited. Whatever is achieved by following religious principles is called urta, or economic development. Assets like house, sons, daughters, cows, and animals are all urta. For enjoying those objects there is kama. Dharma, urta, and kama, these three are called trivarga, the pursuits of human life. Practicing these three vargas is the life of a conditioned living entity who is wandering in the cycle of fruitive activities. It is the duty of the smarta householder to practice trivarga with one's wife. A householder should practice trivarga with his wife day and night. The wife can accompany one while visiting holy places. Until one endeavors for the supreme goal of life, what else is there except pursuing trivarga? Liberation is the living entity's fourth human interest. There are two types of liberation: relief from extreme distress and attaining spiritual happiness. For those whose religious lives are regulated by dry knowledge or impersonalism, relief from extreme distress is the prime goal. But those whose hearts are filled with pure knowledge ultimately search for transcendental happiness and do not remain bound in simply gaining relief from extreme distress. A Vaisnava, whether a householder or a renunciate, is desirous of transcendental happiness. A householder Vaisnava always works together with his wife for the purpose of achieving transcendental happiness. Although engaged in all kinds of work in this way, he never becomes uxorious. In this way he remains free from women's association throughout his life. He totally gives up illicit intimate speaking with women and the mundane luxurious mood in illicit association with his wife. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, 1.2.9-10, 13-14, Sita Goswami has briefly explained the rules for a Gaza Vaisnava as follows: Dharmasaya hide pavarjya sayanartha rathaya kalpatanarthasaya dharma ekadasya kama labhaya hismrta. All occupational engagements are certainly meant for ultimate liberation. They should never be performed for material gain. Furthermore, according to sages, one who is engaged in the ultimate occupational service should never use material gain to cultivate sense gratification. Kamasyanendriya pridurlabho jivata yavata jivasaya tattvajaisanarto yasya karmabhi. Life's desire should never be directed toward sense gratification. One should desire only a healthy life, or self-preservation, since a human being is meant for inquiry about the absolute truth. Nothing else should be the goal of one's works. Adapumartaviya Shrestha Varnas Rama Vibhagasasvandasitesa Dharmasaya Samsiddhar Haritosanamo. Best among the twice-born, it is therefore concluded that the highest perfection one can achieve by discharging the duties prescribed for one's own occupation according to caste divisions and orders of life is to please the personality of Godhead. Tasmdakina Manasa Bhagavanstvatam Padisrotavya Kirtitavya Syadhyayataya Ca Nityata. Therefore, With one pointed attention, one should constantly hear about, glorify, remember and worship the personality of Godhead, who is the protector of the devotees. The purport is that in 20 religious scriptures there are mainly instructions about Trivarga. For the welfare of the karmas, the merciful sages have composed 20 religious scriptures that are suitable for karmas. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, 11.20.9, it is said, Tivat karmani kurvadananurvadyata yavatam atkatas ravanata avashradha yalvan najayate. As long as one is not satiated by fruit of activity and has not awakened his taste for devotional service by sravanam kirtanam visno, one has to act according to the regulative principles of the Vedic injunctions. For the karmas mentioned by the Lord in this verse, Trivarga is the only prescribed occupation. Those who have become indifferent and attained jnana, for them there is no longer a need for Trivarga activities. They give up those activities and become eligible for sanidhya with dry knowledge. Those who are faithful in hearing the topics of the Lord after receiving His mercy on the strength of their accumulated pious activities from many lifetimes are no longer attached to karma. They are called Vaisnavas. Among them, those who are Gazas enjoy whatever urta they obtain while practicing dharma for the purpose of liberation, not for the purpose of sense gratification. Rather, this urta helps them purely maintain their lives in the favorable cultivation of Krishna consciousness with the purpose of understanding the absolute truth. In this, the difference between karma and spiritual activities can be seen. Therefore, to attain the mercy of the Lord, a Gaza Vaisnava should accept the divisions of Varnasrama and along with his wife practice dharma, urta, kama, and moksha in order to maintain his life. Whenever his house becomes unfavorable for this purpose, he should give it up out of disgust. Thus by properly performing the activities of Trivarga, the Gaza Vaisnava's character becomes pure. With such pure characteristics, he should hear, chant, and remember the names, forms, qualities, and pastimes of the Lord with full surrender. The wife should also always endeavor for spiritual perfection with the help of subordinate women such as her sister and daughter. There is no illicit conduct in this, so there will not be any association with women. Therefore, whether one is a householder or a renunciate, all practitioners should totally give up the association with women. The devotees should carefully give up the above-mentioned sharga in the form of association. Now let us consider sariga in the form of attachment. Attachments are of two kinds, attachment for prejudices and attachment for assets. First, we'll discuss the attachment for prejudices. There are two types of prejudice, ancient and current. The conditioned living entity has been performing fruitive activities and endeavoring for knowledge since time immemorial, and the prejudices that have developed in his subtle body as a result are called ancient prejudices. Those prejudices are known as one's nature. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, 5.14, Nakartratvam nakarmani lokasaya sajati prabhya nakarma pulasamaya gams vabhavas to pravartate. The embodied spirit, master of the city of his body, does not create activities, nor does he induce people to act, nor does he create the fruits of action. All this is enacted by the modes of material nature. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura comments, Andi pravrite pradhanavashandatras vabhava sabdanakta pradhanika dihadimam jivakarayat kurtaseti navaviktasiya tatvamiti. The primordial material desire that is active since time immemorial is called one's nature. Due to such a desire the living entity is supplied with material bodies and other paraphernalia. False identification with the bodies causes one to act and causes others to act, although this is not the pure soul's real constitution or nature. Again from the Bhagavad Gita, 18.60, Svabhava janakanti anibadas vainakarmana kardam nekasi yan mohat karasyasi avasopaitat. Under illusion you are now declining to act according to my direction. But, compelled by the work born of your own nature, you will act all the same, O son of Kunti. Regarding the bondage of the prejudice of knowledge, the Bhagavad Gita, 14.6, says, Tatrasadvam nirmaladvat, prakasakamanadmayam sukha sanjina bodnadi janana sanjina kanago sinless one. The mode of goodness, being purer than the others, is illuminating, and it frees one from all sinful reactions. Those situated in that mode become conditioned by a sense of happiness and knowledge. Srila Bhaktivinoda comments, Jnayaham, Sukhiyaham idyabhimanas tana purasam nibodnati, am wise. Yam happy. By this pride, the living entity is bound by goodness. People's association with karma and jnana is the result of attachment born from the prejudices of one's nature that are produced from past karma and jnana. In the previous verse, the Mayavadi's bondage of jnana is displayed. Regarding the karmas, the Bhagavad Gita, 3.26, says, Na buddhabhidam janati phyanam karma sanganam josayat sarvakarmani vivanukta samkaran, so as not to disrupt the minds of ignorant men attached to the fruit of results of prescribed duties. A learned person should not induce them to stop work. Rather, by working in the spirit of devotion, he should engage them in all sorts of activities, for the gradual development of Krishna consciousness. From ancient prejudices one develops association with karma and jhana. Association with these ancient prejudices is inevitable. Despite all attempts, up to suicide, one cannot give up one's prejudices. The prejudices or attachments for good and bad attained in this life due to association are called modern prejudices. Everyone in the world is under the control of these two kinds of prejudices. When a living entity is not bound by Maya, then by nature he is a servant of Krishna. Being bound by Maya, a living entity cannot give up ancient and modern wicked prejudices. At that time ancient wicked prejudices become his second nature. Only Sadhu Sangha can reform the attachment to prejudices. Sadhu Sangha is the only remedy for this disease. Unless one reforms his attachment to prejudices, one cannot attain perfection in devotional service by any means. As stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam, March 23, 1955, Sangoya samsritar hetera satsu vihito diasa eva sadhuja krite nisangati via kalpate. Association for sense gratification is certainly the path of bondage. But the same type of association, performed with a saintly person, leads to the path of liberation, even if performed without knowledge. Due to association with materialistic people, the living entity is bound in the cycle of birth and death. Even if one unknowingly associates with a materialist, the result must come. And if one unknowingly associates with a real sadhu, he attains freedom from material association. Again in Srimad Bhagavatam, 11.12.1-2, it says, No radayati mam yogo nasarikayam dharma eva sienas vadyayas tapas tyago nestid tirtam nadaksina varatani yajnas chandamsi tarthanini yama yama yathavarunhe satsanga sarva sang apaho himam. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Uddhava, by associating with my pure devotees one can destroy one's attachment for all objects of material sense gratification. Such purifying association brings me under the control of my devotee. One may perform the Ashtanga Yoga system, engage in philosophical analysis of the elements of material nature, practice non-violence and other ordinary principles of piety, chant the Vedas, perform penances, take to the renounced order of life, execute sacrificial performances and dig wells, plant trees and perform other public welfare activities, give in charity, carry out severe vows, worship the demigods, chant confidential mantras, visit holy places, or accept major and minor disciplinary injunctions. But even by performing such activities one does not bring me under his control. Association with prejudices is very dangerous. By affectionately associating with pure devotees of the Lord, one's association with prejudices, in the form of karma and jhana, is destroyed. Due to this association with prejudices a living entity's propensity for ignorance and passion becomes stronger. Whatever propensities for goodness, passion, and ignorance are seen in people's eating, sleeping, and sensual activities are all due to association with prejudices. Karmis and jhnis disrespect Vaisnavas only due to their attachment for prejudices. Until one's attachment to prejudices is destroyed, the 10 offenses in chanting will not be uprooted. Offenses at the feet of sadhus is due to being proud of one's karma and jhana. The offense in chanting in the form of blaspheming devotees enters the heart of the non-devotee and takes up residence there. Worldly attachment is contrary to acceptance of Krishna's undisputed supremacy, and it therefore does not allow the unfortunate living entity to fully surrender to the Lord. Thus disobeying the spiritual master, blaspheming the Vedic literatures, interpreting the holy name, considering the chanting of the holy names as equal to the pious activities offered in the Vedas, committing sinful activities while pretending to chant the holy name, aversion due to conceptions of, and mine, selling the holy names to unfit persons, all these offenses against the holy names continue. In such a condition, how can one be benefited? Therefore it is said, Asabhi sahu sangas tu nakartavya kadkani yasmat sarvarthahani siddha patasi aj8. One should never associate with materialistic persons, for by doing so all one's assets are lost and he falls from his position. It has been seen that many fortunate souls have given up attachment for prejudices by the association of pure Vaisnavas. From the scriptures it is well known that by the association of Sri Narada Muni the hunter, Mrigari, and Ratnakara, Valmiki, attained auspiciousness. The foremost instruction of Sri Ramanujakarya is this: if you cannot purify yourself by any endeavor whatsoever, then just go sit with the Vaisnavas and you will achieve all auspiciousness. By observing the pure characteristics of a devotee, in a very short time a person's mind is changed, his attachment for sense enjoyment decreases, and the seedling of bhakti sprouts in the heart. One even gradually develops a taste for the Vaisnava's food and behavior. We have seen how by associating with Vaisnavas, people have given up many anarthas: taste for associating with women, thirst for wealth, desire for sense enjoyment and liberation, inclination for karma and jhana, eating meat and fish, drinking wine, smoking tobacco, and the desire to chew pan. By observing a Vaisnava's quality of not uselessly wasting time, many people have easily given up anarthas such as laziness, oversleeping, useless talk, urge of speech, etc. We have also seen that by associating with Vaisnavas for some time someone's cheating propensity and desire for fame have been destroyed. We have seen with our own eyes that by associating with Vaisnavas with a little affection all other association, such as attachment for prejudices, has been vanquished. Those who are attached to winning fights, those who are expert at attaining dominion, those who are eager to accumulate great wealth, all such types of people have attained devotional service by being purified in the association of Vaisnavas. Even the hearts of persons who think, "I will defeat the world by my arguments and attain supremacy," have been pacified. Without the association of Vaisnavas there is no alternative for rectifying the attachment for prejudices. One should carefully give up attachment for material assets. People in general have spontaneous attachment for household paraphernalia, clothes, ornaments, wealth, wife and children's health, their own health, eatables, trees, and animals. Some people are so addicted to smoking, chewing pan, eating fish and meat, and drinking alcohol that their practice of spiritual life is obstructed. Many people do not respect the Lord's remnants out of great attachment to eating things like fish. Because of the desire to constantly smoke, many people's study of devotional scriptures, relish for hearing and chanting, and remaining long in temples is obstructed. Attachment for these things is averse to the constant practice of devotional service. If one does not carefully give up these things then he cannot get happiness from his devotional service. Attachment for these things is easily destroyed by the association of devotees. Still, one should try to destroy these petty attachments by fully engaging in devotional service. By observing vows approved in devotional service, those attachments are vanquished. By properly observing Harivachara, Ekadashi, and appearance days of the Lord, those attachments are vanquished. The rules of such vows are the provisions for diminishing one's attachments. There are prescriptions for practicing devotional service while giving up all types of enjoyment on those days. There are two types of eatables, those which sustain one's life and those which gratify the senses. Eating grains and drinking are life-sustaining. Fish, meat, pan, intoxicants, and smoking are all for gratifying the senses. On days of vows, unless one totally gives up sense-gratifying items, it is not a vow. As far as possible, life-sustaining items should also be given up. According to the prescribed needs of one's bodily condition one must try as far as possible to reduce the acceptance of life-sustaining eatables. There is no prescription for acceptance of sense-gratifying items, the only prescription is to reject them. One of the limbs of Avrata is to diminish the devotee's propensity for enjoyment. If one thinks, "Today somehow or other I will renounce, but tomorrow I will enjoy profusely," then the purpose of the vow will not be successful. The reason is that vows have been prescribed to give up the association of such items by gradual practice. Vows are usually for 3 days. First by practicing vows for 3 days, then by practicing for 1 month, then by practicing for 4 months, Chaturmasaya. In this way gradually one should completely uproot the attachment for sense-gratifying items and leave them forever. For those who cannot remember the statements of Bhagavad Gita, Ksi Pram Bhavati Dharma Ima, he quickly becomes righteous. In regard to the observance of vows, their renunciation is temporary like the bathing of an elephant. For those who desire to attain pure devotional service, the association of non-devotees and women is meant to be given up. It is extremely necessary for them to associate with sadhus in order to give up the attachment for prejudices. They must follow all vows meant for Vaisnavas in order to give up the attachment for material objects. One should not be negligent in these practices. One should follow these instructions with great care and respect. If one does not follow carefully, then cheating in the form of duplicity renders the whole endeavor useless. For those who do not have respect in this regard, attaining devotion to Sti Hari becomes very rare, even after hearing for many births. What is association and giving up association? Many people have doubts about this. Doubts may be there, because if just by coming close to a materialist or material object is considered associating with them, then there is no way to give up this association. As long as the material body is there, how can one give up the proximity of these things? How can a Gaza Vaisnava give up his family members? One cannot give up the association of deceitful persons, even if they are renunciates. One will have to come across materialists in one's life, whether one is a Gaza or a renunciate. Therefore the limit for giving up the association of materialists is prescribed in Sri Apadsamrita as follows: Dadadi Pradagarnati Gyamakyadi Praschadi Bhunktpoje Itka Eva Sadvidam Preeti Lake Sodam. Offering gifts in charity, accepting charitable gifts, revealing one's mind in confidence, inquiring confidentially, accepting praise and offering praise are the 6 symptoms of love shared by one devotee in another. O sadhakas! One must accept proximity with both bad and good people as one passes his life. This equally applies to householders and renunciates. Proximity must be there, nevertheless one should not engage in bad association. Giving in charity, accepting charity, revealing one's mind, hearing one's mind, accepting foods, and giving foods, if done with love, these are called sangha, or association. Giving some foodstuffs to a hungry person and accepting some charity from a pious man is done out of duty, not out of love. Even if they are materialists, this type of engagement is not considered association. But if they are pure devotees, then such activities are performed out of love. When acts are performed out of love, then it is association. Therefore giving charity to pure Vaisnavas and accepting items or wealth from them becomes satsanga. Giving charity to a materialist or accepting charity from one, if done out of love, becomes asatsanga. When a materialist approaches you, whatever is required to be done should be done only out of duty. One should not speak confidentially with a materialist. Generally there is some love involved in confidential speaking, therefore it is association. While meeting a materialistic friend, one should speak only what is extremely necessary. At that time it is better not to exhibit heartfelt love. But if that friend is a proper Vaisnava, then one should accept his association by speaking to him with love. This type of behavior with relatives and friends creates no hostility. There is no association in ordinary talk. One should behave with ordinary people as one externally behaves with a stranger while buying something in the market. The same dealings with a pure devotee of the Lord should be done out of love. If one is obliged to feed hungry people, needy people, and teachers, he should do so as a host dutifully cares for his guest. There is no need to exhibit love. Care for them, but not out of love. One should feed pure Vaisnavas with love, and when required accept the remnants given by them with love. If one can behave in this way while giving in charity, accepting charity, speaking confidentially, hearing confidentially, feeding, and accepting food with one's wife, children, servants, maidservants, strangers, and whoever else one meets, there will no unholy association, only good association. There is no hope of achieving devotion to Krishna until one gives up unholy association in this way. A renunciate Vaisnava should accept whatever alms he receives by madhu cart, or begging, at the house of an honest householder with the above-mentioned consideration. He should always remember the difference between gross begging and madhukari. A Gaza Vaisnava should accept prasada, grains and drinks, in the house of another Gaza who has pure character. One should always be cautious about taking prasada in the house of a non-devotee and one with bad character. There is no need to speak further about this. Due to their pious activities, those who have developed faith in devotional service have a little intelligence by the mercy of Krishna. Due to that intelligence they can easily understand the essence of the Acharya's instructions. Therefore only a few words are needed to instruct them. Those who have no pious credits have no faith. Even if they are given volumes of instruction, they will not understand a thing. Therefore Srila Bhaktivinoda Swami has given only a few words of instruction in Sri Apadsamrita.